11. Dumbledore's weapon. On second thought, never mind. Harry Potter to an arguing, and therefore not paying attention, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. Winter, 1995. Tilda Chapter 11. Dumbledore's weapon. Tilda Albus Dumbledore was a very patient man. He often prided himself to be able to stare into the face of anything and give his signature sparkling-eyed smile. But with everything that happened in the last hour, he was getting tired, and he was in need of a nice rest as he gave thought to what he should do next. Perhaps a glass of wine to help, a brandy. So the fact that Dolores Umbridge was currently outside his office, knocking on his door quite insistently, was making him honestly consider ignoring the woman. "You might as well get it over with," said Phineas Nigellus in a lazy drawl. "I'm sure you'd rather not have me present to comment on this one either, so I'll be heading off. Pathetic Slytherin," he muttered. With that, the old headmaster escaped to his portrait at Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore flicked his wand resignedly at the door and unlocked it. Seconds later it opened, the squat woman walking in with a less than pleasant look on her face. The headmaster could see that her nose and front of her forehead were quite red, which would explain the rather loud thump that came from the door a little bit earlier. Perhaps she was expecting it to open on its own. "Headmaster, is there any reason you were not letting me in?" she said at once, doing her best to keep her irritation hidden. "I was knocking for some time. Regretfully, my age does limit the speed at which I move," Dumbledore lied pleasantly. "Particularly when I am moments away from turning in for the night. Now that you have entered, however, please tell me what is so pressing that you ran into my door." Umbridge flushed slightly. "I received word that students were out of bed to see you," she said. "As they have not come back from your office, I must ask where they have gone. Though I do wonder how you would know this, or why it would be of interest to my defense professor," began Dumbledore, ignoring the look on Umbridge's face. "That information does not concern you in any way, Dolores, and I have no reason to disclose it." Umbridge blinked in shock at the flat refusal to tell her what happened. "Headmaster, I would think my position as the High Inquisitor granted me a greater amount of privilege than a regular teacher," she replied stiffly, her chest puffed in self-importance. "Then unfortunately in this particular instance, it is my duty to correct you. Good night, Dolores." Unable to do anything about it, Umbridge turned on her heel and marched out of the office, the door closing behind her. She was getting bolder. He knew that she wanted control of the school, her goal to put a halt to whatever delusions she and Fudge had about his actions, and unfortunately she would probably get it sometime in the spring. It was really just a matter of if he left on his terms or hers. Making his way back to his bedchamber, the headmaster refocused on the current issue, the events of the past half hour. It was a miracle that Arthur not only managed to avoid death, but was able to get to help on his own steam. His wound was severe, bleeding with a sickly discoloration slowly spreading along his arm, but he reported the incident to the Order quickly before heading to St. Mungo's emergency ward. They would come up with a cover story, but that shouldn't be a problem. No, the problem burst into his office not 1 minute after he'd finished the flu call with Arthur to get the full account of the event before he was moved to the hospital. There was still good news. Nagini, and there was no doubt that she was the snake in question, was dead. Arthur, though he'd killed her with a well-placed cutting curse, even went one step further and destroyed the entire body. "You burned the body." Arthur, who looked quite pale as both Marley and Remus fussed over his arm with spells and bandages, grinned in slight embarrassment at the floating head in the kitchen fireplace. "Overkill, right," he said with a weak chuckle. "It's just after what we've heard about that snake. I wanted it gone. Her master came back. Who's to say she couldn't either? The corridor still needs to be cleaned up. I'll send someone immediately." A huff brought their attention to Marley. "Honestly, you and your superstitious foolery. You know who didn't truly come back from the dead, and neither will his pet snake." "Marley, don't be too hard on him. I honestly would have done the very same thing," said Dumbledore with a smile. "I think we can send you to St. Mungo's now," said Remus, leaning against the table with a sigh. "You're lucky it didn't kill straight away, but if we don't move fast, you could lose the arm." "Trust me, I'm not arguing," said the injured man with a grimace. "Indeed, you've done an excellent job, Arthur. I will inform your children of your injury tomorrow. There's no need to wake them just to make them both worried and exhausted. At least, That was his plan before Harry Potter came into his office looking absolutely panicked. And so, with the Weasleys already up, he just sent them along with an emergency portkey, though not after being told by Harry that the boy was inside the snake with Voldemort. Harry also somehow diverted the snake from fatally injuring Arthur, which actually fit. Arthur admitted that he nodded off accidentally and had no idea how it could have missed killing him like it did. The boy was connected to Voldemort. There was no doubt about it this time. He hoped that the lack of news about Harry's hurting scar was indicating the connection weakening, but that was no longer relevant, especially now that regardless of what was happening before, Voldemort would be very aware of their connection, all because of those accursed Horcruxes. At least he was almost positive that it was Horcruxes. Everything added up, including Harry's connection with the man, though Dumbledore never came across the like in all his years. Good news. If he was right in thinking the snake was a Horcrux, and that the diary was a Horcrux as well, then that would make it the second one destroyed. The bad news. Harry needed a clumency training, and quickly. Well, the need wasn't inherently bad. Occlumens were at best uncommon, though not rare. The ability to protect one's mind from outside influences was useful in a great many professions and other walks of life. The real issue was there were only 3 people who could potentially teach him to the level that he needed to attain, and the first, being Voldemort himself, didn't really help the situation. He could possibly do it himself, but he still was wary of provoking Voldemort into finding a way of using the Harry to spy on him. There was no doubt that given such a valuable resource the man would use it to its fullest. Additionally, what with running the school, dealing with the ministry, and leading the order in preparation of the war against Voldemort, he didn't have the kind of time needed to devote to teaching Harry. That really left only one option, and Harry probably wouldn't consider him much better than Voldemort. A mess indeed. Dumbledore sighed, allowing himself to sink into his bed. There was nothing for it. Severus would have to teach Harry, and they would both have to deal with it. With luck, they would not kill each other after the first week or so. Perhaps over the holidays, he would try to think of some way not to make his 2 most valuable allies hate him more in the near future. Roman 20, Harry landed in an ungraceful heap besides the others, as their portkey trip came to a rather abrupt end. They were deposited in the small square directly opposite 12 Grimmauld Place. Disoriented as he was, though, it wasn't enough to keep him from getting his wand out and ready. They might be close to safety, but it was never good to let their guard down. "Bloody hell," grumbled Ron as he pushed himself into a sitting position on the grass. "That was the worst portkey I've ever taken." "Well, I'd imagine so," came a familiar voice from behind them. All but Harry turned in surprise, moving for their wands at once. He couldn't help but grin at their responses. They were getting faster. "Emergency portkeys out of Hogwarts are more of a canon than anything. You should ask Hermione when she comes here." "Remus, everything all right?" asked Harry, still looking around. "Yes, let's get inside, we can talk there," he said with a nod, ferrying them to the hidden home. The street was fortunately deserted, though at such a late hour it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The group marched over to number 12 and headed inside, Remus closing the door behind them all. "Professor Lupin, is Dad all right?" asked Ginny as soon as the door was latched. The group all looked at him anxiously. "It's Remus, Ginny, and yes, he's going to be fine," said Remus, leading them down to the kitchen where Mrs. Weasley was waiting. The moment she saw her children, she rushed over and swept them all into a crushing hug. "What are you all doing here?" she asked in confusion, looking from them to Remus. "Dumbledore just got word to me moments ago that they would be coming tonight instead of tomorrow," he said with a shrug. "I walked outside to see them drop out of the air. Harry knew Dad was attacked," said Fred. "He had a vision or something." "Aye," Harry stalled out a bit as both adults looked at him quickly. "I was inside the snake. It was a bit confusing, but I saw everything it did while Voldemort was possessing it. We ended up fighting somehow, and it threw the snake off. It's dead, right?" "Well, that would explain how you ended up coming so soon," came a voice from the door. Sirius walked in, clearly just as tired as the rest of them. That didn't stop him from walking over and giving Harry a tight one-armed hug. "Good to see you, kid." "Same, Sirius. Where's Mr. Weasley? I know he was injured. There was still a lot of blood." "He was taken to St. Mungo's by a couple of Order members," said the man, now moving over to a chair and motioning to Remus to continue. Arthur made it back to us quickly, but that was about all he could do before he collapsed. Marley and I did our best to bandage him up for the trip, but nothing we did past wrapping the bite helped. Healers will be able to take care of him. And yes, Harry, he added, looking over at the boy. Nagini was killed. She won't be coming back. Good, he said with a nod. Dears, why don't you all head off to bed, said Mrs. Weasley, ushering the still shocked teens to the door. I know that you are worried about Arthur, and I am too, but he's safe now. You can talk tomorrow. Harry, she grabbed his arm, pulling him behind the rest of the group as they filed out of the kitchen only to sweep him up in a tight hug. I don't know how, but it seems you were in the right place at the right time. Thank you so much for saving my husband. Ah, it was nothing, Mrs. Weasley, he muttered, reddening from the hug. It wasn't one of her usual manic, crushing ones, but simply filled with a tired relief. Harry, Arthur nodded off during his watch, she said, pulling back and shaking her head. Her eyes were watery, hands only steady due to their grip on his shoulders. Without your interference, I'm sure he would have been killed. I'm glad he's all right. Me too, now off to bed. Remus and Sirius both gave him a nod, and he walked out of the kitchen, automatically heading for the basement. He needed sleep. All the adrenaline that was pumping through him was gone and made him feel like he ran a marathon. He made his way down to the room he was using during the summer, happy to see that no one did anything to it, and crashed unceremoniously onto the bed, his exhaustion taking him almost immediately. Roman 20, it was a doomed hope for quiet to which Harry began the next day, especially when people wanted to talk about the very thing that you didn't want to think about for a good week or so. His initial cheeriness at being away from Hogwarts for the first time in months ebbed away, and while at present he was still hanging onto his temper, that was really only because no one said anything directly to him yet. Additionally, Hermione wasn't there to give them all pointed looks until they shut up. It amazed him exactly how much her presence kept this group from getting out of hand. Harry, said Ron, finally pulling him into the conversation. If you can see into his head, then isn't it possible he could see into yours? A brilliant deduction, really. If only Harry hadn't figured that out as well literally seconds after the incident occurred the previous night, then maybe he'd be able to share in whatever enthusiasm they had for this talk to begin with. I suppose. Ron eyed him blankly. Ah, don't you think you should be a bit more concerned about this? You mean I should be more concerned about how I was essentially possessing the snake at the same time that Voldemort was, that we're somehow connected? Maybe that he might be able to control me as well. Have me kill you all while you sleep. It would be pretty easy from my position after all. He looked around to see them all staring at him apprehensively. Great, so now he was the dangerous one. Well, yeah, said Ron after a second, clearly unnerved. Harry scowled. Ron, that's called sarcasm. Ginger flushed slightly as Harry shook his head. Do you really think I'm just brushing this off like it's unimportant? There are so many ways that a connection to Voldemort's mind can be both a good and a really, really bad thing I don't even know where to start. You know what? Just forget it. You wouldn't understand. And me, Harry. He looked over to see Ginny glaring at him, none too pleased. I couldn't possibly know what it's like to be possessed by Voldemort, could I? I never said that, did I? Said Harry back to her. As far as I know, you're still the only person here ever possessed by him. But no, in this case your experience wouldn't help either. This made Ginny look even more upset. And why not? You wrote to a memory of Riddle, who occasionally took control of your body and made you do things that you didn't remember at all, he explained. You just blacked out. Voldemort gave Nagini commands which she followed, but she also talked to him as well. She was aware of it all. Did you ever have Voldemort whispering in your ear while you were awake to kill Muggleborns? Come off it, Harry. She's just trying to help you. You could help me by not talking about this stuff like I'm not 3 feet away from you, he shot. Or just not at all. Either one would work. Mate, ignoring this isn't going to make it go away. You think I don't realize that? He snapped. Forget it. I'm out of here. Rising from his seat, he walked out of the room, multiple calls to wait trailing after him. Ignoring Sirius, who was saying something to him, he walked purposefully to the front door, grabbing one of the coats hanging on a rack in the entranceway and pulling it on. His hand was on the doorknob when Sirius caught up to him. Harry, stop. Where do you think you're going? You can't just go out. Wrong, Sirius. I can do what I bloody well want. The man blinked at the tone of Harry's voice, clearly taken aback. Hey, what happened? Stop being ridiculous. At once Harry rounded on his godfather. The only ridiculousness that's happening here is in that kitchen, he shot, pointing in anger. Sirius sighed, his suspicions about the source of Harry's anger confirmed. I'm getting that, but if you must storm off somewhere, at least keep it to the house. Harry just looked away from the man. Sorry, Sirius, I just need some space. He pulled the door back open and walked out, closing it shut behind him with a snap. Sirius just stood there, half wanting to chase after him and half wanting to respect his wishes. He knew locking him up would only hurt the teen more in the end. Either way, he still wanted to knock Harry on his ass for being an idiot. Sometimes the boy seemed older than even Sirius was, and other times he acted every bit the 15-year-old he was. Grumbling, the man walked back to the kitchen where the others were waiting in an awkward silence, wondering when they might have gone too far. There was no need to worry about Harry. He was already being well looked after. So, he began, jerking his thumb over his shoulder at the door. Anyone feel like explaining that? XX, it took 15 minutes of solid walking for Harry to realize that he was actually being followed. He felt like something was off for a number of minutes, but now, turning a corner, he could see the short woman less than half a block away walking in his direction. There was really no point in trying to make out what she looked like, though. Instead, he focused on trying not to get even more pissed than he already was. Harry made a right turn onto a smaller street, moderately filled with holiday shoppers. A number of seconds later, a small group of people made the turn as well. The short woman was nowhere to be seen. It didn't matter, though, as the person who was following him was now a tall man in a long coat with a scarf. This happened no less than 10 times since he realized he was being followed. Clearly, the person did not want to be caught and was using some fairly talented magic to do so. But there was really no way to hide from Harry when he could literally sense his stalker's existence amidst a sea of non-magical people. Compared to trying to sense, well, anything in Hogwarts, this was child's play. 3 turns later put Harry into a very narrow street deserted of people. Instead of walking on, however, he waited until his pursuer made the quick turn, at which point he grabbed the now skinny teenaged boy in a jacket by the scruff of his shirt and spun him around into the nearby wall, pinning him with no small amount of force. "Why are you following me?" said Harry, his face less than a foot away from the boy's. "I just want to be left alone." "Doesn't anyone bloody get that? Dunno what you're talking about, lemme go," said the boy in a panicked voice, struggling against Harry's grip. Not in the mood for games, Harry just pushed the boy back into the wall again. "Ow me Eid. I asked you a question," he continued. His right hand moved from the boy's collar to his neck. The boy's eyes went wide at this. "Why are you following me, Nymphadora?" At once the small struggling stopped, and the boy regarded Harry warily. "How did you know?" In less than a second, the boy's face was gone, replaced by the one Harry knew so well. Her shirt became tight and puffed out a good deal as she reverted the rest of her body back to its usual form. "I'm clumsy, but not when it really matters. No one has ever been able to track me in a crowd, hunter or hunted. No one." Harry hesitated before answering her. His focus was split between the question and the fact that he was still pinning her to the wall, face less than a foot from her own, with a hand around her fairly slender neck. He let her go, putting some space between them. "I can feel you," he said, eyes moving about at the pedestrians moving around them, but they paid them little to no mind. "I know the feel of your magic. I could find you anywhere. Helps that there's no one else magical around." "Well, bugger me then. Better remember that." "Well, one surprise after another, you know." "Come on, Nim. Why are you following me?" Harry demanded. "Dumbledore asked me to keep an eye on you whenever you ended up outside Hogwarts or Hogsmeade," she said simply. Harry's eyes just narrowed. "What does he want from me?" "Just to keep you safe. It's dangerous out here," she added, eyes meeting his own for a second before focusing elsewhere. "Way more than during the summer, especially now that you've gotten that snake killed. I heard what happened from Remus. Dumbledore has no right to hold me anywhere. You're being purposely difficult, and you know it," Tonks said bluntly, meeting his eyes once more. "You aren't safe walking around on your own. Anything could happen." "Fine, maybe I am," he growled. "But you've got another thing coming if you think I'm spending time with a bunch of people who think I might that I'd." Frustrated, Harry made to turn, but Tonks quickly grabbed him around the waist. "Oi, you're not going anywhere, Harry," Tonks said with a grin. "Don't even try it. Are you going to take me back like this?" he asked, trying his best not to sound flustered at the contact. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" she teased, waiting another second before releasing him finally. But no, I don't have to bring you anywhere, just keep you safe. Feel free to grumble around London all you want, just don't think for a second it'll be on your own. Harry gave her a reproachful look, causing the woman to sigh and step away, beckoning him back toward the main street. Come on, Harry, let's catch up somewhere. XX, they ended up in a big restaurant. The place was packed and filled with a great amount of sound, holiday cheer moving through the air like a particularly strong fragrance. Harry was currently sitting across from her in a booth by a window, his gaze flickering from her to all around them. It was curiously sporadic. Everything all right? Asked Tonks somewhat apprehensively, tucking her wand away now that she was done with the privacy wards. Harry shrugged. Yeah, just adjusting. Still a bit weird being out of Hogwarts. Over there magic was everywhere. I always felt like I was sort of underwater. Now outside of it things just feel sharper and empty, I guess. Even if I'm not looking, I know it's you sitting in front of me. Then there's my own magic, but it's different. Privacy ward is like I'm sitting under a really, really thin sheet. I can't feel any other magic around us, but that's because there isn't any. Does that make sense? A little, she said, nodding slowly. What you can do is uncommon enough, but not particularly rare. I know someone in the aura department who's pretty sensitive to magic. She does a lot of stealth stuff because she can keep from being caught so well, but works from home mostly because being at the ministry gives her a bad headache. The DMLE has a bunch of people like that. Interesting. Harry let his gaze wander a bit before returning to Tonks, who was watching him with her mouth set in a frown. What? What do you think? Coming out here on your own was really reckless, said Tonks, still annoyed that he didn't stop to think it through for a moment before bailing on headquarters. It's dangerous out here, Harry. How many times do we have to say it before you stop treating this like it's a joke? There's a difference between not being aware of danger and accepting it. You think I'm defenseless. Never pegged you as the arrogant type. Harry just gave her a flat look. You really think that? No, I suppose I don't. It's just not like you to take such an unnecessary risk, especially considering what you teach those kids in that group of yours. First off, I'm a lot more capable of defending myself than any of them, began Harry, crossing his arms. And I never said that I was being the most rational today. Well, that's pretty obvious. You've had a pretty turbulent 24 hours. Hermione wrote to me last night, she elaborated at Harry's confused look. Read the letter just before you ran off. Lovely. Spread the good news, Hermione, Harry grumbled. This girl was the one I met right. At his nod, she continued. Well, don't expect any sympathies for things not working out between you two. So you didn't like her, Harry said thoughtfully. I knew there was something off between the two of you that day. Tonks just gave him an annoyed look, though her irritation was more directed at the Ravenclaw than anything. Of course, I didn't like her. I mean, we had plans, so why shouldn't I be annoyed that she was butting in? The only reason the silly girl even kissed you on the cheek was a message to me to back off. Oh, anyway, you shouldn't get yourself down because of what happened. Harry just glared at her. What better way to hurt me than to go through the people I care about? Why would anyone want to deal with that? I agree that there are plenty who would be afraid of the situation. Tonks just shook her head. But you know better than to make assumptions like that. There are people out there who aren't afraid of Voldemort to begin with, at least not enough to let it interfere with their personal lives. Harry was looking out the window, watching the occasional couple pass by in the falling snow. Well, he didn't seem that upset, she reasoned, just sad. The whole thing made her chest tighten uncomfortably. Sometimes, more than sometimes, I want to just run to the guy and fight him, bring it all to an end. Other times I want to run away as fast as I can. You could run, Tonks said softly, looking into her water. Get out of the country. I know Dumbledore would try to stop you, but I could help you. Maybe go to the States, Australia. I doubt Voldemort would chase you there. To her surprise, Harry actually chuckled. I can't, Nim, he said. My whole life is right here in London, back at that house and sitting across the table from me. I'll fight for you guys until I die. Tonks opened and closed her mouth several times before closing her eyes. That's what I'm afraid of, you idiot, she said sadly. Roman 20, my lord. Is everything all right? Voldemort sat quietly in the dim light of the room as he looked out of the window into the falling snow, his fingers a steeple before him. His eyes flicked to Lucius for a second before returning back to the window. What do you have to report? he said calmly, though his voice sent a shiver down the Malfoy's spine. This was not the Dark Lord who tortured people. This was the one who killed without emotion, without hesitation. Nothing negative, he said at once. We are progressing with all of our plans on schedule. This time next month you will once again be surrounded by your oldest and most faithful followers in full. Voldemort said nothing, though his head inclined slightly in acknowledgement. My lord, if I may. What is it? Lucius swallowed, the action sounding loud in his own ears. He was walking a dangerous line right now. But that was the line between survival and death, and often one needed to take chances for, as he came to understand, not knowing things could often be far worse than potentially provoking an unstable Dark Lord. I've noticed. Nagini has been conspicuously absent. I was wondering if you'd sent her on an errand. There was a long, nerve-wracking silence before Voldemort spoke. Nagini was recently killed on a mission by the Order, he said finally. Speak not of this to anyone, as you command. He turned to leave, not wanting to be anywhere remotely near the potentially furious Dark Lord. Lucius. The man stopped, inwardly cursing his luck. He was mere steps from safety. Yes, my lord, he asked, keeping his back to his master. A glance over his shoulder showed him that Voldemort still faced away. Many years ago, the Dark Lord began, I gave you a book for safekeeping. A diary. One that I asked you to value more than the lives of your entire family combined. It took everything Lucius had to keep his breathing even. Do you recall this? I do, my lord. What is its condition? It is quite safe, he lied, now looking directly at the door out of the room. He knew of his master's ability to know when a person lied to him simply by gazing into their eyes. He knew the only reason that he was even still alive right now was that neither of them were looking at one another and had half a room between them. Not a soul in this world could reach it, I assure you. Don't ask for it, don't ask for it, don't ask for it. Lucius allowed himself a glance over his shoulder at Voldemort to see him draw his wand. His grip tightened on the handle of his own. He was going to die in this room. Voldemort raised his wand, and Lucius waited for him to turn and cast the spell. But the man simply gave the wand a small flick over his shoulder, and something large dropped from the ceiling, thudding to the floor and making Lucius jump back in shock, his own wand half out of its holster. A dead body. See that it remains so, said Voldemort, putting away his wand. Also, please instruct the other newer Death Eaters in proper etiquette regarding their master. I would rather not have to kill them all. Of course, my lord. Lucius levitated the dead body and retreated from the room, wondering how long it would eventually be until it was he who was being levitated to be disposed of. He certainly just used up a great deal of whatever luck he built up over his life. There were a number of things that he needed to get done, both for his master and himself, but at this moment, something trumped them all. He needed a drink. Roman 20, Christmas Eve day dawned bright and cheerful to the people of Diagon Alley. Or at least Harry assumed so. He'd ended up sleeping until noon in the room he was renting at the leaky cauldron that overlooked the magical street. As he dressed, he watched the people below, zipping about doing last-minute shopping for the next day. He wasn't hiding from anyone back at Grimmauld Place, but just needed time to himself. Additionally, after his initial temper subsided, he'd ended up being a bit embarrassed at how he'd acted and wasn't particularly keen on returning so soon. Thinking of ways where he wouldn't have someone attempting to bring him back to headquarters by force, Tonks took him to the leaky cauldron so that he could check into a room for a couple of nights. At least he had some protection at the place, not to mention the Order would actually know exactly where he was. He knew he was expected back for Christmas, and everyone was worried about him, but he couldn't go back just yet. He had something to do, something he needed to know before anything else. Ministry of Magic. The flu trip was typical for Harry, which was to say rather hellish, as he barely managed to keep himself upright as the fireplace deposited him in the atrium of the ministry. Brushing soot off of his clothes, he made his way over to the line of security counters. A bored guard glanced up at him behind his prophet before putting the newspaper down. "Hello," said Harry, nodding slightly. "Afternoon," replied the man. "Came by the flu, did you?" Harry nodded, and the man pulled out a blank visitor's badge, exactly like the one that he got the day of his hearing. "State your name and business for visiting the ministry today." "Harry Potter. I'm here to do some research for a school project." The man's eyes flicked in a very familiar fashion to Harry's scar. Harry Potter Research Project, the man muttered, scratching it out on the badge. What's this project about? Just a bit on the various departments and their structures. I'm thinking about looking at other European ministries to see the similarities and differences, and if that had anything to do with the— Right, sounds fascinating, interrupted the man in a bored voice. Wand, please. Feeling a bit nervous now, Harry complied, handing over his holly wand. This was one of the things he wanted to test out today. Would this wand still work for things like this even though he got a new one? Considering how the ministry was treating him, he was in no mood to let any of them touch his rosewood wand. Besides, none of them knew he had even gotten a new one. 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core. It bonded to you about 5.5 years ago, yes. The man rattled off the instrument's readings. That's right. As if he would say, oh no, that's not my wand at all. Very well, step over for a scan and you can enter. Taking back his wand, Harry walked to the side of the desk to allow another guy with one of those thin golden rods to pass it up and down his front and back. You're clear. Have a nice day, said the second man, turning his attention to the next visitor without hesitation. Not about to argue with the guy, Harry walked into the main area, mentally shaking his head at how lax that was. Seriously, did he really believe that crap about the project? The scan was clearly only been aimed at dark objects as well, not detecting his second wand or other magical items he hid. You didn't need to be dark to be dangerous. Then again, no one here believed that they were in danger from a revived Dark Lord or anything remotely similar, so— Whatever, he muttered, going over to the elevators and getting in the first one. The ministry was rather less busy than it was during his last visit, most likely because of the holiday. He quickly pressed the button for the 9th floor while pulling out his invisibility cloak and tossing it over his body, allowing the elevator to once more become empty. A few minutes later, he was slowly making his way down the dark corridor that Nagini was in mere days ago. Though Harry's scar hurt no longer, he was still clearly connected to Voldemort. Connected on a level he didn't understand or even know the limits to. Nagini attacking Mr. Weasley in this very dark corridor confirmed something else. Voldemort was trying to scout the Department of Mysteries, and in all honesty, Harry just wanted to know why. What was Voldemort so focused on, and what was it that the Order was so determined to protect from him? So here he was, determined not to leave until he found out. The corridor wound along, doors to courtrooms, and who knew what else occasionally passing on either side, until it straightened out, ending rather abruptly in the door, just as it did from Nagini's perspective. There was no one there, but he knew better than to trust his eyes. Interestingly enough, his growing magical awareness completely cut off the moment the cloak covered his body. It was shocking, but he could still feel the magic within himself, so it wasn't like it stopped working entirely, just for anything beyond the cloak. He would have to experiment with this at a later date. Regardless, he couldn't risk removing it on the chance of there being an invisible guard by the door. Now what? He couldn't advance, nor could he retreat. All he could do was wait. Eventually, his patience was rewarded. Footsteps behind him that belonged to two approaching men with hooded cloaks heading for the door. Taking his only chance, Harry shadowed the second guy and moved through the door into open space as quickly as he could before the man shut it behind him, plunging them into darkness, the only light coming from the blue torches at various distances from him. While his eyes attempted to readjust to the low light, the men pulled off their hoods. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, but this room gives me a headache. What the man could possibly be talking about, Harry found out not 3 seconds later. The walls, which he now saw were covered in identical doors equally spaced around them, began spinning, the torches turning into blue lines across his vision. A few seconds later it was over, but damn, was his eyesight screwed. Well, if you ask me, it's better than having to do another scan checkpoint. I bloody hate those things, said the other man. Still unable to see anything, Harry heard a door open, then close, then the spinning began again. He closed his eyes this time, which saved him from getting an even worse headache. As the low rumbling signaled the stopping of the walls, Harry looked around, pulling the cloak down from around his head to give himself a better view. There were so many doors, and who knew where any of them led? He didn't even know where he came in from, which would certainly be an issue when he tried to leave. The dreams never went past the first door. He had no idea where to begin looking. "Well then," he said, wondering how to pick a door. "Where should I start?" As if the room were waiting for him to ask, a door to his left opened of its own accord. It was almost like the room said, "I dunno, how about here?" Sure, why not? Harry walked into a large rectangular room that looked like some kind of amphitheater, stone benches descending in rows down to the center, in which there was raised stone dais with the most ancient-looking stone archway in the center. A thin black veil hung across it, swaying slightly, though there was clearly no moving air to cause it. Covered by the cloak in case someone was there, Harry moved to the side until he could see the back of the archway, but there was no one there. Curious, he moved closer only to pull up sharply when he was about to step onto the dais. The archway was giving off an unsettling feeling that he could feel even through the cloak. A faint whispering permeated the air that surrounded the thing, as if there were people hiding just beyond the veil itself. Of course, this was impossible. There was no in there. His foot bumped a stone bench, making him look back in surprise. He backed away without even realizing it. There was no doubt that the archway was dangerous. Just a few seconds ago, he was oddly tempted to walk through it. Harry moved back up to the top of the room, going through a different door than the one he came in through. Room with the archway also had doors all around it at the top. How many rooms did the department even have? Who knew how large the place could potentially be? It was 5 random rooms later that Harry ran into people again. This room was filled with clocks. Filled with them, light dancing off of them at every angle. They were on every surface imaginable, from the walls to the handful of desks and bookshelves scattered around the room to even hanging from the ceiling, far out of reach, but still quite visible. Interestingly enough, they all ticked as one, a soft but very present sound. At the opposite end of the room, there was a large crystal bell jar that was giving off a great deal of the light that filled the room. He was intrigued, but at the moment something else grabbed his full attention. "I really don't understand why this was put here," said a man, circling something that Harry couldn't see. "This is the time room, you know." Wanting to get a closer look, he moved around a few of the desks into the open area, keeping to the edge, but now able to get a better view. It looked like a sort of wide circular well or small pond. The edges were made of what looked like smooth stone, and it was only about a foot high. The weird part was that inside the thing was what looked like a liquid of darkest black, though it perfectly reflected everything above it, even better than a mirror, if that was even possible. It felt more otherworldly than anything, like he was looking into a window. Harry's eyes widened as the man's companion walked around the opposite side of the pool, looking down at it in idle curiosity. She had no reflection. "Where else would you put the thing?" she said in curiosity, sitting on the lip of the wall, apparently not worried she would slip. She conjured a piece of parchment that crumpled itself up and fell into the pool, rippling the surface briefly as it passed into the pool and completely out of sight. "We've got nothing else like it. Put stuff in and it never comes out. You know, it has no depth. Space and time go together quite well, you know, and not just in science fiction. Besides, it looks pretty good here. If anything, the desks make no sense to me. Still on about that portal theory." "You read that muggle crap way too much," said the man. "For all you know, it just vanishes or obliterates whatever passes through it. You know, like a toilet or something. And besides, if it is a portal to Merlin knows where, then why not stick it with the other portal we've got stashed away? You know, the archway to hell. That's just a theory too," she said, getting back to her feet. The woman suddenly let out a snort of laughter. "Maybe we should propose making a room for things you shouldn't walk through if you ever feel like coming back. Merlin knows we've got a lot of that stuff hidden around here that no one understands. Maybe you should stop spending so much time thinking about work and let me take you out for once. Maybe if you were even the slightest bit romantic at all, I would." Harry watched the two bicker at each other as they left the room through the door he entered from. Making his way to the other end of the room, Harry found another door and without a thought moved into the next room. XX. What the? The place was cavernous, easily larger than any other room he knew of. It was completely filled by rows and rows of enormously tall wooden shelves that were holding things that gave off the same blue from the spinning room. Indeed, he could see torches against the walls and candles on the shelves, casting that same blue flame. The nearest row had the words 53 inscribed on a metal plate. He pulled the cloak off of his head, the better to see, wondering what he should do. He wasn't really any closer to figuring out what Voldemort could possibly want in the department, nor did he really come across anything that might look like the weapon that Sirius mentioned that one time. Sure, there were plenty of dangerous things here, but nothing that might actually harm Voldemort unless he was stupid enough to go walk through that veil or go swimming with those freakish brains he saw earlier. Shivering at the thought, Harry realized that the room he was currently in was actually quite cold. He cast a warming charm on himself before putting away his wand again, walking around in curiosity. The things on the shelves, and now that he was used to the light again he could actually see them better, were little glass orbs. Oh my, a floating head. Can I help you, young man? Harry immediately pulled his wand and turned, training it on the person who suddenly appeared behind him, his hand materializing out of air as it stuck out from the cloak. Dark eyes regarded him calmly behind golden-framed glasses. Despite having found a half-invisible intruder, the man was smiling pleasantly, but Harry knew better than to trust blindly. The man looked to be in his late 60s, though given how well witches and wizards aged, who could really tell? Harry regarded the man warily. How did he get behind him without him realizing it? Sure, his senses were pretty screwed up from all the magic in these rooms, but that didn't make him blind. There was no one nearby when he entered the room, and the man was right there in front of him now, plain as day. "Who are you?" he demanded, knowing full well that he was really in no position to ask such a thing. He was trespassing after all, in the Department of Mysteries no less. It's interesting, isn't it, how nearsighted being invisible can make a person? Harry scowled, feeling fairly annoyed. Hearing almost those precise words once in his life was quite enough, especially after both people completely got the drop on him. Well, the first time he was 11, but he didn't really think he had an excuse this time. "Now, there's no need to point wands," said the man, holding his empty hands out to show he meant no harm. "After all, I'd assume you're trying to keep a low profile, yes?" Harry hesitated for a moment before stowing his wand, still eyeing the man warily. "Much better. My name is Sven. I am the caretaker of the Hall of Prophecy. I rarely get guests down here, so I welcome you, Mr. Potter." "Never heard of it," he said, deciding to ignore the fact that the man knew his name. "Well, then again, when you had your calling card on your forehead." "Well, it's not exactly publicized, but no real secret either," said Sven with a shrug. "The hall is dedicated to keeping records of prophecies that are made around the world." He walked over to the shelves of one row, brushing a sturdy wooden shelf with a finger, though careful to avoid touching any of the orbs. Each orb is a different prophecy, made by someone to someone else, and regarding a third party, all of which is labeled beneath the stones. Prophecies. Harry moved close to one of the shelves, staring at the glass orbs which were reflecting the blue light that burned from the candles. "Every time I think magic can't surprise me, it goes and proves me wrong." Impulsively, he reached out to touch an orb, only to have a hand grab his wrist in a firm grip, stopping his fingers just short of the thing. "Do not touch them," said Sven sternly. "There is a powerful magic over the prophecies that prevent any but those that the prophecies refer to from removing them. Attempting to do so will kill you before you even manage to move it. Skin contact or no, it matters not. Even just touching one will bring you close. They're even impossible to manipulate magically, though extremely fragile. It makes guarding them rather redundant. Well, you couldn't get one down with, say, a stick. Knock it onto a pillow or something." Sven couldn't help but grin. A nice attempt, but there would be no point in the end. You wouldn't be able to touch it without killing yourself. The defenses are active so long as the party it has been made to has not claimed it first. One of the reasons I make sure not to accidentally knock any of them over. So, how do they get there if no one can touch them? No idea, they just appear. Harry looked at the man in confusion. "But I thought you ran this place." At this, Sven laughed. "Oh no, my boy, I am a caretaker. You could even go so far to call me a keeper. But it's still only a day job, and I am not the master of this hall. No one is." Harry had his mouth open, but was cut off by a very amused Sven. "You are quite inquisitive. Well, this is pretty amazing," he said, looking around again. "And they are from all over the world. How is that even possible?" "It is one of the many mysteries that surrounds the prophecies themselves," said Sven. It is my belief that because prophecies affect those they refer to no matter where they are in the world, it matters not where they are made in the first place. Sounds logical. An uncommon thing, with our world so based in the impossible. Harry just smirked. He got those thoughts at least once a day since starting at Hogwarts. Now tell me, continued Sven, regarding him shrewdly, what brings you here, to the Department of Mysteries? Well, curiosity mainly, he replied after a second. Sven raised his eyebrows and Harry gave a little cough. I guess I'm looking for something, but I'm not sure what it is. I'll know it when I see it, though, I hope. The last two words were mumbled to himself, but now Sven was looking intrigued. Are you? It's curious that you would end up here looking for something, when in fact there is already something here waiting for you to find it. It took Harry a few seconds to realize exactly what Sven must be talking about. His jaw dropped in shock. You mean there's one here about me? Indeed, said Sven with a nod. Row 97 at the far end. How on earth do you know something like that? Said Harry in surprise, still somewhat reeling at the fact that one of these glass orbs had something to do with him. Some names are quite a bit more high profile than others, Sven said with a shrug, and Harry found himself acquiescing. There was little to debate here. Can I see it, the prophecy about me? Of course, follow me. As they walked, Harry was lost in thought. So he'd come searching for something to do with Voldemort, but instead found a prophecy about himself. Well, what about Voldemort? Feeling there was really no harm in asking, he gave it a shot. You said you remember if there are ones for more notable people, right? Yes, that does narrow it down quite a bit. I was wondering, have there been any prophecies made about Voldemort? At the mention of the name, Sven didn't flinch, though he did frown heavily. No, there are no prophecies bearing that name. How about Tom Marvolo Riddle? At this, Sven regarded him in confusion. It's Voldemort's actual name. How interesting, said the man, scratching his short fuzzy beard. Though my answer is the same. There are plenty of prophecies made about Dark Lords, though. They fell back into silence for the remainder of the walk. It was not that long until they reached the proper row, walking through it until nearly the other end. Eventually, Sven stopped and pointed at an orb on a lower shelf. Beneath one of the orbs, on a small yellowish label affixed to the shelf, was a date from some 16 years previously, and below that, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Why is there a question mark next to my name? Harry asked finally, eyes locked on the words. Dark Lord. Who else could that be about? Well, that really only happens if the person it could be about isn't known about for certain, either at first or after, explained Sven. Meaning there were multiple people it could have referred to, but something happened that caused the prophecy to choose you. Harry absently rubbed his scar. Right, so do I just grab it? Yes, you can listen to it by tapping it with your wand while holding it. Sven gave a small cough and Harry turned to him. Would you like me to leave? I've no idea what this might say, so it could be rather personal. Harry just nodded. If you don't mind. He waited until Sven was out of earshot several meters away and still within his line of sight before looking once more at the prophecy. Reaching out, he hesitated a moment before taking the cool glass orb and removing it from its place. Now that it was off the shelf, he could tell that the thing had its own faint inner light. Pulling his wand, Harry tapped the orb once and held it out in front of him. At once, a ghostly white form rose up out of the orb. Harry gave a small start as he realized that it was a much younger-looking Professor Trelawney. She stared out into space and began to softly speak in a voice that Harry only heard once before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. There was silence for a long time when Trelawney finished speaking, fading from the air. Harry stared at the orb as Sven finally approached once more. His expression was a mix of concern and curiosity, but Harry ignored him. So this was it. What else could Voldemort possibly want from this secret-ridden department? But he must have known. Why else would he have? Dark Lords didn't hunt down year-old babies for kicks. Harry felt his fist tightening on the glass orb. Did the thing itself hold significance he wasn't aware of? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. He will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And Dumbledore's secret weapon. The thing that everyone was so maddeningly and unwittingly alluding to since the summer that was of the utmost importance. The thing that needed to be kept from harm's way. It was him, Harry James Potter. He didn't know whether to laugh or puke. Mr. Potter, Harry. Harry turned to Sven, regarding him with a cold glare. Was this really all just a coincidence? Why did you bring me here? I am so rarely presented with the opportunity to see a prophecy removed from the shelves, said Sven hesitantly. Harry just watched him with an unreadable expression. You're sure you don't know what this said? He demanded, raising the orb slightly. Of course not, Sven said earnestly. I've told you it would be impossible for me to know any of this. He seemed to be struggling with something. I have always believed that it would be better for a person to know rather than not. Wouldn't it only help a person live their life better? There was a long silence as Harry stared at the orb in his hand. It was so small, but why did it feel so heavy? I only want to help you, finished the keeper. Clearly events did not go as he hoped. It's all right, Sven, said Harry softly. I think somewhere I already knew what this would say. At least it's answered one of the biggest questions I've had about my life. The teen let out a small breath. I'm sorry, but I really need to be alone right now. Very well, the keeper said after a moment. I'll go. You made your way into this place undetected, so I'm sure you can get yourself out. No one other than myself, and the occasional researcher comes in here anyway. Take care of yourself, boy. Sven. The man paused. You're right. It's always better to know than not. Thank you, Harry. He listened in silence as Sven walked out of sight down the row and around the corner, his footsteps almost instantly fading into nothing. He stared at the prophecy for a few more seconds before raising it above his head and smashing it on the floor where it shattered into pieces. At once the white, smoky version of the younger Trelawney rose from the debris. I don't want to hear it again, you bat, he shot, kicking through her and dissipating the figure. Another wave of his wand vanished the pieces of glass all over the floor. And now, concentrating as hard as he possibly could, Harry focused on exactly what he needed and gave his wand a slow, compact wave, feeling the weight of a small object fall into his open palm. Opening his eyes, Harry saw that he was now holding a glass orb, indistinguishable from the one he just shattered, down to the very faint glow from within. He turned and placed it on the shelf in the only open space. The only difference now was that it had no dust on it like everything else around it, but that would change after some time. Not willing to move just yet, Harry shifted his invisibility cloak and pulled it around himself as he sank to the floor, gently leaning against the shelf. What should he do? Sitting there in silence, blue light flickering and glinting around him, Harry's mind drifted to where it often did when lost. Magic. It was literally so out of this world to a boy of 11 who knew nothing but the Dursleys and the miserable life he had with them. The power of miracles. It was precisely because it was so incredible that he believed he had a chance to start over, to get what he was denied his whole life. He entered the magical world filled with excitement and wonder, open to anything and everything that was around him. It made him smile at how naively eager he was that day, even to the point of giving his trust to adults and other children around him without much fear. But despite all the good, things began to close him off. Learning he was wildly famous was hard to deal with. He walked into his new life with almost everyone having some sort of pre-established opinion of him and an equally apparent expectation. Everyone seemed to know who he was better than he did himself. Still, he got used to it fairly quickly and dealt with whatever life threw at him as best he could. At least until the school found out he was a Parselmouth. To have so many turn on him like that was not something so easily forgotten nor forgiven. Suddenly the number of people that he was so open with was reduced to a handful. He slowly learned about Voldemort, his followers and their views, patching together bits of the mysterious events that surrounded his parents' murders. Eventually, he came face to face with the very man who ultimately caused him so much grief and those who supported him. He wasn't ready for it. Nothing could have prepared him for watching another student get so casually murdered before him, for being tortured by that curse, for having to fight for his very life while being toyed with. He felt like the grand new life that he was supposed to have begun didn't really get anywhere. Yes, he had a group of close friends, not to mention the handful of adults that meant a lot to him as well, but was that really the kind of progress he was looking for? Should he even have been expecting something more than that? Either must die at the hand of the other. Harry clenched his teeth so hard it was a wonder they didn't crack. Dumbledore, he knew. Who else had those initials and was around Trelawney as well? The prophecy was made to him, which in itself was actually probably a good thing. Dumbledore was in a good position to get the Potters to safety at the time. If not for Pettigrew, then possibly his parents would still be alive. But that wasn't what the issue was here. The prophecy said that if Voldemort was going to die, then Harry was going to be the one to do it. That much was perfectly clear, though technically then it should work the other way around. Is that why he was so lucky when it came to getting out of deadly situations? Ultimately, though, it came back to the same undeniable fact, no matter how he looked at it. If he had to face Voldemort eventually, shouldn't he have been getting ready for it for most of his life? Why was he sent to the Dursleys in the first place? Dumbledore was secretive and even manipulative at times, yes. Infuriatingly calm and always looking to see the good in even the worst people imaginable, sure. Occasionally badass, definitely, he'd give the man that. Weirdly obsessed with candy, too. But one thing he was not was stupid. Dumbledore had a reason for every damn thing he did, whether he shared it or not. Usually not. Harry just didn't know what it could be, and it drove him mad. Sighing, Harry stood up. He couldn't go back to Grimmauld Place now. No, there was somewhere else he needed to see. It's been a long time coming, he muttered, pushing himself to his feet. A long time indeed. Author's note. Chapter 11 done. A fic will generally do one of two things: make the prophecy important or make it unimportant. From there, the story will go in different directions. You can imagine the very different reactions that Harry would have between those two sides. I'd like to think that, as with most things, I've struck an appropriate balance. That said, here's the facts. They will face each other in the end. Nuff said. That's that. Review if you dare. Even if you don't dare, do it anyway. I'm sure you can guess where, but Harry's last stop before heading back to 12 Grim will be yes. 12, a hollow Christmas. Look, I know things aren't great. I'm not right yet, I know that. But for 12 years all I had was a cell and my own misery. I'll never forget the look on your father's face the day you were born. Can you really blame me for dreaming a bit? Sirius Black to Harry Potter, Mirror Call, mid-December 1995. Tilda Chapter 12. A Hollow Christmas. Tilda, Godric's Hollow. Watch your step now. Harry stepped down onto the snow-covered road, feeling uneasy. The bang of the night bus disappearing quickly gave way to the peaceful calm of the small village around him. It was quaint, snow-covered cottages surrounding him, not a soul outside but himself. The street lamps cut through the growing darkness, combining with the lights from the windows of the houses to fill the area with a soft glow. He pulled out his wand and held it flat on his palm. Point me. The wand spun once before pointing to his left. He made his way slowly down the street, looking around and repeating the spell to make sure he was on the right track. Eventually, he came upon what looked like an obelisk carved with names, likely a memorial to something. However, when he got close to it, the obelisk suddenly changed. Harry froze as a statue of a man and woman who were holding a baby materialized before him. Their faces were cheerful, gazing out over the square in eternal silence. He really had no idea what to make of this. It wasn't real. Everything that statue could possibly stand for wasn't real. Scowling slightly, Harry repeated the point me spell, continuing down the road. It didn't take long before he reached his destination. He could feel the wards that surrounded the building, though it looked like any old home surrounded by an overgrown hedge from where he stood in the street. Stepping closer, he watched as the cottage changed drastically, causing him to breathe in sharply. The home looked like it existed in two separate times. The front and first floor of the place was almost perfectly intact. A little further back, however, was a gaping hole in the second floor, clearly blown out from the inside. At the threshold of the premises, Harry noticed a sign that was affixed to the gate. On this spot, on the night of 31 October 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. So no one's been living here after all. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the gate open and walked onto the path. He had a sudden vision of Voldemort doing this exact thing all those years ago. walking the path exactly as he was doing now, intending to murder a family of 3. He shook his head slightly and pushed the front door open. Lamps flickered into life with a magical luminescence, as if having sensed the presence of a person in the room. The main room of the downstairs painted a very different picture than the almost normal one outside. He was standing in the remains of what was clearly a very fast but heated duel. Furniture was all over the place, broken, and in some places still half transfigured into something else. A number of metal rods were sticking out of one wall like spears. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust. Considering that his mother wasn't able to escape, it was incredible how much damage was done in such a short amount of time. Only one spot in the room was unmarked by battle, the area leading to the staircase at the back of the room. Harry realized that his father likely died right there, fighting as hard as he could to save his family. The kitchen was small but well kept, despite the war that raged in the adjacent room. The only evidence that anything happened here were the other ends of the metal spikes that were sticking through the wall. Opposite the kitchen was a locked room that turned out to be a study once he managed to get into it. Alohomora didn't work, and even when he tried to use a small reductor curse on the doorknob, it just shrugged it off. Feeling frustrated, he snapped at it in Parseltongue, and the door obligingly clicked open. Of course you would, wouldn't you? Harry entered the neatly kept study. There were a number of small bookshelves lining the walls, ending at a desk which had a number of old papers and a few empty envelopes on it. Curious, Harry picked up the first one and read it. Tunny, hey sis, how are you? I know it's been a while since we last talked, but I just wanted you to know I was thinking about you. I do wish we weren't forced to hide like this. I've never liked cages, as you well know, and as wonderful as this cottage is, it is still a cage. At least Harry has been such a joy to be with. How is Dudley, by the way? Has he started talking yet? James and I can't get Harry to shut up, not that we want him to, of course. He's so bright. We think that Siri keeps trying to teach him new words when we aren't looking. Thank God he comes by when he can, otherwise I'd probably go spare from not seeing anyone. I haven't seen Remus in a while, and even Peter seemed to drop off the map. It's hard to believe those 4 used to be inseparable. Once this is all over, I'd like to get together with you. I know we never really got along as changed. Mum and Dad passing away made things even harder, but we're both mothers now, and you still are my sister. Even if you can be as dry as sandpaper with a pinecone halfway up your ass. With love, Lily. Harry sat down in the desk chair as he reread the letter, a letter written by his mother. He traced the L with his finger before placing the letter back on the table, shuffling through the papers with a mixture of excitement and anxiousness. There were a couple more letters written mainly by his mother, though there was one by his father that was intended for Professor McGonagall. Apparently they were much closer than she ever let on. Gathering it all together, he shrunk every piece of parchment he found, stuffing it all into a pocket. He would read them all in more detail later. The bottommost drawer held something different, a well-worn book with no title. Curious, Harry propped it up in his lap and opened it to some place in the middle. The book was actually letters, collected and bound together into one place, likely magically. Unlike the scattered ones on the desk, however, these letters were all to and from the same people. To save, love, Lily. Who's save? He found himself asking, flipping through the pages at random. The dates on the letters, if he was calculating this properly, would put them from during his mother's last couple years at Hogwarts until 1981. To have written so many letters and have them all here, did she never send them? Curiosity getting the better of him, Harry turned back to the first page. It was dated the beginning of June, 1976. Unlike all the other letters, this one wasn't to save. No, this one was to Severus Snape, you stupid, idiotic, tactless, ungrateful. Harry's voice fell away as the list of insults went on and on. He skipped that part entirely and picked back up where the actual letter was written. Save why? Why do you have to be so damn stupid? And don't give me that look. I know you're doing it anyway. All that pureblood pride stuff that your other friends surround you with is poisoning you. I know you don't believe in any of it, so why do you have to say stuff like that? And to me of all people, we're best friends for God's sake. I've known you my whole life. I was only trying to help you too. You think I was actually on the side of that ass Potter? He's the most arrogant, selfish bastard I know. Him and his friends can go to hell for all I care. Ah, he makes me so angry. Harry blinked as the next few words devolved into what were clearly furious scribbles of pent-up anger. Words continued in a much more controlled manner shortly after. Everything is just so frustrating right now. I want to forgive you, and I know I will after a few days, but right now I'm still really mad at you, so don't be surprised if I don't talk to you between classes for a bit. Anyway, it's almost the end of the year. We'll be back home soon for the summer, and I promise you that we'll straighten this stupid mess out. And I'm sorry for what I said back to you outside. That was rude of me, even though I had a good reason to be upset. Love, with a scowl, but still love, Lily. Best friends. Knew each other their whole lives. What the actual fuck? His mother, Lily Evans, was best friends with Severus Snape during her time at Hogwarts and knew him even before that. What was more, she somehow, though Harry really had no idea considering what he just read, got married to Snape's most hated enemy right out of school and had a child with him. How had this never come up? Sirius and Remus obviously knew, and he'd bet his trust Dumbledore did too. Of course, there was nary a peep from any of them on the matter. No, the only stories he got told were happy ones of his mother and father that at this point he couldn't help but question even more. His mom and Snape were best friends. How would Ron put this? Merlin's saggy tits. Yeah, something like that. He skimmed through the next handful of letters, now more interested than anything to see where this was going. As she expected, Lily's anger abated by the time the school year concluded, though she wasn't able to speak with him yet. Snape also apparently wasn't around home that summer either. Slowly, the letters turned more into a sort of small diary at random points. Harry only got a little into the summer before he stopped, closing the book and stowing it away. It didn't really feel right reading all of it. Even though his mother wrote it, the letters weren't to him to begin with. Maybe if he ever felt like ending his life prematurely, he'd ask Snape about it all. Running over the desk to make sure he didn't miss anything, he found a small drawer under the desk that he pulled forward to find three things bound together: two leather-bound journals and an envelope with a single word written on the front. Harry. So they did write something, he muttered. Everything else that happened up to this point was instantly forgotten. In a sense, he was relieved. Beyond relieved. He always wanted something of the sort, but it never made any sense for his parents to have written him a letter. Why would they have been expecting to die? The revelation of the prophecy changed everything. There was no doubt as to why they specifically went into hiding. Now here in his hands was something he never imagined would actually exist. He looked around at the room, wanting to stay longer, but he knew it wouldn't do well for him to linger here more than he meant to. Only a tight rein on his emotions was keeping him moving in the first place. Returning to the main room, Harry made his way up the staircase, the air growing distinctly colder the higher he got. There were 3 rooms, apart from the bathroom, on the second floor. The closest was a guest room, judging from its lack of anything personal. The one directly next to it on his left was his parents' room. Harry perused the room in interest. There was a small picture of the 3 of them on one of the side tables, as well as one of a baby Harry and a big black dog, playing in front of his parents. He took them both, placing them in a pocket. He would fit them in the album he had. The remaining room told the tale of what happened, as well as the living room downstairs. His former bedroom was, apart from the gaping hole in the wall, mostly untouched. There was some light damage from whether that was forceful enough to make a mark through whatever wards protected the house, but still, the room was neat and orderly. He could clearly see his mother standing directly between him and the crib where the 1-year-old version of himself sat, unaware of the danger before them. It was strange how he remembered this encounter. Like an imprint of a film, he could see it from his point of view and also from Voldemort's. A strange memory that was awakened by the dementors in his 3rd year, created by the dark part of his mind. Yet he knew that it was accurate, though it was impossible to explain why. His memory told him that Voldemort actually told her to stand aside and not killed her on sight. That in itself made no sense to him. What was the life of a single woman to him, and a muggle-born at that? One who defied him a number of times, but he told her to stand aside, and she did not. She begged him for her death in exchange for his life, and she was murdered right before his uncomprehending eyes in a flash of green. Voldemort moved to the right of the crib, by where the wall was missing, likely to have a clear path between him and his target. The rest was history. Harry leaned on the wall near the edge of the hole, looking back into the town. Mainly he could see houses, but a little ways away a church dominated the dark sky, next to which was what looked like a graveyard. He glanced back at the spot his mother was struck down and back at the graveyard. He was never told where they were buried. It was just another item on the list of things that no one ever talked about. Did people think it wasn't important? That he wouldn't want to see them? Perhaps that he would be too weak to handle it, or that he had enough going on with his life as it was. Did the word closure mean anything to anyone? A creaking to his right drew his attention to the edge of the hole he was holding on to. Well, subconsciously trying to crush at least. He let go slowly, allowing some feeling to return to his hand. Not wanting to walk through the house again, Harry dropped out of the second-story hole to the ground, casting a cushioning charm at the ground to keep himself from getting injured. He glanced back at the house once more before making his way back into the streets, where the ruin returned to looking like just another house. He doubted he would ever return there again. It took him only a few minutes to reach the graveyard. He hopped over the low stone wall and gazed at the closest tombstone. It read a woman's name that he didn't recognize, though she died over 50 years past. Harry began moving through the rows one by one, reading the names on the tombstones. He was a little way in before he received his first shock. Dumbledore. Harry leaned in quickly. The name jumped out at him the moment he laid eyes on it. Kendra Dumbledore, 1855-1899. Ariana Dumbledore, 1885-1899, he read. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. He stood up and leaned back on the balls of his feet. Great, more mysteries. Because honestly, how many Dumbledore families were there? He moved on, glancing back once more as he left the two Dumbledore's graves. The next grave that drew his eye was one that looked ancient. It was worn away greatly, and only the name Ignatus was legible. However, what was truly different about this grave was that it bore a strange marking. An equilateral triangle that had a circle inscribed inside of it, which had a vertical line splitting the entire thing in half. He filed it away to ask Hermione about later. Considering that there weren't just muggles buried here, it might be something magical. Finally, at long last, Harry found it. His parents had a white marble headstone that looked well enough cared for. Under their names he read the line, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry sat down on the ground in front of the headstone. He shivered suddenly, in a way that had nothing to do with the cold around him. It was hard, seeing them like this. Really hard. He was expecting them to be here, but at the same time he wasn't. Some part of him still felt that they were somehow floating around somewhere, keeping an eye on him or something equally childish. This was so very final. Plus, it wasn't every day that a person just happened upon the grave of his parents. He felt so unprepared. His throat caught. This wasn't right. They should be here. Here with him, not under there where he couldn't reach them. Swallowing, he looked back at the names. What should he say? Should he say anything? It wasn't as if they could hear him. He cleared his throat and tried again. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to come visit you both. No one told me about this place. How? Harry broke off again, feeling like a fool. How have you been? Really, it was slow at first, his somewhat random rambling, but eventually it became a stream so continuous there was barely any indication where each thought stopped and the next began. About anything that came to mind. Quidditch classes, even his stupid girl issues, and finally his apparent fate. The minutes ticked by and eventually his voice died off, leaving him staring longingly at the engraved names. Eventually he just leaned forwards, resting his head against the cold marble. Damn, he mumbled, stinging eyes shut tight. Suddenly the church bells rang lightly. Their melody was slurred but soothing. He checked his watch and saw that it was midnight. Had he really been sitting there for that long? Merry Christmas, Mum, Dad. He cast another warming charm on himself and then pulled out the invisibility cloak. After putting up a simple alarm ward around himself, he covered himself with the cloak and leaned back against the headstone. He knew he wasn't the safest here. He knew it was still cold and he was in a graveyard. But still, perhaps he'd spend at least a part of his Christmas with his parents, even if only in spirit. Roman 20, Harry awoke to a sore back, but otherwise felt refreshed. There was blue sky above him, and the ground was covered in white. He could hear the sound of worshippers in the church next to the graveyard, as well as some merriment coming from the streets. Clearly Godric's Hollow was a pleasant place on Christmas Day. He checked his watch to find it was nearly 10. He should get back to Grimmauld Place. No doubt everyone was worried about his disappearance. Keeping under the cloak, Harry bade his parents a goodbye with a promise to visit them more. Before he left, however, he conjured some flowers to leave at the head of the grave, an action that he repeated at the Dumbledore grave as well. Well, why not? With this taken care of, he gave a short twist, vanishing with a small pop. True to his word, Sirius put apparition into his training that previous summer, and he practiced it in excess, uncomfortable as it was, reducing the gunfire like crack to something far more reasonable. With a bit more work, he might even be able to get rid of the small pop. Seconds later, he was closing the door of 12 Grimmauld Place behind him. "Harry," said Sirius, looking relieved as he swept him into a hug. "You didn't answer my mirror calls, and I got worried when you didn't come back last night. Tonks said you'd be all right, but still, it was Christmas Eve, you know." "Sorry, Sirius," said Harry apologetically. "I wasn't exactly in the right state to talk to anyone last night. I was in Godric's Hollow." Sirius froze at the name. "Did you see them?" he asked finally, looking sad. "Yeah," confirmed Harry. "I honestly didn't know they were there until I stumbled onto the grave. It wasn't the best way to find out." "Damn, I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have arranged for you to go see them as soon as you could," he said at once. "It's okay, Sirius, it wasn't your responsibility." "It was," he insisted. "I haven't been there in a while. I visited James and Lily right after the dementor incident at the end of your third year. Promised them I'd look after you like I should have." "You are," Harry reassured him. "Where is everyone?" he asked, looking around. "Have they gone to visit Mr. Weasley?" "No, they're planning it for the late afternoon," said Sirius. "Everyone's in the sitting room messing around with their presents. You obviously haven't opened any of yours, so get on in there. Hermione's parents are here as well. They showed up with her 2 days ago." "Sirius, It's all right," he interrupted, putting a hand on his shoulder. "No one blames you, and Hermione gave them all a lecture the moment she found out what happened. I'm sure she's got one for you too, but she's at least got the sense not to do it in a room full of people." Harry chuckled a bit at this. "You said her parents are here." "Yeah, she brought them along so they could better meet her friends and their families. Dumbledore gave us another one of those secret keeper papers for them to read." "Anyway, time to go mingle and open presents," said Sirius, ushering Harry towards the sitting room. "The Lord Potter," he announced loudly before walking in behind him. "Harry," came the startled cry from around the room. He was almost immediately crushed by a Hermione hug. "Where have you been? We've been worried sick." "Sorry, I just needed some alone time," he said at once, looking around at the others apologetically. "I had to straighten some things out." "About bloody time you got back," said Ron, throwing something at him which he caught reflexively behind Hermione's back. "A present. Been waiting all morning for you." Harry grinned. It was exactly the kind of greeting he needed from his friend. "Well, I'm here, so go on then," he said, motioning to the gift in the boy's lap. As Ron tore into his gift, he returned his attention to Hermione. "We'll talk later," she said softly into his ear before hooking his arm and pulling him off in one direction. "Come say hello and don't run off." Well, he supposed he deserved that one. Roman 20, Harry. Back here. Tonks blinked as her eyes adjusted to the low light of the basement. Harry disappeared downstairs shortly after having Christmas dinner with everyone else, claiming exhaustion. Considering everything that was going on lately, no one could blame him for wanting a little extra sleep, and they let him go without question. Of course, after spending so much time with him, Tonks knew better. Something was bothering him greatly. She could see it in his posture and in his eyes when he didn't realize that she was looking. Harry was laying back on one of the couches, eyes focused on something in his hands that he was holding in front of his face. As Tonks sat down beside him, he glanced at her but made no other movement. "What's that?" she asked, nodding to the envelope. "Letter to me from my parents. I found it in my parents' old house last night." He looked back at her. "You know, in Godric's Hollow. Is that where you were all this time?" "Kind of. Do you want me to go?" Harry just shrugged. "Well, anyway," she said, crossing her arms, "I just wanted to make sure you were all right. You didn't fool me upstairs. I think I know you well enough to tell when you're in a rut." "I suppose you do," he said after a second, putting the envelope on the coffee table. "I'll be honest, I'm afraid of what might be in there." Tonks was silent for a minute before responding, her expression softening a bit. "I can at least think of 3 words. Anything else really is just a bonus." Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Nim." "Any time, Harry," she said, running a hand through his hair a bit. "I'm going up to bed. If you need to chat about anything, just come and knock." "Right, good night." She gave a short wave and left, closing the door softly behind her. Harry sighed heavily as soon as she left. A part of him wanted her to stay, but he knew that he needed to be alone for this. Taking a deep breath, he opened the envelope and pulled out the folded parchment. "I really do hate James sometimes." Harry sat up so fast that the envelope resting on his chest went flying onto the floor. "Don't get me wrong, I love him to death, but there are times where that old Pratt Potter shines through and I want to wallop him one." "I'm sorry, Harry. I promise I'll convince him to stop being such an idiot about this." He was against the idea of this letter to begin with, going on about giving up. "So I'm doing it without him knowing. Not like he can get in the study if I don't want him to. If you're reading this, and God, I hope you aren't, then we lost. Still, if you are reading this, then it means you survived, so we did at least something right. James and I might not agree on much, but one thing we do is that you are the most important thing in either of our lives. Staying locked up to keep you from being attacked was something we agreed was worth the sacrifice. We only ever see Sirius at the house, though Dumbledore visits every once in a while. Otherwise, I just spend most of my day with you, not that I'm complaining there. You're so cute, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to hurt you to begin with. You can be a pain, though. Running all over the place and getting into trouble. You'll understand when you have a child one day." Harry reread the paragraph, almost not believing what was in it. It was just rambling nonsense, most of it at any rate. The lines that followed flowed in the same way, but he could see the clear marks of magical erasing and rewriting that happened over and over. Losing patience, he skipped right to the last paragraph near the bottom. "I'll admit this letter probably looks weird. I've been coming back to it over weeks and weeks. I just don't know what else to say. It all seems so insignificant considering what this is supposed to be. Well, what else is there to say other than I love you with all my heart, and nothing will ever change that. Not prophecies, not Voldemort, not death, not anything. You are the brightest little bundle of sunshine I will ever know. Anything you do with your life will make me proud of you, so follow your heart and achieve your dreams. I love you, Harry." "Your mother, Lily. Well, at least you got there," he said with a small smile, feeling better now that he's seen what he needed. It quite easily turned into a scowl as he turned the paper over to find it blank. There were no other papers from the envelope either. Unlike my dear father. Apparently his mother wasn't able to convince him to write something before they were killed. Harry dropped the letter onto the coffee table, leaning back onto the couch. "Love you too, Dad." There was a low click as the door to the basement was opened slowly before it was latched once again. Harry. He knew who it was. Even without hearing her voice, he'd have known. Steady footsteps brought the familiar presence closer. "Are you all right? Tonks told me I should check up on you." Harry glanced at her before returning his gaze to the ceiling. Nim, always doing whatever she pleased without asking, even though she was clearly worried enough to send Hermione down despite his desire to be alone. "Hey, what's wrong?" Harry felt the couch sag slightly as she sat beside him. A small gasp told him she's finally noticed the letter. "Oh, Harry," she said softly. "I'm fine, Hermione," he said instantly, meeting her eyes for a second before closing them and getting more comfortable. "Do you mind if I stay?" she asked. Harry just shrugged, though he moved further into the couch to give her more room. "Thanks." Roman 20, the days after Christmas, saw a fairly subdued group of people staying at Grimmauld Place. Still normal, but certainly lacking the usual energy that permeated the house. Hermione spent some time with her parents, though she mainly buried herself in safe books from the Black Library. The Weasleys were about as normal as they ever were. Ron lazed about and played chess. Ginny wrote letters to her friends and read. The twins vanished to work on their next project, and Mrs. Weasley meandered about, doing the meals and cleaning occasionally. The only thing that really disrupted their daily activities was that they all visited Mr. Weasley at St. Mungo's every day after lunch. Harry joined them the first time, but declined the others, not particularly wanting to mingle any more than he had to. Still, he didn't isolate himself completely. He spent time with them all, particularly Hermione and Tonks when she was there, sometimes talking, sometimes just appreciating their company. They both had soothing effects on him. To keep himself busy, he took to practicing his apparition. It wasn't too time demanding, considering he'd already known how to apparate for months, and now he just took to practicing to make as little sound as possible whenever he did it. He was determined to get it down to nothing. The twisting motion was also damn annoying. Could he get rid of that as well? And then, as New Year's slowly approached, Harry found something else to occupy his time, watching the Marauders map. Well, more specifically, a couple of dots on the map. Surprised you don't actually know that spell. It goes with your personality so well, you know. Sticks and stones, Potter, said Daphne, though there was no heat behind it at all. Harry just chuckled. He knew that working one-on-one with the raven-haired Slytherin would be entertaining. Joking aside, I think it's a good spell to know. Would you like me to teach it to you? Just give me a second, let me think, she said, looking at her wand. She sat on one of the boxes that were scattered about the immediate area. With it being their last session before break, she wanted to be absolutely sure she was using the short tutoring session the best way she could. Sure. Harry took the opportunity to look around at the rest of the students. Everyone was coming along nicely. People were mainly working on stunning, though some were taking breaks and watching the others. His eyes fell on Cho's back. Her hair danced about as she dodged left and right, avoiding stinging hexes from Marietta while returning fire. A little while passed by with him spacing out like this before he realized what he was doing and turned back to Daphne, who was watching him quietly. Sorry, you ready? Are you going to ask her? Harry coughed slightly. What? Daphne gave him a flat look. Don't play around, Potter, you know what I mean, she replied. Harry considered the Slytherin before him for a moment. It's not like they were really anything closer than acquaintances with a little student teacher mixed in, but Daphne was comfortable somehow. Sometimes it was just easier to talk to someone you didn't know that well, he figured. I guess so, he finally admitted, glancing back at Cho for a moment. Daphne had an odd expression on her face. If he had to put a word to it, she looked frustrated. What are you waiting for then? She said. You know she's more than a little interested in you. I know you aren't blind. This has been going on for months now. So stop dragging it out and ask her. You can't blame me for being nervous. I've never done this before, he said quickly, feeling disgruntled. She made it sound like asking a girl out was no big deal. A Gryffindor not wanting to take the charge. I'm speechless. That was rather wordy for being speechless, Harry said dryly. Well, you'll never find out if you don't actually do it. Harry watched her, feeling a mix of confusion and annoyance. Since when did you care so much? Daphne just gave him a nonplussed look. It's maddening watching you two around each other, you realize that, right? Not to mention Tracy brings it up every time she sees you in the same place, so there goes me just trying to ignore it. Harry just shook his head. Who would have thought I'd see the day when Daphne Greengrass was encouraging me to do anything apart from putting my wand somewhere unpleasant? Whatever, Potter. What about you? Daphne raised her eyebrows. What? I'm being open with you. Daphne watched him for a few seconds in silence. I'm not all that into the dating scene, she said finally. And before you say anything, I only went out with Malfoy because it would have been bad for me to reject him up front, and I didn't give myself an out when he asked. At least afterward, I could say I wasn't interested. Have other guys asked you out before? He posed, now curious. A few, she said with a shrug. Sounds like you weren't that impressed. No, I have difficulty liking guys who don't have the slightest interest in me to begin with other than that I have a pretty face. This time it was Harry's turn to raise his eyebrows. What? She said slightly defensively. I'm not stupid. I know I'm not ugly. Unable to stop himself, Harry let out a small snort. Immediately Daphne scowled at him. You disagree? No, no, he said quickly, shaking his head. Focus on that attitude of yours, and you'd be the perfect catch, I reckon. Daphne narrowed her eyes at him for a few seconds before smirking, leaning back a bit in her seat. Never thought I'd see the day that the boy who lived would be complimenting me on my looks, she said. She had a highly pleased look on her face. Certainly not one he'd seen her wear before. Perfect sounds nice, even coming from you. Harry looked at her in confusion before he realized that he indirectly said she looked perfect. Feeling embarrassed, he refocused on Cho again. So you think she'll say yes? Not unless you actually ask her instead of just thinking about it, said Daphne, her voice regaining that edge of impatience. You're a Gryffindor, aren't you? If you're interested in a girl, just ask her out. Now quit thinking about her and focus where you should be. I want to get this spellwork down before the end of the meeting. Yes, Daphne was an existence he wasn't really too sure about. Tracy, on the other hand, "Hey, mate, Dumbledore's here. He wants to talk to you." Harry was jolted out of his thoughts to see Ron standing in the doorway, arms filled with clean robes. "Really? About what?" Ron just shrugged, turning to leave. "No idea. He's waiting down in the kitchen." As Ron walked off, Harry sat back, wondering what he should do. He'd go and see what the headmaster wanted, definitely, but he wasn't sure exactly how he'd react when he saw the man. Harry was already fairly annoyed with his abrupt lack of communication, as well as ours. He was trying to limit his movements outside of Hogwarts. But that was peanuts compared to the prophecy, and he still didn't know exactly how he felt about all that either. Harry shook his head and slapped his cheeks a couple times to make himself feel more awake. There was no point worrying about something like this. Sometimes it was good to plan and think. Other times it was better to follow the unofficial motto of Gryffindor: "Screw it, just do it." "Harry, it's good to see you. How have you been?" asked Dumbledore as the boy entered the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. The headmaster was sitting at the table with a cup of something faintly giving off steam. Sirius leaned against a counter off to one side, while Mrs. Weasley was busying herself by the rear of the kitchen. Remus was at the far end of the table with his feet up, apparently napping. "You wanted to see me, Professor," he said shortly, making both Mrs. Weasley and Sirius give him looks, though neither said anything. Remus remained with his eyes closed, though his nose twitched ever so slightly. All right, so he wasn't shouting at the man. Cool, that still didn't mean he was going to be on his best behavior. "To the point, then," said Dumbledore with an accepting nod. "Have you had any other instances like the one with Nagini?" "No, it's been normal," he replied. "Good." As you have no doubt concluded, there is a clear connection between you and Voldemort that goes beyond what we truly understand. Harry nodded. If you are able to connect with him, then consequently he should be able to do the same to you. Obviously, this is a less than ideal situation, particularly because he is far more versed in mind arts than any of us are. "What if I could use the connection to get information for the Order?" Harry asked. It was one of the few pros he came up with for the connection even being there. It could give us an edge. Very true, however. At present you have no way of controlling that connection, nor do you know that if you were to observe something, that Voldemort wouldn't be aware of it, and instead use it to give us false information. We can't risk him manipulating any of us. Harry shrugged. Dumbledore had a point. "So what did you want?" Harry asked. The way Dumbledore was acting since the summer, for him to be here talking to him in person meant that he probably wanted something that Harry himself wouldn't like. "While there are many things I might want, Harry, I understand that forcing people to do things just because it might seem like the right course of action won't always work. I'm merely here to offer you a choice." Harry blinked. "Well, that was a bit unexpected." "All right, so what is it?" "I wish for you to learn occlumency," said Dumbledore. "Considering everything that is happening, as well as what you will face, I believe it to be the best course of action at this point." "That's not a bad idea," said Harry, mulling it over. Occlumency would be fantastic to learn, knowing it would do nothing but benefit him. Of course, there was the still unspoken but inevitable catch. "I thought so as well," agreed Dumbledore with a smile. "However, the level that you would need to achieve as well our time frame presents us with a small dilemma. In fact, there are a very small number of people who could actually teach you to such a degree. If it were a matter of just pure occlumency that allowed a person to teach effectively, then it wouldn't be as problematic, however. The fast track, as they would say, requires the teacher to be more than adept at legilimency." Dumbledore let out a small sigh. "In other words, the only person capable of teaching you is Professor Snape." "Snape?" shot Sirius in shock. "You want to put Harry and that greasy-haired cauldron head in a room together for occlumency training?" Dumbledore seemed unaffected by the level of serious voice, despite the proximity. He just turned to face the man with a small smile. "Is there something wrong, Sirius?" "Is there? Of course there is. He hates Harry, you know that." Severus knows better than to allow his personal opinions to affect his work," said Dumbledore, clearly amused by Sirius' reaction. "That is without a doubt the biggest piece of bull I've ever heard you say, ever. Guys, despite what you might think of him, Severus has never let me down, nor do I ever expect him to. All right, am I the only one here who gets how ridiculous this? Serious." The man cut off as Harry slapped the table to get his attention. "Enough. The headmaster said that I'd have a choice." "Indeed I did. I am well aware of your opinions for each other. Good, said Sirius, looking a little smug. There's no way that I'll do it. Sirius just looked at Harry in a deadpan before walking around the table to where he was and grabbing him by the shoulders. All right, who are you and what have you done with my godson? Sometimes you need to sacrifice one thing to get something else. Harry thought he caught a flash of something on Dumbledore's face, but passed it off as a trick of the light. Honestly, I stand to gain a lot more than I could ever possibly lose, so why not? And it was true. An opportunity to learn occlumency from anyone was a great thing, but this also solved an issue that he had yet to find a solution to. As he recently discovered, Snape and his mother were best friends. He didn't bring this up with either Sirius or Remus, not wanting any information that they might have to be potentially colored by their opinion of Snape himself. Still, Harry had absolutely no idea how he'd be able to ask him about his mother without being thrown out on his ass. They barely tolerated each other in class, so the idea of the man sitting down and becoming nostalgic for his least favorite student was laughable. Here, Dumbledore inadvertently provided Harry with exactly what he needed. There was no way he'd say no. "Are you sure about this?" said Sirius with a frown. Harry nodded. "Well, I won't stop you, but I'll wish you luck. If he gives you any problems, feel free to curse him. You know, some good ones now." "I doubt that it will ever come to that," said Dumbledore. He was watching Harry with something that looked a bit like pride, though the surprise was certainly there as well. "I must say I didn't expect you to agree so readily." Harry gave Dumbledore a hard look. "You should know, Professor, that I don't trust you right now like I used to." However, Harry paused, his expression shifting to something a tad more disgruntled. "I still do trust you, as crazy as I think it might be at times. I can only hope to be more deserving of that trust in the future." Harry just rolled his eyes. It was such a Dumbledore thing to say. "Was there anything else?" he asked, to which Dumbledore shook his head. "All right, I'm heading back to the library then." At the door, though, he paused. "Before I go, though, I just wanted to know, is there anything you need to tell me, Headmaster?" Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. "Anything at all." Dumbledore let out a small breath, running a hand through his long beard as he looked at the ceiling. "Indeed there is, Harry. We have a great many things to discuss. However, it is not quite the time yet. Soon we shall talk, I promise you." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Harry closed his eyes for a moment before looking back to the headmasters, and for the first time Dumbledore felt as though Harry were almost looking through him. "All right. Until then." Harry turned and left the kitchen, the door shutting quietly behind him. Everyone was watching Dumbledore uneasily. The man himself, however, kept his gaze on the door, a mix of emotions on his face ranging from tiredness to satisfaction. "Until then." Roman 20, thanks for coming. Target lunch with me, Harry, and the tea as well. I appreciate the visit. Of course, Hagrid, always happy to drop by. It was the day after New Year's. Feeling the urge to get away from Grimmauld Place, Harry sent Hedwig to Hagrid, who wrote back immediately that he would love to see him. They ended up having lunch at the Three Broomsticks, where they were actually joined by the buxom Rosmutter while she took a small break, followed by tea at his home on the grounds. It seemed that this year in particular Hagrid was dealing with some increased nastiness in the Forbidden Forest, as he often still had visible injuries, though nothing like he did when he first came back. The half-giant told Harry that creatures were getting restless lately, and to be extra careful when out in the open, particularly near the forest. "Well, now what?" Harry mused as he began heading back up to the castle. While visiting Hagrid was planned, he'd forgotten that if he ended up on the grounds, he'd actually have no way of easily getting off them by himself. One of the secret passageways off the grounds likely was his best option, as annoying as it might be, or he could just stay at the school. In the end, it didn't really matter much. Pausing in the snow, Harry pulled out the Marauders map. The castle was practically empty, except for the professors and a handful of students. His eyes caught two familiar darts down by the lake, Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. It only took him a second before he was off, heading out across the snow-covered grounds. XX, are you sure nothing's wrong?" Daphne glanced over at her best friend before letting out a small sigh. She turned back to her current task at hand, throwing snowballs as far as she could onto the frozen lake. It was oddly satisfying. "Tracy, how many times are you going to ask that?" she said, letting the snowball sail. It made a nice arch before meeting its end on the ice in a small spray of snow. I dunno, probably a couple more until you stop being so grumpy. No, frustrated. No, annoying. Yes, you are now. Would you stop that? Shot Tracy, making Daphne grin slightly. You just seem impatient lately. Maybe I am, she replied with a shrug. I could say the same to you, though. Tracy frowned but said nothing in return. Instead, she scooped a small handful of snow and joined her friend, winding up and giving the snowball a hurl. It flew quite a bit further than Daphne's before dropping with an equally snowy explosion. Show off. She cast about for something to talk about and landed on the one thing she'd actively been avoiding for days. So, do you think he did it? Did who do what? Tracy allowed herself a moment of Daphne's nonplussed face before continuing. Of course, he may not be a prejudiced Gryffindor, but he still is a Gryffindor. Didn't sound so confident when I was talking to him. What a great friend to give the guy a pep talk. Oh, shut up. This time it was Tracy's turn to hide a smile. Sure, Daphne sounded indifferent to it all, but she changed from the beginning of the school year. They both did. If someone told them on the Hogwarts Express that they would eventually be regularly spending time with members of the other three houses while working together on anything, forget about the fact that Harry Potter would be teaching them, then they would have laughed themselves sick. That wasn't even counting how much her opinion of the Gryffindor changed personally as well. Well, if they have started dating, then that's going to start a whole new wave of gossip. Just what the school needs, said Daphne. More talk about Potter. Yeah, Tracy seemed to hesitate for a moment before starting again. Hey, do you think, Harry? Do I what? No, it's him, said Tracy quickly, pointing behind her friend. Sure enough, heading directly for them was none other than the boy who lived, who, seeing that they finally noticed him, gave them a wave. Tracy waved back automatically. What is he doing here? Said Daphne in confusion, brushing her hands free of snow. Didn't he go home? I thought so too. Half a minute later, the Gryffindor was knocking snow off his pants in front of them. Hey, Tracy, Greengrass, he said. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, by the way. How was the holiday? Ah, thanks, it was fine, said Tracy, still a bit thrown by his sudden appearance. Same to you. Didn't you go home for Christmas, though? Harry just grimaced. His eyes looked far away for a moment. I suppose I did. I came back early. Why? Something to do with the DA? Not really. Ah, Daphne. That got her attention quite sharply. Will you go out with me? Author's note. The one thing that I always come back to is the front gate. I mean, let's say you can't get in. So how about walking around it? One wall should go directly into the Forbidden Forest, but I've wondered how much. And there's no way that it goes all the way through it, so how far exactly? Just something I've thought about. Anyway, review away, message away, make this fic more popular. Hope you've been continuing to enjoy the changes in the story. 13. Stella. I swear, sometimes I think I've seen everything, and then I remember that I go to school where we've got a giant squid for a pet living in the lake, and see something like that every other day. Not sure if that makes this place endearing or just straight up cracked. Dean Thomas to Seamus Finnegan, as they both watch something disturbing and anatomically impossible get carted off to the hospital wing due to yet another magical mishap by one Neville Longbottom. December 1995. Tilda Chapter 13. Stella Tilda in their little spot by the lake. Three students stood, all appearing relatively calm as Harry's words cleared his lips, though that certainly couldn't be further from the truth. Slytherin students spent every waking moment mastering themselves among their peers, and so were usually fairly difficult to openly startle or otherwise force emotions to break through in their body language. Sole Gryffindor of the small group was also working extremely hard to gain control over his emotions for the last 6 months of his life, and was further along to emulating a Slytherin persona than one would think. Still, that didn't change the fact that the boy was currently experiencing something close to a mild, albeit silent, panic attack. After all, he just impulsively asked out a girl for the very first time in his life. Meanwhile, Daphne was blinking, face blank. Excuse me. Harry's eyes flitted around between the girls rapidly for a second. Tracy was watching him with her mouth parted slightly in a small O, also looking like she wasn't entirely trusting of her ears at that moment. Maybe it didn't fully register, and he could play it off as a joke or something similar. You know, like to Hogsmeade, once term starts up again, he said. Great, Harry, way to not follow the plan at all. You want to, with me? Daphne said slowly, as if still not sure this was really happening. Harry just coughed lightly and cleared his throat again. Yeah, it would be fun. Probably. After all, his brain rapidly rationalized, their jaunt to the Chamber of Secrets was relatively painless. He'd also interacted with her enough during the DA to know despite her rough exterior, Daphne could be good company in the right environment. She was looking off into space, eyes slightly unfocused. Wait, was she really thinking about it? A giggle escaped her lips, causing her to quickly cover her mouth with her hand. Harry and Tracy watched as Daphne let out a few more muffled giggles. Looking between the two somewhat anxiously, Tracy let out a noticeable cough, causing Daphne to look back at Harry. I'm sorry, she said, still chuckling a bit, sounding much more like her usual self. I'll admit, the reactions from the school would be absolutely priceless. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but nothing happened. His voice hitched in the back of his throat. Silence stretched on for a few seconds in which the remainder of the girl's amusement faded away entirely. She was now staring at him, completely baffled. Wait, you like me? She said incredulously. Tracy winced a bit at the bluntness her words carried. Harry crossed his arms, still avoiding her gaze. I wouldn't go that far, but you're the one who said ask if you're interested. Now, as they stood there, Daphne was becoming frustrated of all things. She was actually fidgeting a bit, snow crunching under her boots as she dug them in further. What about Chang? She demanded. We had a whole conversation about it, for crying out loud. What about her? What about, you're supposed to be dating her, Potter, that's what. Not asking a Slytherin to the village after the fact. Believe what you want, but I never asked her in the first place. She wouldn't have said yes anyway, he added. Daphne flushed in anger. So what am I then? Your backup plan? Harry actually took a half step back as if she struck him. Worse was that now he thought about it, no matter how he looked at the situation, that was the most obvious conclusion anyone would arrive at. Wasn't he supposed to think about these things before he did stupid stuff? But still, he wasn't. Of course not. I'm not like that. Daphne clenched her fists tightly, voice frosty. Well, what the hell am I supposed to think? We barely know anything about each other to begin with. Harry made to say something, but she cut him off swiftly. Look, I don't really know what's going through your head, but you're a Gryffindor. I'm a Slytherin. People like you spend time with people like her. No politics, no complicated stuff. Happily ever after and all that crap. Just go back to Chang and fix whatever broke. Is it so hard to imagine that I'm just interested in getting to know you better? Harry scowled, gesturing to the speechless blonde. It is baffling that someone as pleasant as her hangs around with a girl who laughs in a guy's face after he asks her out. Don't you dare turn this on me. Maybe if you took a second to think about what you just did, you'd see why. Harry just gave Daphne the coldest glare he could. And you wonder why guys only see a pretty face when they look at you. I'll see you around, Tracy. Bye. He promptly turned on his heels and walked back toward the entrance to the castle. Angry as he was, he'd certainly deserved every moment of that. Perhaps slamming his head into a wall a number of times would make him feel better. XX, as Harry finally walked out of earshot, Tracy was the first to find her voice. Wow, she said blankly as she watched the Gryffindor's back disappear into the distance. The word was automatic, hoping to dislodge the tight knot that formed in the pit of her stomach. Daphne was unaware of her friend's discomfort, ranting to the cold air. That damned. Daphne was burning with so much frustration that she couldn't even get the words out. She took a deep breath before letting it out in a huff. Why the bloody hell does he have to go and do stuff like that? Did making sense go out of style while I wasn't looking? Daff, Tracy's voice was eaten up by the stream of words flowing from her friend. And he asks me out like I'm runner-up on the list, too. Surprised he didn't just turn and ask you next. Daphne. The ranting Slytherin jumped slightly and looked at her friend quickly in surprise, completely taken aback. What? She said defensively at her friend's harsh tone. I never thought I'd see you acting so foolish, especially after everything you say about others, said Tracy, frowning heavily at the girl. Were you paying attention to what just happened at all? Asked Daphne. Were you? She countered. He didn't deserve that, no matter how unexpected it was. I can't believe you acted like that. I'm sorry, should I have been more considerate before or after he asked me out as his second choice? It hasn't even been 2 full weeks. Does he really want a girlfriend that badly? Would you stop talking like that already? Think about what you're actually saying. You know Harry isn't like that. He said he didn't even ask her that night. Daphne just rounded on her. Why are you defending him? Are you sure you aren't interested in him? Daphne. Look of hurt was enough to make the raven-haired girl look at her feet. He's my friend, said Tracy sternly. And if you took a second to think about it, you'd realize he's yours too. Why, no, he isn't. We're just learning from him at the DA. Actually, ironically enough, I'd say he's the second closest friend you've got in this entire school, continued Tracy, causing the flabbergasted expression Daphne was wearing. All right, said Daphne, her voice falling to a monotone. You've got my attention. Speak. Often worked this way between the two. Stop and analyze, think and conclude. It also usually kept them from getting into huge fights. He's the only other person at this school you talk to other than me, and you've talked to him almost every other day at least since starting the DA, even when you get into crazy arguments and want to kill one another. Even after Halloween, he still talked to us both. We thought he wouldn't even look at us again after that. Daphne crossed her arms with a frown. You saying, I talk to other people all the time, and more frequently too. No, you don't, argued the blonde, shaking her head. You never actually talk to anyone other than me until Harry. I know you say he drives you crazy at times, and I believe you, trust me, she added, before Daphne could interrupt. But for every time he's pissed you off, there's a time he's made you laugh, whether you decide to show it or not. You enjoy talking to him. Daphne let her eyes drift to the lake, feeling disgruntled. And you know this because I'm your best friend. I'm supposed to know you better than you do, she said with a wide smile, chest puffed out in pride. Daphne let out a sigh, her bad mood dissipating rapidly. It was hard to get worked up when she had such an idiotically cheerful friend, especially when she cared so much. So what was I supposed to do, say yes? She finally said, not willing to argue with her friend. She knew from experience that the more she did, the more likely she was to lose horribly. Tracy had this annoying habit of always being right whenever Daphne didn't want her to be. Tracy just let out a tired breath. No, I never said that, but he didn't deserve that response. You laughed at him, Daph, even if you didn't mean to. It was just so out of nowhere. Nothing ever goes right at this school, I swear. I'll say. And Chang, care to explain that one? Tracy just threw up her arms. No idea. I was more sure about them getting together than you ever were, remember? We know they talked, even if he didn't end up asking her out. Maybe she got scared. The two fell into silence. Tracy kept one eye on her friend, who was just frowning at the water. It was a good minute before the girl spoke again. Stupid Gryffindor. XX, Padfoot, have you ever done something so stupid without really meaning to, and it literally just happened, even though you practically told yourself not to do anything of the sort to begin with? Harry's somewhat anxious expression faded into distinct annoyance as Sirius suddenly broke down laughing on the other side of the compact mirror. I'm sorry, Harry, he said, wiping an eye. It's just that it was almost word for word the exact thing your father said to me the very first time he asked your mother out. Course, he was a few years younger than you are now, but still. Really, said Harry in surprise. I thought he was supposed to be, I don't know. More comfortable around girls than you ever think you'll be, supplied Sirius with a grin. Ignoring the look Harry was giving him, he continued, Trust me, James had a way with women, but the very first time he asked a girl out, he was a mess. Of course, that changed pretty quickly once he got more practice. Practice? Exactly how many times did my mother shoot him down? That number is probably somewhere up there with the number of points that James has ever lost Gryffindor for being a troublemaker. It was just a regular part of life for the rest of us. Him too, I suppose. I don't know whether that's impressive or pathetic, Harry muttered, rolling his eyes. Your father aside, I take it you asked a girl out and got shot down less than gently. I guess. You guess, he repeated in amusement. Despite failing spectacularly, I can't really find a bad reason for doing what I just did. Daphne's just as attractive as Cho ever was. A lot more interesting as well, I suppose. That's the Greengrass girl, am I right? Sirius asked, getting a nod in return. You've not talked about her much, so what brought this on? Honestly, it was completely spur of the moment. He shrugged briefly. Anyway, the moment of madness is gone, and we're back to business as usual. No point being down about it. Sirius narrowed his eyes with a frown. In a perfect world, sure, but you're just as human as the rest of us, Harry. Would make my life a whole lot easier if I weren't. That's bull, and you know it. You think I don't know you? Why is it so hard to believe that I don't know how to accept things and move on? That would be because you actually don't. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep himself from snapping at the man. Sirius was only worried for him, and he usually preached the tough love way of thinking. "Look, whether I care or not, my life is the way it is, and there's nothing I can do to change that," said Harry patiently. "All I can do is change what I do now, in a way I'm glad that happened back there. I've become too distracted from what I should be doing lately, and it's making me slip." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "And that is getting ready." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Sirius was watching him in some concern now. "Harry, I know I encouraged you before, but don't you think you've become a bit obsessed with your training? You act like you're being sent to the front lines in a week from now." "I'm already on the front lines. You can't take me away from them. Hell, I am the front line. It's necessary, Padfoot." Harry let out a small breath before fixing his godfather with a firm look. "A necessary obsession. I couldn't forgive myself if anything happened, and I wasn't prepared to handle it when I could have been." "Just don't run yourself ragged," conceded the man, accepting that Harry wouldn't budge on the matter. He was so stubborn lately, even more so than usual. "Speaking of training, though, we never got the chance to test you while you were here. You've been working by yourself all this time after all. When you get back tonight, we should have a round." Harry, however, was shaking his head. "Sorry, I'm going to be staying. I've got other things I need to do here now before classes start. I could use the assessment, though. Can you get Tonks to meet me in Hogsmeade during our first weekend there?" "Yeah, that'll do," agreed Sirius, resigning himself to needing to explain to everyone else that Harry went off on his own again. At least it was safe this time. "She mentioned visiting you again earlier, so that would probably work out." "Cool. I'll talk to you later then. Stuff to do." "All right, just take care of yourself. Don't forget to eat or sleep." "Right, right." Harry closed the mirror and looked around. He was still out on the grounds, now somewhere along the main path to the front doors of the castle. Not that he originally planned on having that conversation in the cold, but something came up that ended up giving him pause. Namely, the castle. It was, for lack of a better word, terrifying. The almost sixth sense to feel magic that was slowly developing in him over the year finally reached a point where the school wasn't just magical fuzz filling the back of his mind. Perhaps being away from it for more than a half a day really made the difference. A whitewash of his senses. Now every step closer he took to the building was like getting closer to a massive generator. A mass of heavy, oppressive, magical static. And he'd been in it for over 4 years. How was he ever not aware of this? The moment he crossed the boundary of the grounds, he felt the weight of the school's outer wards, so far beyond those on 12 Grimold Place. It was a mix of things he could only begin to imagine. The oddly familiar anti-apparition ward, just one layer of many. That was nothing compared to the inner wards, the ones that protected the castle itself. Perhaps it wasn't actually as bad as he was making it out to be, but the sheer awareness that he had was more than enough to make him apprehensive. "Come on, Harry," he muttered to himself, staring up at the large front doors. They were open and inviting, the warm glow of the castle reaching out to him. He took a deep breath before crossing the threshold, immediately feeling like he'd been submerged in something thick. It was kind of like dropping into ice-cold water. He took a couple of minutes to become accustomed to the new feeling before he continued slowly through the entrance hall, making his way up the staircase. His mental clarity was scraps of what it used to be, an amazing thing considering he was away from the castle for a little over a week or so. Still, he didn't remember it being this bad when he arrived in September, so with luck he'd adjust quickly. It was a while before he reached his destination, that blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor. He leaned against the opposite wall in silence as he thought hard about what he wanted, what he needed. Well, that wasn't really that difficult to answer. "I need help." He turned sharply around. "I need help." Once more he turned around. "I need help." Who knew exactly how the room would interpret his needs? However, he had a very specific problem, and the only way to describe it all was to let the room figure it out itself. There was only one way to find out. The room he entered was a small one, but very comfortable looking. There was a small hearth against one wall, a pleasant fire filling the room with warmth and light. A few bookcases lined the walls, along with a magnificent painting of Hogwarts. Resting in the center of the plush rug that filled the room from wall to wall sat a small low table with a woman seated behind it, sipping on a cup of tea. The far wall even had a glass door which led onto what looked like a balcony, if that was even possible. Wait, what the? His eyes locked back on the woman who was now watching him over her cup, blue eyes visible even at this distance. Won't you sit with me? She asked after a moment of silence, her voice almost making him shiver with some unknown feeling. Quietly, Harry approached and sat across from her. He looked down at the lightly steaming cup of tea before him. You can drink it, said the woman, not looking up from her cup. It was not created by the room itself. Already alarm bells were ringing in his head. The room was aware of itself. That was certainly something he never experienced before. Still, he didn't feel like he was in danger, but if his life taught him anything, it was to be wary of everything. Thank you, said Harry, picking up the cup and taking a small sip. It was very good. You're welcome. In all honesty, there were far too many questions on his mind. The room never gave him something living before. Are you the master of the room? No, that would be you. Then, who am I? She asked, tilting her head slightly to one side. Or maybe what? Harry nodded. That is not so important in the end, I think. I'm here, and that is what counts. After all, we are not here for me. Harry was suddenly reminded of what he asked of the room. Relax, she added as he looked into his teacup. Nothing will disturb us here. Now please tell me what is bothering you, and we'll see what we can do to solve it. Harry just scoffed. Solve it. She wanted to solve his problems. This random apparition the room just dreamed up. I've been marked for death by the greatest dark wizard of the century since before I was born, and he'd be more than happy to have another go at killing me given the chance. He's got decades of magical growth and experience on me, and it seems inevitable that we'll come face to face again. Not to mention, there's a prophecy that says that one of us has to kill the other in the end. He crossed his arms. That's the most pressing problem I've got, but it sure as hell isn't the only one on the list, nor the most depressing. You don't even exist outside this room, do you? He asked. The woman considered the question before responding. Yes and no. Then what do you really think you can do? The woman put her teacup down gently, her expression changing from neutrality for the first time to a frown. Wait. He held out his hand, forestalling anything she was going to say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take that out on you, he apologized. I've been a bit wrung out lately. I asked for help and the room gave me you. The room has never let me down before, and I don't think it ever will. I don't think it can, honestly. Silence stretched between them, and Harry actually took the time to get a good look at who he was sharing tea with. She looked, for lack of a better word, ageless. Whatever age she was, she certainly had a youthful appearance overall with her slim, pale face that housed two very blue eyes, a small nose, and a mouth that was pursed in thought. Her soft brown hair was done up in a bun and seemed to spray out at the sides prettily. She was wearing a modest black dress that probably reached her ankles if she stood. They looked to be about the same height, but he couldn't be sure without them both standing. Is there something bothering you? She asked finally. Who are you? The woman said nothing but looked to the side for a moment. Harry followed her gaze, landing on the painting on the wall. Hogwarts, he said, dumbstruck. She nodded serenely. Harry slowly put his tea down as well. Well, you don't see that every day. Indeed not, she agreed. Harry stared at her for a few seconds before asking, why did they call you Hogwarts if you're a girl? That's the worst name ever. Despite my appearance, it would be incorrect to assume I am female, said the woman, shaking her head slightly. I am a castle that has developed its own sense of self, or so I've determined. Contemplating my existence is not something I do very often. She raised her arms and looked at her body for a moment before continuing. However, this is new for me as well. I am normally just aware of things. Given the situation, I must assume that the room helped to provide this for me, and my gender was merely a reflection of what you needed. Perhaps you are more trusting of female strangers than male ones. No idea, Harry said with a shrug. It honestly didn't really seem that important anyway. So then, what exactly should I call you? He asked. Every time he tried to see her as Hogwarts, it just felt so wrong. I suppose referring to myself as Hogwarts is a little inappropriate considering my form, she said with a small nod. There is nothing about me even remotely reminiscent of hogs or warts. Do you have any suggestions? Castle in Latin is Casellum. He tapped his chin in thought. Casellum, Casellum, Stellum, Stella, he posed. It was a small stretch, but nothing unreasonable in the verse of nicknaming. Acceptable, agreed the woman, now Stella. Of course, in the grand scheme of things. I certainly feel better, said Harry. Stella just nodded her head minutely before moving on. In any case, let's return to the main issue, she said. I'm not really sure how this will help me out, Harry said tiredly. A large cushion appeared behind him and he leaned back. I can't run away from it, even though I want to. I can't ignore it, as nice as that sounds. I still train constantly on my own, but it never seems like it's enough. I can't stop, though. I think I'd go mad if I did. I have to keep myself busy or I'll freeze up. I just don't see any hope for me surviving this war. Funny thing is, I don't think I've even hit rock bottom yet. Stella watched him in silence for a moment before speaking. You wish for many things. I have observed countless people live throughout my existence, and I don't need to be able to read your desires through the powers of the room to understand this. Wait, you can read my mind. She suddenly stood, moving in a slow circle around him, eyes piercing through him in a way that the headmasters never even come close to. Harry immediately stood as well, unable to brush off the pressed feeling he was getting. It is more appropriate to say I can read your heart. You say you wish to run, but you actually do not, and will never even consider it. It is not in your nature to ignore the suffering of others, and you know that such will happen if you push aside your problems. But you are only human after all. It makes such decisions difficult. You make that sound like it's a bad thing, replied Harry, uncomfortable from where the conversation turned. Being human. Oh no, you are all wonderful, she said warmly, her neutral expression softening slightly. Especially the young, so much potential to live despite having such short lives. She returned her gaze to his own. You yourself desire so much, and it all points back to one thing. Harry stiffened as she stopped moving. To fight. She turned to face him fully, hands behind her back. She was actually slightly taller than he was, now that he was paying attention to something other than her eyes. You can only go so far alone, so you desire a teacher and an anchor. You beg the universe for a fighting chance. I shall be all this and more. You can do that. The room could do the most incredible things, and he was sure that no matter how much he thought he saw its limits, the further from the truth he was. No, teacher was fine, but anchor. Sentient castle or not, who was she to think she could do such a thing? Did she even know what she was talking about? Moving in closer, Stella reached a hand out to cup his left cheek, making him flinch though not pull away. He still didn't exactly believe that she had a physical body, despite interacting with a teacup right in front of him. I am aware of your misgivings. Having gotten past his first shock, he was still somewhat caught up on how human she felt. Her hand was soft and warm. He shook himself mentally before he met her gaze again. You came here seeking help, Harry Potter, and of everything that the room could have provided you with, it gave you me. I believe that is all the reason you need. It certainly is the only one I do. Harry couldn't help the grin that was spreading across his lips, so even a castle could have a bit of an ego. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Now, hand moving down from his face, she reached his chest and gave him a light push, causing him to stumble back. The room changed entirely in an instant, now a large space that was about 3 or 4 times the size of a regular classroom. It was completely bare and grey, like a cell. Draw your wand. Roman 20. As the clocks struck 8 around the castle, Harry was standing outside Snape's office. It was the first day of the new term. He never willingly came here before, so to do so now was leaving him fairly apprehensive about the entire affair. No doubt this would end up being a bad idea in the end. What kind of idiot asked for something like this to begin with, anyway? Not wanting to give Snape a reason to be annoyed with him from the get-go, Harry knocked twice and waited for a response. Enter, came the muffled voice from within. Snape's office was actually deceivingly plain. Barely anything the room hinted at the man's interests at all, not something someone would expect from a person who spent the majority of their year living at the place they worked. Good evening, Professor, said Harry, deciding to try for at least a minute of non-aggressive conversation. Snape looked up from the paper he was grading with a raised eyebrow. Potter, if you believe that manners will get you any sort of special treatment in the coming weeks, then— I'm not here to be coddled, sir, said Harry, putting a little more weight on the sir than was necessary. As you say, said Snape, a small smirk working its way onto his face, but there was no humor in it. Though I am surprised that you even agreed to these lessons at all. Occlumency would be a really useful thing to know, said Harry, crossing his arms. Though I doubt Dumbledore really gave me as much of a choice as he made it look. This time Snape actually did smirk. It seems your childish view of the headmaster has finally grown up. Albus Dumbledore spins webs an acromantula would be envious of. I'm not childish, retorted Harry, keeping his voice level. God, how satisfying it would be to just hex the man. That remains to be seen, said Snape, clearly not agreeing with him. Now follow me, Potter. Normally my classroom would be adequate for any kind of extra lessons I might have to give, however. I will not risk its contents on the flimsy hold you have on your emotions. Harry scowled at the professor's back. Fine, so he still had a short temper. That was nothing compared to Snape's seeming addiction to telling people how much they sucked at anything. So, where are we going then? Of course, Snape just ignored his question and walked out of the office, forcing Harry to follow without an answer. Half a minute later, they entered another room that looked similar to the currently used potions classroom. One wave from Snape's wand moved all the furniture to the sides before he locked the door with another. By the headmaster's request, for the next hour I will be schooling you in the use of occlumency. I assume you've read up on the subject. Yes, though I've found nothing on how it's specifically taught, said Harry, hoping that Snape would actually give him some information. So I'm not exactly sure what to expect here. Do I need my wand? No, you will not, the man replied, bringing his own wand up between his fingers. While using a wand may certainly assist you in protecting your mind, a true occlumens does not rely on such a handicap. So, what exactly do I have to do? I'm getting to that, Potter, said Snape in a clipped voice. As you've no doubt read, occlumency is a mental defensive technique that is used to detect, prevent, and repel outside intrusion. Though there are a number of ways in which this can happen, the most common and able method for wizarding kind is through legilimency. Mind reading right, Harry posed, to which Snape just scoffed. Legilimency is a sophisticated art that allows the user to extract memories and emotions from another person's mind. There is nothing to read. It would be more apt to liken the experience to getting random flashes from a movie. Harry blinked, slightly taken aback. What is it, Potter? Sorry, just didn't expect you to know what a movie was, he said honestly. It was rare that someone who'd grown up completely surrounded by magic knew about any muggle things in general, let alone well enough to use them in comparisons. Snape scowled at him. Not all wizards are arrogantly ignorant of things beyond their usual lives. I'm personally shocked by the amount of time you've been able to keep up with this discussion without it going over your head. Intelligent conversation never was one of your fortes. Oh, good. Well, at least he still knew that Snape was a dick. The lack of cutting remarks per minute was making Harry a little worried. Still, he didn't attack back, as he was still very interested in the information Snape was giving him. Anyway, so do you think that Vald? Do not say the name, snapped Snape. Harry took a second of silence before he began again. Right, so do you think he is using legilimency on me, even now? Unlikely, replied the potion's master, returning to his regular posture. While the Dark Lord is perhaps the most advanced legilimens in the country, he still is restricted by the same limitations of the art. Time and space matter greatly in magic. Additionally, eye contact is often essential for all but the most skilled. Attention is also critical. Snape paused for a moment before continuing. Until you come face to face with him, legilimency is something you will not need to worry as much over. If that's the case, then why would I need to learn this so badly? Harry asked, slightly confused. Remember, Potter, I said legilimency is one of the ways that the mind can be invaded. There are certainly many more, and it is more than likely that the Dark Lord is capable of at least some of them as well. So, what's so special about legilimency? While not what you'd need to be protecting yourself from any time soon, legilimency is without a doubt the best skill to use to develop occlumency quickly. Constant assault will allow you to build your defenses quickly. Oh, I see. I hope you do. I will not be repeating myself. Clear your mind, Potter. For now you will have some time to prepare before each mental assault, though that will not continue past a certain point. An enemy will give you no time to defend yourself. It should be mentioned that having Snape pointing his wand at you while you had nothing to defend with felt downright suicidal. Legilimens, said Snape firmly, eyes boring into Harry's. Not a moment later Snape and the classroom vanished. Harry was suddenly hit with a series of images, so vivid and immersing that he could barely tell if they were real or not. It was like he was actually revisiting bits of his life, skipping around randomly without cause. A night in his bedroom at the Dursleys working on a charms assignment, dodging a bludger during Quidditch practice as Wood shouted orders to the chasers, watching his teacher read to the class from a story book, dodging a spell from Sirius during one of their practices over the summer with Remus watching from the sidelines, Tonks pressing up against him in a deserted street with snow in her hair more and more and more, and Harry let out a small shout, the images fading as abruptly as they came. Instead, he found himself staring at the floor, which was rather close to his face. He fell to his knees without realizing it. "Bloody hell," he muttered, gripping his head. "About time, Potter," said Snape impatiently. Harry looked up to see the man had his arms crossed with a frown. "It took you well over a minute to break the assault." "A minute," he repeated, pushing himself to his feet. "Felt like ages to me. Did you see all of what I saw?" "All of it," confirmed Snape, though he sounded less than pleased with the statement. "I'll admit, instead of being absolutely pathetic like I assumed, you are merely bad at the skill. With any luck, you'll pick this up quickly, and I'll get to see less and less of your life." Harry had to agree. Having Snape poke around in his head was none too pleasant a thought. It was a great motivator to learn. "That's not so bad, I suppose. Do not take my words as praise, Potter. It was remarkably easy to pull information from your mind. I could take anything I wanted without restriction, your darkest secrets, your most embarrassing failures. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not used to having my mind attacked," said Harry indignantly. Though Snape's words certainly got on his nerves, he pushed it all to the side. He needed to completely focus on what he was doing, else things would only get harder. Snape just raised his wand again. "By the time we are done here, you will be." Roman 20. "Well, Severus, how did it go?" said Severus. Snape was currently standing in front of Dumbledore's desk, his expression settled somewhere between annoyed and bored. About to say something overwhelmingly negative, he was caught up by the headmaster's twinkling gaze, accompanied by that infuriating smile of his. Clearly, he knew that the session wasn't a complete failure. It was just that the old man had some sort of sick pleasure in making him do things he absolutely abhorred, be it giving Potter private lessons about anything or even talking about it later. "Rejoice, headmaster. The boy possesses the faintest modicum of ability," Snape said finally. "That being said, I was only using the spell at a fraction of my ability. I sincerely doubt that he will reach the desired level by the time he needs it. This is why I gave him to you to teach, instead of finding someone else," said Dumbledore, folding his hands on the desk. "I have full confidence in your abilities to raise him to such heights, those heights being approximately the most skilled accumens in all of Britain. Now, Severus, I sincerely doubt that anyone will ever be able to take that title away from you," chuckled the headmaster. "You should have more faith in yourself." Snape scowled slightly, but decided not to argue that matter any further. Instead, he changed course. "I must ask what you've threatened him with to make him so obedient to me during the session." Indeed, Potter's willingness to do whatever he told him, and lack of complaints throughout the majority of the hour, was more than a little odd. "I did nothing of the sort, Severus," said Dumbledore, with an even brighter smile. "Harry is coming along wonderfully, and I couldn't be more pleased at this point. I'm sure he'll do exceptionally well under your tutelage. We shall see. However, do not blame me if he breaks under the strain. He will get no special treatment from me. I'd expect nothing less. Roman 20. Harry, I believe you have had more than enough time to read. Just let me finish this line. You gave the same excuse 20 minutes ago." Harry looked up into Stella's piercing blue eyes, which were staring at him from over his reading. He apologized, standing with a stretch. While he loosened up, his eyes lingered on what he was reading, the journal left to him by his father. Underneath it was its partner, though he only skimmed through its contents so far. Considering exactly what he was doing lately, the former was far more appropriate to read. "You are attached to those journals," observed Stella, who was waiting for him patiently a little ways away. Their dueling room was sparse as always, with the exception of Harry's reading corner. They had yet to move on to any type of training with objects on the field, and given how rigorous everything was, he doubted they'd get there any time soon. "May I ask what is in them?" "Shouldn't you already know?" asked Harry, half surprised she didn't. Stella shook her head. "As your professor has been teaching you for the past week, the mind is not something to be read." Please don't remind me, said Harry, rubbing his head. Wasn't sure if it was the snide remarks about embarrassing bits of his life, or just the fact that Snape was specifically targeting his worst Hogwarts memories. But regardless, 1 week of occlumency sessions, and he was already starting to regret it. Hopefully, he'd start to show some progress by the end of the month. The question still stands. Stella watched him for a moment before speaking in a softer voice. Though it is within my ability, it would be wrong of me to violate your privacy like that. Harry blinked, not expecting her to say that. It was amazing how much Stella changed since he first met her, despite it being barely 2 weeks. Not that she was overall very different from her usual castle-like personality, but occasionally she would surprise him with something markedly human. Perhaps she was picking up things from him. Of course, the whole castle in a human body thing was still a baffling mystery to him, but he accepted that there were some aspects of magic that he just likely wouldn't ever understand. I don't mind, he said in answer to her question, picking up the journals. These are from my parents to me, one from each of them. I got them about a week before I met you. A gift? She asked. Harry smiled sadly. Not quite. My parents have been dead for pretty much all of my life. I just found them in their old house on Christmas Eve. Don't worry about it, he added, before Stella could apologize for bringing it up. I originally thought they might be diaries, but I couldn't have been further from the truth. Putting his mother's back on the small table, he flipped the other open to the first page. Welcome to James Potter's complete guide on transfiguration. Be it beetles to buttons, finding your wild side, or simply making things from air, this guide will give you everything you need to become a badass like me, read Harry with a flourish. Now grinning widely, he continued to Stella. I'm not sure who originally came up with the idea, but they both decided to write me guides to their best subjects. Mum's is charms and potions, while Dad's is completely devoted to transfiguration and dueling. I was pissed earlier at the lackluster letter they included, but this more than makes up for it. I see, said Stella. She was wearing a somewhat pensive expression. That certainly does explain your changes in dueling strategy. I assume your father's book has been enlightening. Most interesting thing I've ever read. There's even a whole part on animagus transformations. Seeing the look that Stella was giving him, he quickly said, Wait, don't worry about it. I won't slack off here trying something else out. I've decided to dedicate my whole time here to dueling. I'm going to go over the animagus stuff in more detail over the summer when I can't be here. It's not like I need to turn into an animal, useful as it might be. That is fortunate. I'd rather not have to remind you where your attention should truly be, agreed Stella with a nod. Harry shuddered slightly at the seemingly plain tone of her voice. It was times like this when she truly made him fear for his safety. Though certainly not as consistently as when he first met her, Stella's voice often developed a distinctly non-human quality about it. Words delivered without inflection or emotion, simply spoken. Of course, his fear wasn't from nothing. Now, are you ready to begin? Yes, he said, pulling his wand and moving into the stance his father suggested as a base for all of his movement. It was a loose sideways stance, with his left foot slightly out at an angle to provide balance, much like a fencer. Beyond that, his father said just to let it develop naturally into whatever he was most comfortable with. Though he really only was using it for a week or so, Harry was satisfied with the change. A nice plus was that standing like this also effectively reduced the target his opponent had by about half. Not that it really mattered here. A dark bluish spell was rushing at his chest before he realized it, and he dodged to the side as it passed his torso by an inch. Anticipating this, Stella already sent 2 more of the same spell rushing in the direction he dodged. One high, one low. Fortunately, Harry was used to most of Stella's opening moves, and already was casting a Protego with a quick wave of his wand. The spells impacted it and fizzled out, after which his wand was already moving to counter. Blasting, cutting, piercing curses, one after another, left Harry's wand as quickly as he could cast them. Stella dodged the first and rapidly knocked aside the second and third with her wand, making Harry's eyes narrow. His thoughts could get no further as Stella's counter was approaching him fast, making him scramble to the side. It was almost unnerving how silent the battle was, with only their footsteps and breathing filling the room, Stella's unnaturally light and Harry's heavy. She was making him work for every single second he was up. Currently, he was at 11. Suddenly, Harry pulled up short to avoid a spell from hitting his head, but as a consequence was clipped in the shoulder with a spell that spun him around and onto the floor. Ignoring the rising pain in his shoulder, he struggled to his feet as a red jet passed within inches of his side. It came back to this every time. How the heck was Stella so damn good? It wasn't about what she was casting. Honestly, he didn't even know what a fraction of the things she threw at him were. Forget about the fact that a living castle in a human body was actually using spells to begin with. But her skill was just unnatural. Stella was quite simply a monster. He doubted that even Voldemort or Dumbledore would last 60 seconds against her in the room. He had a feeling that it had less to do with the fact that she was a magical entity herself, and fully able to manipulate that magic, and more that she was observing magic being performed in every discipline, from novice to master, for over 1,000 years. Fact of the matter was that, as far as he could tell, Stella could do anything she wanted to, particularly within the room. True, she'd said that without his desire for her existence, she'd be stuck as the castle only, not as Stella, however. He wondered how true that actually was. In the meantime, it was just far too suited for the woman. The perfect power for the perfect wielder. Unfortunately, Stella was fairly close-lipped about the source of her abilities, despite the number of times that, intentionally or not, Harry openly wondered how she could be so damned good at dueling. Within me, I have witnessed the most skilled duelists to ever grace my halls, she'd said, her dueling seemingly unaffected by her split in attention. It stands to reason that after seeing something so much one tends to pick it up, which went along with what Harry thought was going on. It still took him almost a week and a half to stop being so stunned by her abilities when they always landed him on the floor in a painful heap, such as the one he was currently rising from once again. Seeing another two curses practically on top of him, without any chance to run, he quickly raised his wand, panicking slightly. Prot. Before he could even get the word out of his mouth, he was knocked harshly to the side by what felt like a large hammer, his body crashing onto the stone floor as he rolled to a stop. What did I say about saying your spells aloud? Harry's vision was fuzzy, but he didn't need his eyes to know exactly what Stella looked like at the moment, staring down at him impassively while rolling her wand between her fingers. Don't, he muttered, rolling onto all fours so that he could push himself up. You see our issue? I panicked. Harry pushed himself up but ended up falling back into a sitting position. His head still swam slightly. At least his vision was back to normal. A small red potion appeared before him, which he took a swig of immediately before it vanished. Almost at once, the majority of the aches that his body accumulated in the past half-minute began to fade, leaving only the worst as dull throbs. As it always is, said Stella. Do you know why you are being caught off guard so much? Ah, I might actually, he said. Stella said nothing, silently prompting him to continue. I try to dodge too much. Quite so, agreed Stella. Your reflexes, as good as they may be, are still human after all. Your thoughts. And such was the essence of how Stella taught him. She beat the absolute shit out of him until he determined what he needed to work on the most to up his level, after which she would beat the shit out of him again, though they would then have some direction. Rinse and repeat to create the greatest duelist of all time, right? I've always been taught that you should never shield against something you can dodge to begin with, and I still agree with that, he said, rubbing his shoulder to try and alleviate the soreness. If you can be safe without using magic, then that's definitely better than having to use magic. Still, if you take that too far, then you'll dodge things that will put you in an even worse spot than before. In that case, it would be better to shield. Stella's lips twitched into a small smile. So, what does your father suggest you do? Harry couldn't help but mimic her expression, thinking back to what he was reading before they continued their training. There are a lot of different types of shield charms. Way too many if you ask me. They vary in their shape and size, no to mention what they will protect you from, sacrificing safety in one area for an improvement in another. This is how all shield spells work. Pratigo is a good one for low to mid-level curses and other spells, not to mention physical objects. It's the go-to shield for most witches and wizards for a reason. It's sustainable and covers a wide area easily enough to protect whoever is directly next to you, and with the added bonus of deflecting most of what it can block if the shield is strong enough. On the downside, because it's so versatile, it's a hog on the reserves. If you try and keep it up for too long, it can be broken, causing backlash that'll have you losing the fight on the next incoming spell. Also, it's not something you can move around with easily. Reminds me of cover-based spell fights. I'd never use it in a duel, but a fight with others might give it some use. Now, I could sit here and list shield charms all day, but why talk about things you'll never find a use for? You're reading a chapter on dueling after all, so we'll skip straight to the shield that skilled duelists use. Averto. Without a doubt, this is one of my favorite spells ever. Ever seen a witch or wizard seemingly knock a spell out of the air with just their wand? Deflect it to the side or something similar? Well, there you have it. Averto is a duelist's bread and butter. The spell focuses an immensely dense shield at the tip of the wand about the size of a galleon. Due to it being so small, it takes virtually nothing to cast compared to a powerful Pratigo, but at the same time can stop all but the most deadly single-target curses imaginable, and those are unblockable to begin with. Of course, casting the spell isn't the hard part. That's saved for trying to knock spells out of the air with a foot-long stick. Considering how fast spells move at, many find it all but impossible, certainly impractical. I'll bet the poor French girl who created it was considered to be a suicidal maniac for the rest of her life. That isn't to say that people can't do it. After all, there are a number of accomplished duelists in Britain alone. But it isn't something to be scoffed at. You need superb reflexes and coordination to make consistent use of the spell. Don't get me wrong now. Abverto has a bunch of weaknesses. First off, it can't protect you from multiple spells at the same time. Anytime you're overwhelmed by spellfer, you'll have to think of something else. Even situations where you've got two curses coming in simultaneously. Your wand can't be in both places at the same time. Also, you have to cast the spell at the right time every damn time you want to use it. So it's annoying, hard to use, and overall pretty stupidly risky. If you're having any issue with this, the more you think about how a fencer fights, the better you'll get the picture. Now go out there and practice this spell until you know it better than anything else you know. If you aren't making this look easier than a tickling charm, then you aren't good enough with it yet. Seriously, when I said bread and butter, I meant it. Well, instead of saying anything, Harry just snapped off a curse directly at Stella's chest. If his sudden attack surprised her, then she certainly didn't show it. In a fluid motion, her wand was back up and deflected the spell to the side, letting it impact the wall harmlessly. I need to learn how to do that better than you can, though I feel like it'll take me more than a lifetime to be better than you at anything. Stella was now smiling, rightly terrifying the Gryffindor. Oh, I wouldn't say that. To reach such a level just means that we will be training harder. There is no need to worry about something like that. Harry did his best not to run away right there. Instead, he just devolved into weak chuckling. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, he was going to die. Roman 20, Roman 20. Harry, you all right, mate? Harry looked up from his breakfast to see Ron giving him an odd look. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied with a small yawn. Sorry, do I look like something's up? Honestly, you look like you've had a go with a dragon again, said the redhead, spearing a sausage with his fork. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at that. Something like that. Ah, mail's here, Ron muttered, as the great hall filled with the sound and sight of over 100 owls swooping into sight, dropping letters and newspapers in front of students and faculty alike. Hermione caught her daily prophet before it was dropped on her breakfast, unfolding it lazily before letting out a gasp, one that was being echoed all over the hall. "What's up?" said Harry quickly. "Oh my God, this is terrible," she said quietly, spreading out the paper so that those around her could read the large headline on the front page. Mass breakout from Azkaban Ministry, fears Black is rallying point. For old Death Eaters, Roman 20, Roman 20. Voldemort smiled. For the first time in months, a true smile spread across his face, as he was once more surrounded by his full inner circle. Well, all but Severus. Rest up and regain your strength. There is much to be done, and I will call on you soon. Everyone made to shuffle out of the room immediately, not wanting to stay in his presence. All but one at any rate. Bellatrix hadn't even moved from her spot in the circle by his side. She merely stood there, basking in his presence, not something he would permit frequently, but he could humor her desires this once. She would calm down with time anyway. Rookwood. Voldemort's voice froze one of the retreating figures, the others passing around him as if he were a large rock. Yes, my lord. Voldemort motioned to a nearby chair, inviting the man to sit. Please, join me for a moment. I require some information from you regarding your former employer. The Ministry, he said, his voice raspy before thinking a bit deeper. You mean the Department of Mysteries? Indeed. Voldemort sat across from the man, Bellatrix taking a position at his side. I know it has been a while, however. There is something I have a great interest in at the moment, among other things. Tell me. His smile made the ex-unspeakable shiver slightly. What do you know of the prophecies hidden away in the bowels of the Ministry? Author's note. Chapter complete. I think, humanizing, the castle has been done in fix about as much as the Horcrux merge absorb whatever has been. From what I've read and seen, that's not really much, though they are there to be had. In any case, I'm coming at it with a pretty deep twist, like everything else I do. And as always, you find out more as you go, review away if you like. Of course, I love hearing from my readers. Message me if you have any questions that you need answers to. 14. One more time. Why should it bother me that we don't hang out as much as we used to? The amount that him and Hermione work these days, I get stressed just looking at them. Every time we're together, I end up getting roped into whatever they're doing. Besides, I'm barely keeping up as it is. Ron Weasley to Neville Longbottom, one random evening after break. January 1996. Tilda Chapter 14. One more time Tilda with so much going on, Harry barely noticed when January came to a close. On a daily basis, he was getting run-ragged by Stella, doing his work for his classes, dealing with Umbridge, who was coming at controlling the school with a new vigor lately, and trying his best not to let his friends fall to the wayside. On the last day of the month, he'd even been able to get a nice chunk of time to go visit Salazar to practice his parcel tongue. It seemed like he was improving all around, and at a surprising amount, considering that he was splitting himself between. Wait, wasn't he forgetting something? Ah, yes. The thing that currently had him leaning on his knees as he recovered from another assault to his mind. It seemed like the more he did this, the more frequently he ended up staring at the floor for some reason or another. That wasn't to say that his efforts were pointless, though. Without a doubt, Harry was improving at occlumency. When he first started the lessons, he was unable to tell when the mental attacks began, with only Snape's spoken spell as an indication to their start. One second he was seeing Snape, the next he was immersed in flickering memories. Similarly, the flashes ended without warning and were incredibly disorienting. Now, however, he reached a point where he was actually feeling the mental attack as it initiated. The word was spoken, there was a small pressure of sorts, and then Snape was in. And Harry could feel when he was able to expel the man from his mind by the distinct absence of whatever was there moments before. That in itself was excellent progress by any standard, especially in little more than 3 weeks of lessons. Unfortunately, he could only reduce the amount of time that Snape spent sifting through random memories by little more than a dozen seconds. That still left the man with about a minute to flit about in his head, give or take. It seemed that every time he made some type of serious progress, it was immediately put back to where it was before. Still, the lack of significant progress didn't discourage him. If anything, he was more determined than ever to keep Snape out of his head. Why? The memories were no longer solely from his Hogwarts years. What do you keep doing to merit being put in the cupboard? Demanded Snape, though his tone of voice was as level as always. It was the Friday after the horror that was Valentine's Day at Hogwarts Castle. An amusing and terrifying day for sure, especially since they all had magic at their disposal. Harry was counting down the days until when he would finally be seeing Tonks again. With the direction that occlumency now went, not to mention the harsh training Stella put him through every day to near exhaustion, he was quite looking forward to getting away from the castle for the Hogsmeade weekend. Just one more night to go. Wouldn't you like to know? Watch yourself, Potter, Snape snapped. Harry shook his head to clear it as he rose to his feet. The memories were so vivid, sometimes they lingered even after he'd managed to fend off Snape's attack. Many of them were things he'd rather never remember again. Some he actually did forget about. None were pleasant. Put in the cupboard. A humorless twitch of a grin died on his lips before it was born. I never got put in the cupboard. I lived there. Get it, Professor? What nonsense are you talking about? It's where I slept, Harry ground out, hating the words as he said them. It's where I spent my limited free time away from my wonderful relatives. You've seen it enough times. Haven't you noticed the tiny cot shoved in there? Snape just stared at him blankly before shaking his head slightly and raising his wand, his eyes hard. Prepare yourself, Legilimens. A time alone and terrified under the stairs as a fierce storm raged outside. His skin blistered from working in the yard, Dudley bullying him with his friends, another scolding, another time alone in the dark, another Christmas he was locked away, another birthday ignored, locked away again. Stop! Harry was on his knees again, though this time he was clutching his chest. He felt that last one, truly felt it. The first time he was punished for doing better than Dudley in school. For thinking he was better than everyone else. Harry glared up at Snape with the deepest loathing. Do you enjoy this? Does it make you happy, seeing my pathetic life? Well, as if going through it once weren't enough. Potter, but Harry overrode him with a bark of laughter. Come on, Snape, what are you waiting for? He spat, pushing himself to his feet. He was still a little wobbly. There's so much more you haven't seen yet. You've got the real Harry Potter on a silver platter. No fake stories and rumors here. I've got 10 years of that shit locked away in my head. What are you waiting for? Potter, Snape shouted, taking a step forward and letting out a sharp bang from his wand. Get out! But Harry was already halfway through the door, not even sparing a moment to close it behind himself. XX Snape closed the door with a flick of his wand before summoning a chair and dropping into it as he ran his hands through his hair. The real Harry Potter. When the headmaster approached him about teaching Potter occlumency, he was immensely unhappy about the entire situation. Dumbledore was wary of the connection that the boy had with the Dark Lord and was maintaining his distance. It would not do to have him placed in a potentially volatile situation with the headmaster at the other end, not until they understood the connection more completely. Blocking that connection was simply the first and most important step. So it fell to himself to teach occlumency in as fast a way as possible, a task that he thought completely impossible. However, to his great surprise, Potter was actually picking up occlumency at an incredible rate. He took the very limited amount of input that he got and worked from it in a way that he never did in his classes before. In a way, it was refreshing to see one of the immature students of the school approach something with some form of discipline and dedication. Of course, all in all, he loathed having to be assaulted with the boy's memories and feelings multiple times, but he always found something to dig at. There always was a certain satisfaction to be had from taunting the Gryffindor, and as he anticipated, by bringing up worse and worse memories, the boy was becoming increasingly determined to expel him from his mind. But now, a lifetime of deepest loathing for James Potter and his spawn were raging against the disgusting abuse he was witnessing. It was easy to push off at first. Seeing memories of him being punished in no small manner weren't so far-fetched. No doubt he did something to deserve it. It only fit the image that Potter built for him in his mind. Yet as the sessions continued, as he dug deeper, pushed harder, it was just more and more of the same. Session after session. Always worse, never better. He tried his best to find a single memory that would justify it. Anything, no matter how small. But no matter how hard he sought, all he came up with was more punishment, more despair. Lily's son. Lily Evans' son. Snape stood up and walked back into his office, grabbed his cloak, and then headed out, his robes billowing behind him. XX Harry didn't start moving until he literally ran out of space to run. It was lucky there was a chest-high wall surrounding the top of the astronomy tower, else he might have just gone blindly off it. He leaned over, clutching the wall and breathing heavily. Potter what? Greengrass, said Harry blankly, just noticing the girl was there. She had a notebook out with her telescope, face barely a foot from the eyepiece. Of course she would be here. Are you all right? I'm fine, forget about it. He winced internally at the bite his words had, unnatural to the present situation. I was just asking, she said brusquely, returning to her notes. Sorry, said Harry after a second, looking at the grounds far below. The height would be dizzying to anyone who wasn't used to it. Didn't mean to snap at you. I've had a very rough day. Putting his back to the wall, he sank to the floor, head leaning back against the stone with his eyes closed. The quiet of the tower was marred with the sound of a footfall, though a second did not follow it. Silence stretched for a minute before it was broken again. "Where's Tracy? Not often you two are apart." "She's doing work in runes, probably," Daphne replied. A peek through his eyelids showed the girl making notes while looking through the telescope. "You make it sound like we're attached at the hip or something." "Suppose so. Before this year, I would have said the same thing to you about Weasley." "Point taken. So, how have you been lately?" It was funny how he could practically feel the girl throw him an odd look, not like he could blame her. The last time they actually had more than passing words to one another was over a month prior. "Him as usual," she said after a second. "Classes have gotten more annoying." "Hermione's been complaining about the stress," agreed Harry. He was starting to relax a bit. The talking was helping a lot. "She's bothered by how much the professors mention the exams. It's not like we're going to forget about them any time soon." "Hermione said that you've been training yourself a lot more than you were doing last term. It sounds like she's starting to get worried. Is all that work really necessary?" "Hermione. We have runes and arithmancy together, didn't you know? Though I suppose runes is much more group-oriented than arithmancy." "I knew that. I just didn't know that you called her Hermione." "You haven't answered my question," she said, ignoring his observation. "It is. I'm getting better," he replied vaguely. "Mind if I ask you something random?" "Sure. How many people asked you out on Valentine's Day?" A distinct snap filled the air, causing Harry to open his eyes quickly. Daphne was holding a broken quill in her hand with a scowl. She cursed, pulling her wand to repair it. "Those two are lucky that I tolerate them so much, else I'd make it so they could never have children." Harry couldn't help but let out a small snort of laughter. He knew exactly which two she was referring to. "So, how many? It sounds like you got some good ones too." "With the twins, ridiculous prank. A round dozen." Harry cracked an eye to find Daphne leaning against the nearby wall, arms crossed in her usual manner, her work abandoned and apparently forgotten. She looked highly agitated just thinking about his question, though the way she answered was now making him genuinely curious, as opposed to just fishing around for something to talk about to keep his mind off of occlumency. "You got people who weren't charmed asking you as well." Daphne let out a frustrated sound before exhaling steadily. "Three." "I thought you said that people didn't really ask you out much," he said, remembering their conversation before the break. "All seventh years looking to score a couple more times before they graduate. Hogwarts girls are a hot commodity, don't you know? I was their first choice, lucky me. Bunch of pricks." Daphne let out a sound of disgust. "I used that freezing spell you taught me on all three of them. I doubt they'll be out of the infirmary before Sunday." Harry chuckled at the thought. "Rather cold of you." "A riot," she drawled, rolling her eyes at him, though the corners of her mouth tilted upwards. Watching him for a second, her expression slipped into a frown. She seemed to be deciding on what to say next, but he wasn't about to rush her. "I want you to stop avoiding me," she finally said rather bluntly. "I'm not avoiding you," he said immediately, the full effect of her words not registering right away. "Wait, what?" Daphne didn't look too pleased that she was being questioned, but she answered anyway. "Yes, you are. It feels like it's September again, and that month was awful." Harry just watched her in silence for a bit, wondering if she would say anything else. Apparently keeping quiet was making her more uncomfortable than she appeared. "Why? If you must know, despite how crazy everything has been, after October this year has honestly been the best I've ever had at Hogwarts. Painful as it might be to admit, you've got a lot to do with that." Harry was now just sitting there in shock. He'd never expected to hear anything of the sort from her pretty much ever. If it weren't for the fact that he could dimly sense her magic due to her proximity, then he would seriously be questioning if the girl before him was even Daphne to begin with. But to be honest, it's more about Tracy than anything. She really likes talking to you, and if we're at odds, it makes her feel like she has to choose a side. At the very least, I want that to stop, and if you care about her at all, then you should too. Tracy. Was that why she seemed so stressed and distracted lately? Immediately, he felt like a heel for being such an ass. "You're right, I'm sorry," he said finally, holding her gaze for a moment. She looked at him for a few more seconds before taking a breath. "Potter, don't worry about it," he interrupted. He knew what she was about to say, and at this point he didn't really want to hear it. Her last comment was more than enough. "But that situation was entirely my fault. I asked without much of a reason behind it, and you reacted honestly. About as much as I deserved considering the timing." He shrugged. I said don't worry about it, so don't let it bother you. Just because you say that doesn't mean I'm not, she said impatiently. I know I can be difficult, but I'm not a bitch at heart. I don't mean to be at any rate. So I am sorry I reacted the way I did. You didn't deserve it. She tapped her telescope with her wand, which caused it to fold itself up into a much more portable form before stowing it in her small bag along with her other things. I'm going to turn in early tonight. Are you going to Hogsmeade tomorrow? The castle's been trying to do me in lately, so 2 days away from her will feel good. No offense, of course, he added with a grin, patting the stone next to him. What about you? Not sure yet, to be honest. Well, whatever you do, have fun. Right, feel better, for whatever is bothering you, she finished awkwardly, walking back into the castle. Harry listened to Daphne's receding footsteps, his mind playing an image of her walking off, black hair swaying. Well, as awkward as it was, he was glad that they were back to speaking somewhat more normally. He didn't realize how much he talked to the two girls in his spare time until he'd stopped. And Tracy, he would really need to apologize to her too. Sitting there in silence, thoughts of the Slytherins slowly faded, and his mind went back to what he was thinking about when he showed up. He really lost it. Really lost it. Snape knew so much of his life, so much he never wanted another soul to know, and he just snapped. It was so ironic that so many in the wizarding world wanted to know Harry Potter, and yet the person who now knew his past best was the person who probably loathed him more than anyone, even possibly Voldemort. What a day, he mumbled, laying back to look up at the darkened sky. Roman 20, Roman 20, it was late when Severus Snape arrived at his destination. The houses of Privet Drive were all immaculately kept, even through the winter months, looking like postcard cutouts. Walking up the street, he read the numbers of the houses until he found his mark, number 4. There were no lights on downstairs, and only one of the upstairs windows was glowing yellow, flickering occasionally. Most likely the boy, staying up late and doing who knew what. The wizard made no sound as he walked up the front path, his wand unlocking and silencing the front door before he pushed it open and stepped into the house. Looking up at the top of the stairs, he sent a silent muffliato spell, followed by a light muggle-repelling charm. Now, if any of the Dursleys wanted to come downstairs, the moment they got near the top landing, they would head back in the other direction with something else more pressing to do. Lighting his wand with a warm glow, Snape looked around the house that he knew so well. With nearly 2 weeks of seeing nothing but this house in Potter's memories, he felt like he could walk around it blindfolded, despite it being his first time here. He made one pass around the downstairs before stopping back by the stairs, directly in front of a small door that barely came up to the middle of his chest. There was a small vent grate built into the door for some reason, with a little handle to open and close the slats. Scowling slightly, the potion's master put his hand on the door handle and turned. It was locked. Muggles! Unlocking the thing with his wand, he pulled it open. It was partially filled with cleaning supplies and a vacuum. He moved them into the hall and bent over, sticking his head in the small space, lit wand illuminating every inch. Snape wasn't sure exactly what he expected. A small cot, blood on the walls, hidden messages pleading for help. The cupboard was actually a bit larger than it looked from the outside. Potter's memories of this place were incredibly vivid, more so than any other memory he'd pulled from another person. It showed just how much time he spent here. Years and years. Nothing to the right but the downward slanting ceiling that was the underside of the stairs. He looked to the left and was rewarded with faint scratches on the back wall, impossible to see by just looking briefly into the space. There were a number of badly drawn images etched into the back wall, most of which he was unable to make out, though there were a few that were pretty clear. A Christmas tree, a birthday cake with 6 candles on it, some stick figures, and above it all, near the top of the wall, a roughly scratched Harry's room. A few seconds longer of looking at the inside of the cupboard, and he withdrew, replacing all of the cleaning supplies, closing and locking the door. He knew what he would likely find, but something in him needed to see it for himself. And now he had. Roman 20, Roman 20, hey, Nim. Ah, don't scare me like that. Harry couldn't help but smile at the girl before him. She looked no older than 12 or so, sitting on a bench and eating a candy bar from Honeydukes, her legs swinging playfully a few inches off the ground. She was completely absorbed in the crowd moving around the area. What happened to always be aware of your surroundings? He asked, taking a seat beside her. "I was keeping an eye out. I just forgot that you're becoming something like a magical bloodhound. I can only find people I've been around and remember, you know," he corrected. She eyed Harry before looking back at the numerous couples walking past them in both directions. "How has that been, by the way? I remember you were worried about going back to school. We haven't talked at all since New Year's, you know," she added reproachfully. "Sorry, I've been a bit preoccupied lately," he said in apology, looking back at the castle which was just visible in the distance. "As far as the sensing goes, the first week was a nightmare, but after that it was loads better, way more than in September. I can actually sense people around me in a room instead of just feeling like I'm in magical soup all the time." "Oh, what's the village like?" Tonks asked, curious. "Buildings and people," he shrugged. "It's gotten easier for me to find specifics when I look for them. I picked you up easily by the time I passed the 3 broomsticks, then I just came straight here. You honestly have no idea how useful this is. Makes the point me spell look drab in comparison. Trust me, I've got an inkling." "So where's Hermione?" "Bookstore." Tonks blinked in surprise at how quickly he answered. "You can feel here all the way from here. That's nearly on the other side of the village." "Of course not," he scoffed. "I've been improving a lot, but I'm not that good at this sensing thing." "So, how do you know? Where else would she be?" Tonks shook her head slightly, and suddenly Harry was looking at a girl who might as well have been his younger twin. Piercing green eyes and black hair that pooled around her shoulders, sticking up in odd places. She scooted over so she was leaning on his side. "There, now it won't look like you're trying to hit on a little girl like a creep." "No, instead, I look like a pathetic guy who had to rely on his little sister so he wouldn't be alone Valentine's Day weekend," he muttered, making Tonks giggle. She seemed to honestly feel like the little girl who appeared sitting next to him. "Anyway, I thought you said changing your size too much was impossible." "This is my limit for small," she admitted, bringing her hands up in front of her face. "But it's a lot easier to make my body smaller than larger. My body mass stays the same after all. If someone bumped into me right now, they'd probably be pretty shocked." "So, what happens if you stretch too far?" Harry asked. Tonks grimaced. "It hurts like a bitch, what do you think?" Harry knuckled her head. "Hey now, little girls shouldn't be cursing." Tonks fended off his hand and gave him a sour look. "And this is why I hate little girl bodies, as useful as it can be for stealth." Her expression shifted into one of mischief. "Not enough curves, don't you agree?" "Anyway," he said, raising his voice a bit to stop whatever train of thought she was getting onto. "What are we doing today? I can't imagine you'd like to stay here." Was filled with the most obvious couples ever, and was a mix between embarrassing and annoying to walk through. He had no idea how he'd missed this the past 2 years. Then again, he'd never really stayed out near curfew in Hogsmeade before. He usually went back by mid-afternoon or so. Now that it was getting a bit later, the couple density actually seemed to be increasing. "Nope, we're out of here." And with that, Tonks grabbed his arm, disapparating them with a pop. XX. "Oh, stop being a baby. You still could have warned me. Sometimes life will hit you with surprises. You need to be prepared for anything." But landing me in a fountain. Harry and Tonks were currently in the basement of Grimmauld Place. The side-along apparition got them to the square nearby, but Harry's tugging put them a little bit off of Tonks' intended target. Namely, her next to a fountain and him inside of it. Even luckier was that it was one of those heated ones that the city kept running all year. So he ended up soaked. Sure, that's what drying charms were for, but it didn't change the fact that he now smelled like a fountain. Unfortunately, neither he nor Tonks knew any of the better household charms, and to be perfectly honest, Harry wasn't about to let Tonks try any on him. She'd just as easily light him on fire. All that aside, there was no charm like the magic of a nice hot shower. "Well, next time you'll know better than to squirm so much mid-flight," said Tonks. She was sitting against the wall outside the bathroom, talking over the sound of the running water. "You're ridiculous," came Harry's voice through the cracked door. Steamy air wafted out and dissipated into the small hallway. "You got the clothes from Sirius, right? I'd have thought he'd want to come say hi by now." Actually, as far as I can tell, he isn't here right now," she replied. "He's not here," said Harry in alarm. "Where could he have gotten off to?" "Relax, Harry, I'm sure he's fine. I know he spends most of his time cooped up, but he's gone out occasionally under guard. Maybe Remus took him somewhere. Besides, everyone is going to be here later on for a meeting anyway." "I hope so. Anyway, I did snag some of Sirius' old things. I'm sure you'll look quite dashing, Tonks added with a grin, patting the small pile of clothing on the floor next to her. As long as I can duel in them, it's fine, he replied. Just pop them inside and close the door. I'm about to come out. Right, right. A few minutes later, they were positioned across from each other in the main room, much as they did many months before. Tonks gave a large stretch, her wand twirling excitedly. Ready to show me how much you've improved? She posed to the boy. Harry just grinned and shifted sideways, making Tonks' eyebrows raise slightly. Oh, makes me wonder what else you've picked up since then. She shifted into a somewhat similar stance, though she looked much more comfortable with her position than Harry did, more dangerous. Shall we set some rules? This threw Harry off for a second. Ah, rules, he repeated. He never dueled with rules before. Not specifically because in a real fight there would be no rules or anything like that. It was just that against Stella, there was no point even considering them. He just got his ass kicked all over the room until he couldn't think straight any longer. Well, we aren't trying to kill each other, right? I just want to test your limits. To this, Harry just shrugged. No seriously debilitating stuff, but you don't need to be gentle about it. I certainly won't. If you get knocked out or I make it so that you can't fight anymore, then it's over. And when I win, Tonks smirked at his confidence. If you win, I'll do anything you want for the rest of the night. Anything, he said, eyebrows raised. And why thing, she repeated, leaning forward slightly. And what about if you win? He continued, refusing to rise to the taunt. Then you'll probably wake up tomorrow with a really bad headache, she replied with a shrug. But who knows what might happen to you while you were unconscious, you know. Tonks quickly whipped out her wand, flicking aside Harry's silent stunner with an amused expression on her face. Trying to sneak in a shot, I didn't say start yet. Not part of the rules, said Harry cheekily. Tonks just grinned. True. Her opening attack was quicker than anything she'd ever sent at him during the summer. A stunner straight for his chest. If he wasn't dueling Stella since the beginning of January, he might have lost right there, trying to dodge, probably directly into another stunner. Of course, unlike before, Tonks was going to actually have to fight for this one. Abverto. Deflected, the spell shot straight into the wall where it died on contact. Tonks' eyes widened for only a fraction of a second before she sent another two spells that met the same fate as the first. Harry countered with a stunner and body bind only to be put on the defensive as another couple of spells arrowed at him, this time at different heights. He blocked and shifted, countering again. Harry and Tonks jabbed, slashed, and deflected, the pace picking up as it continued. All the while the expression on Tonks' face was slipping into a wider and wider grin, until finally she began laughing gleefully. I can't believe this. Months ago you could barely dodge properly, and now you're fighting like an actual duelist. How long have you been able to do this? Almost a month, he said, eyes still locked on her rapidly moving wand. In fact, it was the only thing he was working on in the past month. Almost every minute spent in Stella's company was dedicated to him deflecting spells for all he was worth. With every miss something he wouldn't immediately forget. His father wasn't kidding about it being an incredibly risky move to use. Every mistake caused him to take a spell to his torso or arms. It was obvious that his dueling improved by several levels since they started, but it was unlikely that they would go back to full-time regular dueling for at least another month or so. He was determined to master the skill. A month! Tonks weaved through his attack with a thoughtful expression before grinning and sending another two spells at him, both of which he deflected to the side. I have to say, Harry, you really never cease to amaze me. Actually, it kind of pisses me off at how good you are getting. Pratigo. The shield spell was so strong that Harry's curses rebounded back at him, causing him to trip up and nearly get hit at the sudden change of pace. What's wrong, Harry? This little conversation isn't distracting you, is it? Unlike Tonks, who wasn't letting up a single bit while she laughed herself silly, Harry was certainly beginning to lag. He'd never deflected so many spells in a row, and the sheer number of dual-ending curses that could have hit him was enough to make him sweat. Tonks wasn't pulling her punches right now, or at least if she was, he just didn't want to know. Maybe she could have a flippant conversation while she dueled, but Harry wasn't quite there yet. God, you're annoying. He grumbled, thinking of what to do. If they continued at this rate, she would definitely win. He knew they wouldn't be even in a straight fight. Unfortunately for him, it seemed that Tonks got the idea first. She suddenly conjured a large number of ropes before sending them at him haphazardly. Flamines, snapped Harry. A strong gust of wind blasted the ropes right back at the woman, who just calmly vanished them and sent a jet of water at him instead. With so much practice, he could cast most of his arsenal silently, but anything elemental that wasn't as simple as an incendio was still extremely difficult, particularly because for the most part, elemental spells were high level to begin with. Harry quickly conjured a wooden wall that he ducked behind to avoid getting drenched before scrambling away from the thing as the water suddenly froze into ice, engulfing the wall and much of the area in front of it. In retaliation, he sent 2 stunners as a distraction before focusing and saying, Obscurus. Black smoke filled the air between them, hiding him effectively. He knew it wouldn't take much time for Tonks to clear the obstacle, but it would hopefully give him a couple seconds, which was all he needed. Serpensortia, he whispered, waving his wand twice. 2 snakes came into creation before him, both coming up to his waist in height. They were at least 6 feet long each. Canoventus. Harry flinched as the smoke screen had a hole punched in it more than a foot in diameter by something that continued past him and heavily cracked the wall. Yeah, he did not want to be hit by something like that. Approach the woman from both sides and bind her. He hissed in a low voice at them, ducking as another of the powerful spell made its way through the cloud. The snakes both darted off in opposite directions, almost immediately lost in the smoke. They wouldn't have any trouble finding the only other human in the room by smell. Harry was ready to attack when he heard a thud coupled with a shout that most certainly did not belong to Tonks. What the hell is this? I can't move. Harry nearly dropped his wand as he recognized the voice. Pero. The darkness faded within seconds, leaving him staring at his unfortunate godfather, arms and legs wrapped by the 2 snakes. Bloody hell, Harry. At least put out a warning when you're going to pop in for a duel. Tonks, damn it, get me out of here, he shouted, looking around for the woman. Harry looked around as well, but she was nowhere to be seen. Was she invisible? Shit, sorry, Sirius, Harry said with a chuckle, quickly telling the snakes to release him and looking around. I didn't realize you'd come down. Tonks said you were probably out for some air. Well, she was right about that. Blindsided, Harry was sent ass over tea kettle to the floor, a number of feet back where he rolled to a slow stop. He lay there, slightly stunned as the ceiling swam before his eyes. The floor was rather hard. As he slowly recovered, the room was filled with light clapping. You've improved a ton, Harry. There's no comparison to who I used to be training in this room. I can say with confidence that there is no student at Hogwarts who could beat you in a duel you didn't try your best in. Harry grimaced as he pushed himself to his knees, ignoring the pain in his side. The dizziness was just about gone. I hear her but coming on, but you're still way out of your league here. I'll admit that was a great move with the snakes, Harry, said Sirius, taking a few steps forward before stopping and looking down at him with a smirk. I knew you'd have something coming at me, but I didn't expect that coordination, so I was caught off guard. Then again, you could probably teach a snake to cook, so I suppose I should have been keeping them in mind. But you still let the unexpected get the best of you. That can kill you. Harry pushed himself slowly to his feet, looking at the man before him. You. Harry wasn't sure if he was more pissed or impressed. Sure, there was no way that he could ever fully mistake who she really was. Unless he was in a place like Hogwarts, he could pick Tonks out of a crowd of any size, no matter what she looked like. It all came down to magic after all, but a part of his mind couldn't stop mistaking her as Sirius. Hell, he mistook her for a few moments, even though he shouldn't have been fooled. She just was him. There was no second way about it. Forget about his looks, which were flawless, but his mannerisms and speech, right down to the damn annoying smirk she was giving him that Sirius saved for the times he'd gotten Harry particularly well over the summer. How the hell are you able to do that? It's good, right? Came Sirius' voice, the sudden smug expression not quite fitting his face. Slowly the features shifted, and Tonks was back to herself once more. A tap of her wand returned her clothing as well. Better, even. Haven't you wondered all this time how I was so good at what I do? She ducked a spell from Harry and sent one back automatically, but he deflected it with his wand. You mean this is what it means to be a metamorph? Tonks shook her head rapidly. I don't think you know enough about metamorph magus to understand. They're rare. Not as rare as, say, an empath, or something else equally mystical, but it's up there. Like Parselmouth's, genetic, but shows up rarely. Now me, she paused for dramatic effect. I'm one of a kind. Yeah, you're something all right. Harry muttered in annoyance, eyes still flicking from her face to her wand. She hadn't counterattacked him yet, and he wasn't too eager to provoke one either. Well, I suppose I am playing it up a bit, she said with a shrug. But you have to understand that I'm really practically one of a kind when it comes to my abilities. I've got the two things that would take any metamorph to a whole different level. Care to guess what they are? Talent, I suppose, he grumbled, though admittedly somewhat interested in where she was going with this. They were actually still circling each other slowly, the adrenaline of the duel still fueling them both as they took the small breather. Heaps and heaps of it, agreed Tonks with a nod. From what I've heard, no one can do what I do, and they never have been, just making faces or something similar. Maybe a couple got as good as being able to do a whole body change. But I can be anyone I want in a matter of seconds. I can pull off being a preteen or an ancient old fossil. It's one of the things that makes me so great at tracking in a crowd. I could be anyone, and I am. A twitch of her hand at Harry's wound up reflexively, but nothing was cast. Anyway, that's only one thing. She'd shifted again, now indistinguishable from Ginny. A wink later, and she'd morphed again, now Hermione. Care to guess the other? I've got no idea, Nim, said Harry impatiently. Tonks just tapped her head. Don't you think it's weird how I can mimic people so well? You probably would have thought it was her without that sensory ability of yours, too. I've got a photographic memory. I remember everything I see that I want to. There is literally nothing more suited to my abilities. Couple that with the ability to reshape my voice box, and I can be whoever I want. There was that one muggle who said it takes 10,000 hours of practice to master something like that. Well, how about 200,000? I've been practicing every minute of every day my entire life. I'm the best of the best. It's never bothered you. Sure, Tonks was pleased with her own abilities, but he could think of a number of things that being a metamorph would hurt in a normal person's life. Dad always told me I should be proud of the things I'm good at, said Tonks with a nod. I suppose it can be a double-edged sword in certain aspects of my life, but seriously, what kind of idiot stabs themselves with their sword? Was that even supposed to make sense? He replied flatly. Tonks just shrugged, directing a very quick hex at him that he barely blocked with his wand. He managed to block the next two, but the third came in at an odd angle and clipped his shoulder, making it burn in pain. He gritted his teeth against it and readied his wand. I could fight you like this, she said, running a hand through her bushy hair. Maybe wearing something a little lighter. Hermione's got a lot more going for her than you'd think. She always covers it up with her robes. Bet you've wondered once or twice. Enough, Nim. Stop using other people's bodies, shot Harry. And why should I? Taunted Tonks, running a few fingers along the underside of her neck. If I were a Death Eater, I'd be hard-pressed not to imperio her to kill you if I got the opportunity. Or anyone who you're close to for that matter. Maybe have the Weasleys have a go at taking out their friend. It's one of the easiest ways to take someone down. No matter how good of a duelist you become, you'll always have that weakness. I'm not weak, he snapped, and I'm not going to back down. Now shut up or give up. Fine, since you're so eager, she snapped. Within moments she was casting again, this time sending chunks of ice at him. He melted them with an incendio before quickly shielding against 3 bludgeoning spells, all different, and all pressing heavily on the shield before the pressure let up. Tonks was looking at him with distinct anger. In the blink of an eye, she shifted back to her regular form, now interweaving regular curses with odd flourishing flicks to his sides. Harry deflected the direct spells before jumping back out of instinct, almost falling in his haste to move. A large dog landed where he was a moment ago, skidding to a halt on the stone floor. It growled at him menacingly. The dog lunged again, but this time Harry was ready, catching it in the air with a levitation spell. He banished it at Tonks, who dodged and sent a red whip of some kind sailing at his body. He ducked, letting it sail over him, and end up hitting the frozen wall from earlier, cutting it cleanly in two. Oi, are you out of your mind? He shouted in panic, thinking of what would have happened if the whip actually hit him. It's not made to pass through people, so don't worry, she said unconcernedly, sending it right back at him with precision. Harry tried to dodge it again, but Tonks was able to catch his right arm securely, causing it to seize up at once in pain. His wand clattered to the floor from limp fingers as he drew a sharp breath. "Game over, Harry," said Tonks, pulling the whip taut. Harry just grit his teeth before wandlessly summoning his wand to his left hand, cutting through the whip with a glowing white wand tip. The sudden slack caused Tonks to stumble backwards, making her unable to properly defend against Harry's bludgeoning curse, which cracked against a hasty shield spell. He attacked again, but Tonks was back on her feet. Suddenly, Harry was caught in the side with what felt like a club, making him stagger to the side. The hell! He turned only to get hit again, this time from the back. Another turned to the side only to catch another blow in the chest, knocking him painfully to the floor in a heap. Finally, he saw who his assailants were. Somehow, he ended up in a crowd of animated furniture, though he was positive they weren't there a few seconds ago. They moved to hit him again, but ended up freezing mid-strike as Harry dropped to the floor unconscious, a red spell taking him in the side. XX Tonks stood there breathing heavily for half a minute before lowering her wand fully. He'd almost got her in the end, wandlessly summoning his wand and using it in what should be his offhand without any dip in ability. Few people could do one, let alone both. If Harry were more experienced then, she would have lost right there. It was only thanks to her backup plan, the animated furniture that she took control of when he used the smokescreen, that she came out of this so cleanly. Was probably just as fortunate for Harry, too. She was really starting to lose her temper. Crap. Tonks immediately ran over to him, sending all the furniture back to the corner where it belonged. Kneeling at the boy's side, she did a diagnostic spell she knew and began to run her wand up and down his body. He was bruised like hell, but other than that it looked like he would be fine. His arm would get its feeling back by the time he came to hopefully, and his shoulder would be fine after a little spell work. Probably no worse than a rough Quidditch game in the end. But son of a bitch, she really didn't hold back on that last one. The ribbon hex was well beyond what they'd agreed to stick with. Still berating herself, Tonks rummaged around in her shirt for her emergency med kit. Auras all carried them on principle, even when not on duty. Wait, I'm out of that pain potion, damn it. I need to restock this thing. She frowned for a second before remembering that there were a number of healing potions stocked for the order in the kitchen, among other places in the house. The kitchen would be the easiest place to get them, though. Hang on a second, Harry. I'll be right back with that potion. Roman 20 Tonks let out a loud sigh as she leaned back in her recliner, a nearly empty glass of fire whiskey on the side table. It was nearly midnight now, and Harry still wasn't awake yet. The stunner would have run its course many hours ago, so he must have really needed the rest. As for now, he was sleeping on her couch in her home. Upon leaving the basement, Tonks found that HQ was completely filled with Order members who would be attending the meeting soon, as well as Sirius and Remus, who actually did go out for a small jaunt with a couple others. She and Harry must have been throwing spells at each other for quite a while longer than she realized. Of course, she then was pulled into the meeting, during which she kept nervously thinking about what might happen if Harry woke up and made his way there, or if an Order member randomly walked downstairs and found an unconscious and injured Harry Potter laid out on the floor. Yeah, that would have been pretty bad. She also had to explain away the cut on her face, which she forgot about in the heat of the moment. One infuriating hour later, she was released, finally able to grab the potions she wanted and go back down to the basement to collect Harry for a stealthy escape. Less than 5 minutes later, she placed him on her couch in the sitting room and sat next to him to wait until he woke up. Unfortunately, all she had to keep her company were a number of troublesome thoughts. Ah, Nim. He let out a small groan, rubbing his head as he pushed himself upright. You all right there? She asked tentatively. If by all right you mean do I feel like I just got into a fist fight with a troll, then yes, I'm all right, he said sarcastically, squinting at her. Blimey, I'm sore. Sorry about that, said Tonks, her voice guilty. She grabbed a potion from the table and pressed it into his hands. Here, give it a minute, and it'll fix your headache and the rest of it. It's stock from the Order. Thanks. I know it got a bit heated earlier, but was jumping me with armchairs really necessary? He asked after downing the potion. And that whip spell? Aye, she slumped a bit. Sorry, Harry. Some other frustrations worked their way into our duel, and I took it a bit far. I lost control. Harry's confusion shifted to a mix of concern. Whatever he might have been expecting, it clearly wasn't that. About what? I'm angry, Harry. Her hands clenched to fists before relaxing in her lap once more. I'm so angry all the time. I work nearly constantly. If I'm not doing my shift at the DMLE, then I'm picking something up for the order, but it feels like no matter what I do, it isn't changing a thing. They sit in those stupid meetings and talk about what's happening like it's the end of the world, but don't do a damn thing about it. That, that can't be right, though, Harry argued automatically. It seemed crazy that they wouldn't be. I mean real action, Tonks said with a grimace. We know about plenty of people who are Death Eaters behind closed doors. Heck, I work with some of them at the ministry every damn day. Eat lunch, talk about the weather and goings-on in Gringotts. They go home, put on their masks, and kill a family of muggles, only to come in the next day all smiles. It's sickening. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He knew the feeling, certainly. The bubbling acrid discomfort that settled in your gut, knowing that something was wrong and there was nothing you could do about it. I didn't join the order for this. I'm sorry, Nim. I know what you mean. What can you do in a situation like that? A dozen different ways sprang to mind instantly, all at the tip of a wand, but pushed the thought aside roughly. She downed the last half-inch of her drink in a single go before looking at her reflection in the cut glass, her thoughts a storm. XX Harry let out a low breath as his lingering aches finally disappeared. He chided himself for not keeping better track of his surroundings during the heat of the duel, but in fairness, losing wasn't unexpected this time. He'd normally want to go over how the duel went, but have I ever seen her look so troubled? Wanna hear something funny? Tonk's voice was light-hearted, yet her face was anything but. I get so mad at the Death Eaters for hiding who they are, and I do it every day, every second. I'm always pretending I'm someone I'm not. Because you're a metamorph, he said slowly, not liking where this was going. It's a wonder I even remember what I actually look like, she said, eyeing herself in a large mirror on the wall. Most metamorphs don't, did you know? You spend enough time as someone else, and you can never really ever get 100% back. Maybe you remember your nose being a bit cuter, your skin smoother, whatever little thing that you just assume about yourself. Me, though. She changed, fluidly as she ever did when he watched, to the point where he always was second-guessing himself about whether he really tracked the change or not. Skin paled slightly, hair lengthened and tightly curled while also shifting to black. Suddenly sitting before him was an unmistakably young Bellatrix Black. If he wasn't so sure of her magic, he may have drawn his wand automatically. That's uncanny, he said after a second, coming down from the surprise of it. Tonks just shook her head, observing herself with a scowl in a mirror on the wall. That's putting it lightly. I hate this form. 3 guesses why. I don't. Tonks gave him a piercing look, but he continued, undeterred. Just because you look like her doesn't mean you are her. I couldn't care less what she's done, she said scathingly before she could stop herself. You don't get it, Harry. Every time you try to be yourself, your own mother can't help but be reminded of a psychopath that she once loved more than anything. One she'll always be related and connected to. Nothing but regret and pain. I couldn't stand those looks once I found out where they came from. Harry just watched the girl with a frown as she cut herself off, regret clear on her face at her own words. It was weird how he felt at that moment. I suppose I used to hate myself when I was younger, he said slowly, looking over at the mirror as well. Tonks met his eyes in the reflection. The bright green seemed dull. I never could get anything to work, no matter how much I tried. They didn't want me, tried to live their lives as if I didn't exist. I hated myself for not being good enough. Tonks blinked, her eyes suddenly stinging. She looked away from the mirror for a moment before returning to the boy's reflection. In that moment his eyes hardened, and so did his voice. But I kept going, heard opinions that made me think twice about what I took as fact, found other people that mattered. I realized that it wasn't me I should hate, so I hate other things instead. He shook his head slightly, and he was back to normal, giving her a small smile. You should too. Even if it didn't bother me, after all this time, I'm not about to go outside like this. Doesn't change that I'd still like you this way if you decided to stay. Look, if anyone gives you a hard time, point them out to me and I'll jinx them. The look she gave him now was one he couldn't decipher, almost questioning. How are you feeling now? That potion should have started working. The order makes them pretty fast after all. Loads better, thanks. Good. They stared at each other in silence for a minute. Were you going to change back? He found himself asking. No, not at the moment. You're Comfortable, she said after a second, gracing him with a smile. Do you mind if I do something? Sure. What are you? But Harry got no further as Tonks rather abruptly leaned forward and pushed her lips against his own. It wasn't aggressive or forceful, just a soft, second-long kiss. His brain took a moment to reboot as it stalled out. When she pulled away, it was to find a rather dumbstruck Harry staring back at her with wide eyes and a very red face. That was really nice, said Tonks with a smile, wiping the corner of her lip with her thumb. But that's all you'll get from me. I see. Harry's ramblings were a mixture of pitches. Why? You somehow say the right things when it counts, Tonks mused, half avoiding the question as she eyed the bottle of fire whiskey. Maybe just one more. She eyed her flustered friend and a spark of mischief moved through her. Maybe just one more. XX. I am so disappointed in myself. Harry was cooking them breakfast. Tonks was currently sitting at the small table in the kitchen, her head on her arms. Got drunk, made out with a teenager. What am I, a degenerate? Possibly. But how many can say they've made out with the famous Harry P? Oh, get stuffed. He laughed, plating the eggs and bacon on a pair of levitating plates before sending them to the table with a light push. He joined shortly after with their drinks, juice for him and coffee for the woman. When she didn't immediately sit up, he sighed. Relax, would you? You were drunk. I know you didn't mean anything by it. Merlin, if Marley found out I'd be dead within the hour. Can't deny it wasn't a fun night, though. She finally pushed herself upright and tucked into her meal with a thank you. 2 cleaned plates and several cups of coffee later, Tonks was finally looking alive again. So, she began, tapping her fork on the table absently. Real talk. You've got all this shit going on in your head about Voldemort, the Order, occlumency training and school, but at the same time you also happen to be a teenage boy. So explain to me how you've been coping lately. When silence answered her, she let out a small breath and her voice became more gentle. Be honest. I've been training, he said shortly. Can we just not talk about any of this right now, or ever preferably? Sirius was right about you, pretending like you can get by just grinding your wand work. Quit being such a cauldron head, she said, poking him with the utensil. At this point, Harry was just looking disgruntled. I need to stay focused, he said, taking his and Tonk's empty dishes. I'm much better off sticking to my training, making it so that I can survive and protect whoever I need to. Better for who, though? She asked. Everyone. I doubt that'll work out as well as you'd like it to, said Tonks, her voice decidedly bland. She was clearly annoyed with him. A person can't just turn off their emotions. You think I don't know that? He said bitterly. If it was possible, I'd have switched them off over 14 years ago, would have made life a lot more manageable. Harry. She stood up and walked over to him, forcing him to look her in the eye. Promise me that you won't try to shut yourself off. Your heart will win you just as many battles as your head. It's cheesy, but it's true. Harry raised his eyebrows slightly as he regarded the metamorph. Irritating as it was to hear, he appreciated it nonetheless and nodded, drawing a smile from the woman. I'll do my best. Now let's figure out exactly how I'm supposed to explain to McGonagall why I never came back to school last night. There is a checkout list, you know. Roman 20. Harry closed the door to Snape's office behind him like usual, stepping into the room as he waited momentarily for the potion's master to pause whatever he was working on so that they could go and begin the occlumency lesson. However, unlike the previous days, the man did not look up from his work, and instead continued to write, the scratching of his quill filling the room. Sit, Potter, he said after a few seconds, still not looking up. So we'll be having a talk about it after all, he thought, taking the seat by Snape's desk. After what happened during the last occlumency session, Harry was quite apprehensive about their next meeting. Class that morning was completely normal, with barely more than a moment of interaction about the current potion they were all working on. Of course, he couldn't just skip occlumency. That would be a fast track to losing Snape's willingness to teach him, and he was more than likely already on thin ice after losing his cool like he did. Of course, that was all separate from the fact that Snape was now more than aware of his pre-Hogwarts life. He didn't even know where to begin with how he felt about that. Still, the weekend helped him lose a lot of his anxiety about it in general, and there was no point fretting about something he couldn't control. At least not without being a hypocrite 10 times over. Professor, I'm sorry for my outburst on Friday, he said after a minute, unable to continue listening to the scratching. The quill finally stopped, and Snape looked up at him, his expression as neutral as ever. "No matter, your rage was justified," he said after a second. Harry blinked in surprise. That was not the reaction he was expecting. "You have been learning occlumency from me for nearly a month and a half, and I am more than aware of your mindset regarding the sessions," Snape continued, now sitting back in his chair slightly. "So, then you also think that I haven't been getting anywhere lately?" Harry asked, feeling annoyed just saying it. He was rather frustrated with his lack of growth. At least with his dueling he could see the results. Here, it was like any time he got somewhere, he lost it right there, putting him back at square one. In response to his statement, Snape just pulled his wand and pointed it at his head. Harry braced himself, but nothing happened, only that he felt the faintest prod against his mind with barely any penetrating force behind it. Did you just do something?" he asked in uncertainty. "I attempted to use legilimency against you," said Snape, lowering his wand. "No, you didn't. That didn't do anything," said Harry in confusion. "The mental attack was at the same level as during our very first session." "Really?" said Harry incredulously. "You're having me on. I barely felt it." Snape just gave him an unimpressed look, at which Harry continued. "All right, if I'm actually getting better, then why can't I keep you out? I will remind you that the object of our lessons is not only to teach you occlumency at a high level, but as quickly as possible," said Snape. "To do so, I have been pushing you to your limit constantly. Of course, if you increase your limit, then I must adjust accordingly. So, you're saying that the moment I actually do start making progress on that time, I will be using legilimency at my fullest ability. By that time, you will have reached a very high level in occlumency anyway. Of course," he added, a small grin finding its way onto his features, "you still have quite a long way to go before you will be able to keep me out of your head. Be proud, Potter. You no longer rank among the incompetent and have attained an astounding level of mediocrity." "Well, at least I know what I'm going for now," said Harry, ignoring the comment out of habit. He gave Snape an odd look. "Why are you being so, I dunno, nice, I guess?" Snape's unimpressed expression watched him silently, and Harry was suddenly struck with a thought. "It's because of what you've been seeing, isn't it?" Harry scowled. "I don't need your pity." "A Potter will never get such from me," retorted Snape in a level voice. He paused, then said, "However, I am unsettled by what I've seen. As the lessons continue, I will make every effort to pull out your worst memories, regardless of what you think of them. Still, this does not please me. I am not some sick person who delights in the suffering of children." "Debatable," muttered Harry. Snape just ignored him and continued on. "The worthless husband aside, I did not believe that Petunia was capable of letting such happen to a child she was tasked with raising, despite being a foul human being nonetheless. I suppose you are at least fortunate to have escaped the pitiful fate of her son." Harry blinked in surprise, not expecting him to say any of that last bit. Well, honestly, the majority of this conversation still had him for a bit of a loop, but this last bit was completely unexpected. This entire time, he was stumped on how to bring up his mother without putting the man off immediately, and here Snape was opening the door himself. Burning curiosity aside, there was no way he was going to let this pass. "You make it sound like you knew her," he replied, disbelief bleeding into his words. Well, he supposed it was possible if he was his mother's best friend, but at the same time putting Snape and Aunt Petunia in the same thought in general was just so out there. In response, Snape's lip curled slightly in disgust. "Unfortunately, I did. Your mother's family lived very close to my own when we were children. So, you knew my mom then?" "That is correct." "Were you friends?" Following those words, Harry endured what was one of the most intense silences that he'd even been through in his life. Snape stared at him with slightly narrowed eyes, behind which Harry could only imagine what thoughts were going through his head. However, regardless of how uncomfortable he was beginning to feel, he said nothing, waiting until, yes, for a time. "Wow," said Harry, not even trying to keep the absolute astonishment out of his voice. "You know, I honestly never thought you'd ever tell me." The briefest flash of confusion crossed Snape's features before he frowned impassively. "You already knew," he said in understanding. "For how long have you been aware of this?" "Christmas." "I see. Not details, but I know something happened." Harry was speaking a little bit more quickly than normal. Whether this was because he was a little anxious or just wanted to get as much out before Snape decided to curse him and say no more, he wasn't sure. Regardless, he wasn't about to stop. What happened to make you two stop being friends? Catching a dangerous feeling from the man, Harry hastily added, just a general idea. I don't need specifics or anything. Snape let out a breath before speaking. During a particular incident, in my anger, I foolishly said something extremely degrading to your mother, intending to hurt her. Needless to say, it worked. As a result, we never spoke again. You never tried to fix it. Snape was beginning to look rather impatient with all the questions, but answered regardless. Neither of us did. Our friendship was already difficult enough to maintain as it was. I don't think I need to remind you of your mother's house. There was a pause, then. She forgave you. Silence, even heavier than the one before. Snape's gaze was boring into Harry. Excuse me. Instead of continuing, Harry pulled out the thumbnail-sized worn book, resizing it on the desk. He'd taken to carrying it around whenever he went to a clumancy for the possibility of just this occasion. This is something I found in my parents' house on Christmas Eve, he explained. It's completely filled with letters, all from my mother, and all addressed to you. She must have got tired of keeping them in a box or something and bound it. Snape's eyes flickered rapidly between Harry's and the book before him. How much of this have you read? Only the first 5 or so, he said truthfully. They weren't technically to me after all. And you would just give this to me. After everything I've heard about what kind of a person she was, I think she'd want you to read those. We might hate each other, but that doesn't change the fact that you were her best friend. Standing up, Harry walked back towards the door, stopping about halfway before turning around, his hands in his pockets. He understood what Snape was asking. He possessed essentially nothing of his mother's after all. Let's skip today. I'll see you on Wednesday. Harry walked out of the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click. He walked off as fast as humanly possible without outright running, heart hammering in his chest, feeling like he'd gotten away with murder in front of an entire audience of witnesses. Twice. Severus Snape watched the door for a second in silence before shifting his focus to the thing on his desk. He reached out with hesitation and picked the book up, feeling its weight for a moment before he opened to the first page. Indeed, it was a letter in a handwriting he'd recognize anywhere, addressed to Severus Snape, you stupid, idiotic, tactless, ungrateful. A flick of his wand sent the most powerful locking charm he knew at his door, and with that, he began to read. Author's note. Chapter complete. The hookup was written out of the story, for anyone who remembers it being here. I've changed my mind on it really not belonging in a fic still rated T, that's basically it. Anyone looking for that kind of stuff doesn't need to go far on this site. You all know the drill by now. Thanks for reading, and I'll see you in the next one. 15. The Moon's Facade. Look, most of the time it's important to stop, analyze, then act rationally and intelligently. Move through the situation cool and collected. Then there are times you just need to blow shit up. Sirius Black to Harry Potter, Summer 1995. Tilda Chapter 15. The Moon's Facade. Tilda Cornelius Fudge held back a sigh as he looked out of the wide office window behind his desk. The magical view of London often helped calm him when work began to get too stressful, and the last year saw a distinct increase of that particular feeling. Regardless of what anyone said or thought, being the minister was the toughest job imaginable. The greatest job for sure, but no doubt the toughest. If only he could go back to the first few years he was minister. Things were so much simpler then, back when his friends still worked closely with him to make the ministry a better entity. Back when people weren't plotting to take his job. Back when, Cornelius, are you even listening to me? When he'd never known Dolar's umbrage. Yes, Dolar's, I am, he said easily. You know I enjoy this view. Please continue. Today was, thankfully, only a single-day visit from his undersecretary. It wasn't that he disliked her in general. She brought in all of the extremists that made up the Weisengamot, not to mention they had similar opinions on some issues. It wasn't even that the woman had a clear desire to gain some form of ultimate power over everyone and everything, which would eventually extend to himself. He respected her ambitions, as a person who made his own a reality through any means necessary. No, it was actually just that the woman was really bloody annoying. Well, as I was saying, our efforts in the school have been doing us a respectable amount of good. However, I can tell that it is plateauing. If we allow that to happen, then all the momentum that I have will be very difficult to pick back up. What exactly do you need? Asked Cornelius, cutting her off from further expressing her point. We need a way of removing Dumbledore from that school, she said forcefully. Still focused on the window, the minister scowled heavily. Dumbledore. That man would be the end of him. The headmaster was under fire from every source he could possibly pull together to bring the man down, and he still was held just as highly in the public eye as himself, the Minister of Magic. It went to show just how much power Dumbledore quietly amassed over the decades. But now, with Dolors slowly but surely taking control of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was running out of things to hide behind. I agree, Dolors, but in case you haven't noticed, he's still the headmaster despite your continued efforts to usurp him. The staff still maintains their position against you, correct? True, but there's little that they can do with my status as High Inquisitor. Regardless, a knock at the door cut him off. Come in. Cornelius turned to watch Percy Weasley enter the room, giving a small nod of recognition to Dolors before addressing him. Minister, Madame Bones is here to see you. Thank you, Percival, see her in, he said with a nod, sending the young man away. Though he was loath to speak with Amelia Bones about anything these days, she wasn't the kind of person who could reasonably be kept waiting. Minister, began Dolors, slipping back into formality now that she wanted something. I don't believe we were finished. I don't care what you were talking about, Dolors. It can wait until I'm finished, said Amelia, stepping into the office. She held open the door, clearly waiting for the other woman to vacate. Dolors, we will continue this another time. You should be heading back to Hogwarts at any rate, said the minister, taking his seat at his desk. All I will say for now is that if you present me with the opportunity we are looking for, then I will make sure that action is taken right away. The undersecretary traded a scathing look with the DMLE head before nodding. Very well, Minister. Good day. She brushed past Amelia with a sniff of disdain, which was only followed by the woman shutting the door on her. Bloody nag, she muttered, turning back to the minister. The man did his best to keep his expression neutral, though it was difficult with such an intimidating woman frowning so heavily at him. Amelia, I hope you've been well, he said, attempting a smile. About as well as anyone else in my department has been with the escaped Death Eaters on the loose, she said with a scowl, taking the seat opposite him. You've been avoiding me lately, Minister. I've been quite as busy as you have been, he said in return, motioning to the stacks of paperwork that littered the different surfaces of the office. It was extremely intimidating. Being minister doesn't allow for as much free time as one would wish. No minister has never had time for the unofficial general of what is essentially our military, she said, clearly annoyed by his words. Some years ago, the thought of this kind of a conversation coming up between us would have been laughable. You've made your point, Amelia. What did you need? I need you to rethink the Sirius Black agenda. Cornelius blinked in surprise before his expression hardened. Sirius Black is an extremely dangerous criminal, and he is not the problem. Amelia snapped, making Cornelius pull up short. In the years since his escape, Black has not caused any problems for the ministry or the people of this country. He's just been a scapegoat for everything you can push onto him. I'm tired of having to cope with it. Black killed over a dozen people and a respected wizard of our community in a single shot, countered the minister, not willing to give an inch. Black escaping was one of the worst things that ever happened for his career. The very first Azkaban escapee during his time as minister, not to mention all of the botched capture attempts over the following year. It was a very clear mark on his record, and one that he intended to see cleared. Antonin Dolohov, said Amelia coldly, leaning on the desk as if to increase the weight of her words. Augustus Rookwood, Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix Lestrange. Are you telling me that Black has anything on these individuals? Amelia, we cannot. What we cannot do, Minister, is continue wasting resources in places that they have no meaning. Despite Black escaping years ago, you didn't agree that we should improve the guard at Azkaban during our meeting at the end of last year. I did it anyway, and because of that I only lost a handful of my people instead of all of them when Azkaban was attacked. Even if he was involved, there was no way that Black could have done that all by himself. And now there are extremely dangerous people out there who we have no control over. Stop beating around the bush, Amelia. Get to the point. Open your eyes, Minister. Something is going on. I don't need a seer to know that either. All of my seasoned auras can tell that there's more to this whole thing than appears, and all we can do is be ready in case we're right. Please, call off the search, and let me do things my way. Cornelius scowled into his hands, which were linked in front of his face. Fine, I will give you this one. To say that Amelia looked shocked would be an understatement of a lifetime. However, I still want Sirius Black hunted for. Put more effort into the targets you deem worth it. You realize that we can't announce the change in the hunt for Black. It'll make the ministry look weak as a whole. I wasn't considering it, said Amelia, now looking much more pleasant as she leaned back in her chair. If you need to give a statement, just say that you want to put as much effort into returning those bastards to Azkaban as you can. Don't mess this up, Amelia. XX, meanwhile, Umbridge was many floors below them, walking through a deserted hallway. The Department of Mysteries was a floor that was rarely visited, even seemingly by those who worked there. She never ran into anyone the time she'd visited the floor before, and she doubted that this time would be any different, especially considering the hour. It would be about dinner time back at the castle. No one liked being stuck at work this late. Besides, her destination wasn't very far in. Courtroom 10 was, as expected, deserted by all but the thin layer of dust that covered everything. Umbridge glanced at the stairs on the sides before walking to the chair in the middle, feeling a small shiver run through her body as the chair's chains rattled ever so slightly. It both scared and excited her to see them moving. Something about it disturbed her, but then every time those chains bound someone it was a truly wonderful case. More than that, she could clearly picture the empty space in front of the chair being filled with a man-sized cage, werewolves, and other dangerous half-breeds being brought to their end. Yes, Courtroom 10 was by far her favorite of them all. She still had a lot of work to do in it. The door behind her suddenly slammed open as an older man in dark robes stumbled in, his eyes wide and panicked. Umbridge watched, frozen in place, as he opened his mouth clearly about to say something, when he pitched forward to the floor, unconscious. Standing beyond the door was another figure whose face was enshrouded by a hood, wand still raised from his attack. You bloody idiot, I told you to be careful. The bugger nearly got away. Footsteps, then another figure joined the first, punching him in the arm. The one who stunned the now unconscious man rubbed where he was hit. Well, he didn't, so shut your mouth already. No one needs to know that. There was a moment of silence as the two suddenly realized that they weren't alone, just as Umbridge realized that she was not in a good spot at the moment. Petrificus totalis. Umbridge barely got a foot from where she started before the spell caught her in the side, dropping her to the ground like a plank of wood. Her heart was beating furiously as the sounds of the two men approaching got louder. I thought this floor was deserted usually. Apparently not. Who is it? A foot rolled her onto her back, and finally Umbridge was able to stare up into the faces of her attackers, or at least the places where their faces should have been. She couldn't see past the edge of their hoods, an obscuring charm. The room was so dimly lit to begin with. No idea. We can't have witnesses, said the one to her right. It was the one who brought down the man. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at her head. Avada Kedavra. Roman 20 pain. Harry was in more pain than he could remember feeling in a long time. It wasn't anything like a cruciatus or having basilisk venom circulate through your bloodstream, but it was up there, and he was screaming just as loudly. Harry! A mop of dirty blonde hair was dancing in front of his eyes, the girl's panicked face meandering in and out of focus. He never saw Luna look like that before. It seemed so alien for her to be wearing such a face. Harry, don't. What do? I need help. He rolled onto his side, one hand scraping at the floor while the other was clutched fiercely around a beautiful gold and silver tiara. How did it come to this? Roman 20, early Roman 20. Please give it back. Sorry, Looney. We don't know what you're talking about. Luna's eyes moved from girl to girl. It was hard to believe that there was a time at this school where things like this didn't happen, however short-lived it was. Her roommates were so sweet at first before they got to know her. Thinking her weird. Please, Megan, the necklace means a lot to me. Well, then maybe you shouldn't have lost it, said the brunette with a shrug. She made her way to the door, her friends following her. Don't go blaming us because you can't keep track of anything. Luna let out a long breath as the girls left the dorm. She would ask them again in the evening if she ain't found it. No matter who took her stuff, it always did come back eventually. Often just dumped on her bed for her to find at some point. But her necklace, her mother gave it to her all those years ago, before the accident. There was nothing she treasured more, and she rarely took it off, only when she was bathing. In 4 years of her stuff going missing, no one ever touched it before, and now it was gone. It also wasn't the days when her missing things were just hidden around Ravenclaw Tower. They could be anywhere in the castle, and that went for her necklace too. Why did things have to happen this way? Well, did it really matter? That's just the way they were. Opening her dresser, Luna gathered her clothing for the day, her eyes passing over the extra pair of shoes that were at her bedside. They were the ones that Harry forced on her when her own pair went missing. As she told him, they were returned after a handful of days, but she never got around to giving his pair back. Harry didn't ask about them either, so she just kept them. They were a nice reminder of his kindness, and no one seemed interested in hiding them anywhere. Luna finished dressing and made her way to the common room, where a number of students were working quietly. Over the weekends, the Ravenclaw common room had established rules like the library to let house members study without having to subject themselves to distractions in the form of the other houses, namely Gryffindors, who usually couldn't go a few minutes without blowing something up for fun. Sure, their opinions for the past few decades might have been colored by the Marauders and now the Weasley twins, but who was really keeping track of such things anyway? "Have any of you seen my cap necklace?" she asked the room at large, causing a number of them to look up in surprise. It wasn't that they weren't used to her asking. Luna asked after something of hers that went missing every Saturday of every year since halfway through her first. No, they were just surprised at the object in question. She never took the thing off. "Only you could lose something that's practically glued to your neck," scoffed one of the Ravenclaws, not bothering to keep his voice low. Some snickering followed, but Luna seemed unaffected, still looking around in hope that someone would answer her. "Loony, no one's seen your stuff. If it's not in your room, it's probably outside the tower," said a sixth year, not even looking up from his work. "Ah, thank you," she said, walking to the portrait hole and out of the common room. Now it was another castle search. She wouldn't be able to summon it unless she was close either. With luck, the girls kept to their usual hiding places and weren't getting creative again. Roman 20, Harry yawned widely as his fingers lazily sought a knot in his shoulder. It was a mark of how relaxed he was that the fact he was lying on the stone floor of the top of the astronomy tower in the middle of winter didn't bother him like it probably should. The warming charm probably had a lot to do with it as well. A cat? What? Harry's face scrunched slightly as he scrutinized the latest passing cloud. How does that look like a cat? It's got ears and a tail, kinda. Looks more like a frog with its tongue out. Now that's just ridiculous. Harry just looked at his current company with a raised eyebrow. "And you're the expert, are you?" Her Slytherin tie fell to the side as she shifted in place to return his gaze with a satisfied one. "Yup." Harry just let out a small laugh, looking back at the clouds above. "Tracy." "What?" "Ooh, that one looks like an owl." "Yeah, not even a little bit. Why exactly did you want to do this again?" After their most recent meeting, Tracy approached him saying she wanted his help with something. He still felt bad for putting her in such a miserably awkward place between him and Daphne, so of course he agreed. Thus they were cloud watching. This was not what he had in mind, not that he was really complaining. The change of pace was a welcome break to his usual breakneck schedule, and it was almost too easy to lose track of time spending it with the girl. "Well, I do like watching the sky," she said, reaching out her hand as if to grab the vast blue. "It's just so, I don't know, massive. It's incredible to think that something so large actually exists in the same place as someone as tiny as I am. Of course," she added, giving Harry a bit of an embarrassed grin, "I love watching the stars as well." "It is relaxing," he agreed. "Fits a romantic like you for sure." Tracy just made a face at him before looking back at the sky. "I didn't really mean for us to do this for that long. I just wanted to ask you something." "Of course. What's that? Are you interested in Daphne or not?" Harry sighed before pushing himself upright. He should have guessed that one was coming. "Would you believe me if I said no?" Tracy gave him a speculative look, still laid back against the stone floor. "I don't know." "You did ask her out." "I remember I was there," he returned dryly. "Look, we don't know each other very well, and she's clearly not into me that way. I'd rather just be her friend. Besides, He grinned at her with a spark of mischief in his eyes. If I were being totally honest, I'd rather date you than her. Tracy turned away from him, no doubt in exasperation, as she got to her feet, brushing out her clothes. Pratt, that's enough cloud watching for now. Daphne's probably wondering where I've gotten off to, and it's going to be dinner time soon. Harry scrambled to his feet as Tracy led the way down back into the castle, cancelling the warming charms on them both as they went. As they came out into the corridor, Harry gave the nearby suit of armor a casual salute, which, to his great satisfaction, returned it dutifully. So, what are your plans for the rest of the day? Tracy seemed to come out of whatever was on her mind, as she gave her head a light shake and looked back over her shoulder. I've been trying to convince Daphne to ask one of the Slytherin prefects what the current password to the prefect bathroom is. No one would ever tell me, and I've heard the bathroom is incredible. She gave a small, wistful sigh at the thought of such a soaking. Why not ask me? Said Harry, feeling a bit miffed that she didn't consider it. He wouldn't mind bending the rules for them. Tracy just gave him a confused look. Why would I ask you? Harry's right eye twitched in annoyance. Maybe because I'm a prefect. Tracy blinked, looking down at the prefect badge that was pinned to his robes. Oh, I totally forgot. Somehow I feel extremely insulted, he muttered, though he couldn't help the smile that was working its way onto his face. Anyway, the password is pristine. It's always something to do with being clean. Brilliant, thanks, Harry. I can't wait to tell Daff. How about you? What do you have planned? Well, I haven't spent much time with Ron lately, so I was hoping to catch a game of chess with him after dinner. Hermione also wanted to go over our potions work one more time for Monday. I think she's overdoing it, but no harm having her give it a look before I give it to Snape to rip apart. Definitely not, agreed Tracy. Hermione is an unstoppable homework-slaying force. She cut off as they turned the corner. Hey, isn't that Luna? Harry looked in the direction Tracy was pointing. Sure enough, Luna was sitting against the wall a little ways down the corridor. Yeah, hey, Luna, he called, picking up his pace as he approached the girl. You all right? Oh, hello, Harry, she said with a smile, pushing herself to her feet. Hello, Tracy. Hey, Luna, said the Slytherin, exchanging looks with Harry. He considered her for a second before giving a small nod. He'd take care of whatever was going on. Anyway, I've got to run. I'll see you two later, continued Tracy, taking off down the corridor and making a left to the grand staircase. Harry watched her go before turning back to his friend. Luna, you don't look too well. Is everything okay? It's fine, Harry, she said with a nod. I'm a bit tired, but that's all. She absently rubbed the spot just below her neck. Want to hang out a bit? He offered. He still had a bit before dinner would be in full swing, and it wasn't like he was meeting anyone there. All his plans were for after dinner. Immediately, Luna perked up and gave him a smile. Yes, that would be nice. Will we be able to go to the room? I've always wanted to try something, but it never seemed like the right time for it. Sure. It took little time to reach and enter the room. Harry was the one who accessed it, as he'd never given anyone actual instructions on how it worked. He wasn't so selfish that he didn't want anyone to know about the place, but he wasn't about to give out all of its secrets outright. I've never been able to make changes before, so how would I do that now? Asked Luna, after walking around the small, cozy-looking room that Harry thought up for them. Hang on a second. This would be the first time trying something like this, but it seemed simple enough. Mentally, he gave Luna permission to affect the room like he could, and gave her a nod. You should be fine now. Try to, wow. The room completely changed within moments, 1 second being the little sitting room from earlier, the next a cathedral the size of the Great Hall, its walls alternating between intricate stonework and stained glass windows with who knew what depicted within. Even more incredible was the fact that they were actually shifting constantly from one thing to the next. The ceiling was underwater. What in the hell? Luna was looking around in mild interest, a small smile on her lips. Then it melted away, and they were in an exact replica of what must have been the Ravenclaw common room, if the multitude of tables and bookshelves meant anything. Certainly, it gave the air of being a lot more academic of a room than the Gryffindor common room, which was at least half filled with nice places to sit and relax. Immediately, though, Luna's smile was gone, replaced by a frown. She closed her eyes, but the room didn't shift like Harry expected it to. That was pretty amazing, he said finally. What was that building from before? I figure the water ceiling was an addition, but is that a place you've been to? It's not real, the girl explained, now looking around the room with some amount of concentration. Was she looking for something? I've just always thought it would be nice to see a place like that. So why not go back? He asked, though with a small shudder. He'd only gotten a good look at the walls and ceiling. Who knew what the floor was made of? I tried, but it won't work. Really? Yes, I'd rather take anywhere but this place at the moment, she continued. Harry noticed again as Luna rubbed her chest just below her neck absently. Suddenly, he realized exactly what'd been so off the first time she'd done it. Luna, where's your necklace? XX Noggles. To be honest, she didn't mean to say it. The number of times she blamed her problems on the mischievous little creatures was likely enough to have the entire species mad at her for life. How long? Luna bit the inside of her lip, schooling herself to remain natural. He was upset that much was clear, but it would pass. She tried turning to him, but found that she couldn't meet his eyes, instead fixing resolutely on his knees. Just 2 days. Don't worry, it'll. Don't give me that, Luna, Harry said angrily. I told you to tell me if it kept happening. Does that mean all the other times I've asked, since then you've been keeping this from me as well? Luna's gaze fell on the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw at the far end of the room, wondering if the founder ever had her stuff hidden from her. Probably not. Did she belong in this house? Did she even belong at Hogwarts? Her eyes were automatically drawn to the tiara resting on the statue's head, as they always were whenever she passed it in the common room. It was every Ravenclaw's dream to find the diadem, to use it. Luna, are you even listening to me? No one knew where it was, and it would likely never be found, which was why she was now staring incredulously at a beautiful tiara that was sitting innocently on a small round table a couple of feet in front of her that wasn't there a second ago. The shifting light in the room made it flicker between silver and gold, its true color as elusive as the object itself. There was no way it could be real. Just sitting there in front of her, calling out to her to touch it, the answer to all of her problems. Only a foot away, her hand reached out. Don't touch it. Harry suddenly bolted forward and snatched it off of the table just before she could take it, and then he began screaming. Harry, what was going on? What was she just doing? Why was Harry in pain? Was that really the diadem? Question after question assaulted her mind as she frantically moved to Harry's side. He'd fallen to the floor, thrashing about in agony. Harry, don't. What do? I need help. Luna was completely at a loss for what to do. She had no idea where the exit was, and no matter how much she tried, the room wouldn't respond to her pleas for some kind of help. Nothing was working. Harry rolled onto his side, one hand scraping at the floor while the other was clutched fiercely around the beautiful tiara. Even in a moment of such complete panic, she couldn't help but be enchanted by the object. Ravenclaw's diadem. Another pained gasp from Harry snapped her out of her thoughts. Faced with little else to choose from, Luna did the only thing she could think of, try to pull the tiara from his grasp. However, the moment her hand closed around it, she felt a huge jolt run through her body, causing her to scream in shock before everything went dark. XX Luna. Through the pain, Harry was well aware of what was happening around him. Luna was hurt, but there was nothing he could do about it like this. He was still trying to make sense of the screaming that didn't belong to him, the weird struggle that he was feeling from the tiara of all things as it fought for its life. He had no idea what was going on, but he did know that the thing was fighting against him, and he wasn't about to let anything win over him. Ever. And suddenly, it was over. Harry shot up into a sitting position, halfway through throwing the diadem as hard as he could before he stopped, staring at it. Whatever was present in it before was completely gone. The thing looked and felt no more dangerous than a quill. Also, where did the pain go? It was like the past minute never happened. If anything, he felt better than he did earlier, despite his labored breathing and spiking adrenaline. What the hell was going on? His eyes fell on Luna's prone form, and he cursed loudly, dropping the tiara in favor of something far more important. Harry, are you all right? Stella. Harry turned to find the woman standing a few feet away from him, looking at him in concern. Anger rose in his chest at once. Where were you? Why didn't you do anything? He snapped, moving over to check Luna's condition. She was breathing, thankfully, though it was very shallow. An ear to her chest allowed him to hear a still strong heartbeat. Her hand was slightly singed, which was more than odd as his was perfectly fine, and he'd been clutching the diadem the entire time. Stella gave him a solemn look as she joined him on the floor. I have a great deal of power here, Harry, but I am not all-powerful. You are incapacitated, and the girl's panic caused the room to lock in place. What would you have me do? Nothing, I'm sorry, he said, feeling guilty at his outburst. If there was one person who would always do everything she could to help him, it would be Stella. That was her purpose, after all. Anyway, we can talk later. I need you to lock this thing up until I can look at it later. I'll take Luna to the hospital wing now. As you wish, said Stella, helping him settle Luna into a comfortable position in his arms. Please get yourself checked as well. I will be keeping an eye on you. I will, thanks, said Harry. He took off through the exit that appeared in the nearest wall, moving as quickly as he could. He had a ton of energy that he couldn't explain even if he tried to. XX, Harry, would you hold still? Poppy, I told you I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. Please, you're never fine. Now sit still. Harry grumbled as he resigned himself to being checked over. Luna was laying on the bed beside the one he was sitting on, her breathing back to normal. The injury to her hand, and through that the rest of her body, was light. Her exposure to whatever magic that was contained in the diadem was only enough to frazzle her for a second. Perhaps him holding it to begin with was diverting most of its effect. It was enough to knock her out, but not much more than that. The more unpleasant news was that she was on the cusp of becoming ill to begin with. She wasn't eating properly or getting enough sleep for some time. Didn't even have the excuse of having the big exams at the end of the year. All in all, she was due for a stern lecture from their resident healer. That wasn't what was really bothering Harry, though. No, he was more than a little upset at the whole of Ravenclaw House for the treatment of his friend, for how they were treating one of their own. Even his friends who were in that house, he was pissed at them all. Harry, how are you feeling? Please be exact, said Madame Pomfrey sternly, watching him with a frown. Physically, I feel great. Never better, he said with a nod. Actually, I've got a ton of energy right now. I see, and mentally, she continued, almost worried as to what he might say. Fine, just up for some bird hunting, he said with a smile. This made her blink. I'm sorry, bird hunting. Yep, I think I'm going to go do that right now, he said brightly, pushing himself off the bed. I'll be back in a little while to check on Luna. Thanks, Poppy. And with that, he left the ward, a somewhat miffed healer watching the place he just occupied with an exasperated expression. It wasn't even that he'd gotten to calling her Poppy recently. She let out a heavy sigh before returning to her remaining patient. In the corridor, Harry leaned heavily on the wall as his magic churned throughout his body. He'd been suppressing it as best he could, but there was no holding it back forever. Instead, he focused on his main objective, getting to the Great Hall. Dinner would be in full swing by now, and he needed to have a chat with Ravenclaw House. Yeah, a nice chat. Harry was pissed. Really damn pissed. He couldn't remember the last time he was so infuriated about anything. What kind of life would Luna have if she weren't surrounded by the most petty bunch of brats ever? Not that she never mentioned anything. She was exactly the kind of student to take it all in stride, like it was a normal part of life that she just had to put up with. It was time for this to end. Now, double-checking his wand was secured in his holster and not already in his hand, he walked slowly into the great hall. Many seated close to the doors glanced over at him, but paid him no mind. He caught Hermione waving to him from down at the Gryffindor table. His eyes met her own, and he slowly shook his head. The waving hands slowed and eventually stopped. He saw her quickly poke Ron and Ginny, but anything after that was lost to him as his eyes fell on the Ravenclaw table. He walked over to the end of the table and leaned on it, staring down its length. The Ravenclaws nearest to him, who looked to be in one of the younger years, fell silent at once, watching him warily. But he wasn't paying attention to them. Instead, his eyes were focused on the high table where the professors were sitting. Most of them were absorbed in their meals, but Professor Dumbledore was watching him closely. Their eyes met, and Harry tilted his head ever so slightly to the side, his expression cold. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, but he did nothing back, his only action being to place his fork beside his plate and interlock his fingers in front of his face. Well, how about that? Said Harry to himself, finishing his scan of the staff table. No Umbridge. Of course not, Potter. No one's seen her all day, said one of the older students who was closer to him. Brilliant. Now I won't get expelled for what I'm about to do, he said cheerfully, pulling out his wand. Well, I hope not. Exolsko. Gleeful at a chance for release, the spell sprang from his wand and hit the table, spreading so rapidly it made its way to the other end in less than a second, and causing the Ravenclaws to make sounds of surprise. Moments later, the table began sagging and creaking ominously, causing quite a few students to jump up from their seats in apprehension. In less than 10 seconds, every single Ravenclaw was standing well back from their table, having followed the lead of the others. The table, finally unable to support the weight of all the food and dishes, split down the center lengthwise, dropping every single thing onto the floor on either side of the table with a deafening crash. People all over jumped away to avoid the mess, but few were so lucky. "Harry Potter!" came the astonished shout from Professor McGonagall as she looked on in complete shock. Her voice stilled the shouting that started among the students around the hall. The crash brought half the professors to their feet, including his head of house. "What do you—" But she cut off as Dumbledore held up a hand to silence her, motioning her to sit down. She threw him an incredulous look, but obeyed nonetheless. The other professors also sat back down, watching him with varied expressions. Harry made a mental note to thank the headmaster later, and to stop giving him so much trouble. "Well, now that I've got your attention," began Harry, twirling his wand a few times. "Who took the butter-beer cap necklace?" There were a few small gasps from his right, most likely his own table, but he kept his attention on the Ravenclaws. His friends from that house were looking at him in utter shock. "Harry, what's the meaning of this?" came a voice from halfway down the ruined table. "Roger Davies. Why did you just destroy my house's table? A table that seats a bunch of petty thieves really isn't much of a table at all," he said with a scowl, drawing a number of angry retorts from the group of students before him. "Shut up," he shouted, his voice booming out over them, enhanced by his wand. "You know why I'm here, don't make me wait. Who took the necklace?" People were looking back at the professors, but they were all focused on Harry and the Ravenclaws, who were becoming even more unsettled now that Flitwick and the other professors weren't defending them at all. Slowly, a girl stepped out of the crowd about midway down the ruined table. The area around him long been vacated of Ravenclaws. They were now all at least a third of the way down the hall. I did," she said in a timid voice. Harry pointed at the doors. "Go get it," he snapped at her coldly, pointing at the door. "Bring it to me here, now." The girl quickly ran from the hall without a second glance. "So," he continued, as if he didn't just destroy a house table and practically held them all at wand point. Fury simmered in his veins, begging to boil out of control. "I don't know how deep this runs, but it's going to stop now. The ones who have been actually taking her things, her homework, her clothing, her personal things. Don't let me find out who you are. The rest of you are just as bad. You all know what I'm talking about, and the fact that it's still happening means you just let it go for years. Ridiculous. This is our home." He spat at them. Silence followed this. Ravenclaw was being crushed under the collective intense stares from everyone else in the hall. Not a single one made a sound. The houses at Hogwarts were more than just names to a handful of groups of kids. Each house was a self-contained family that failed and succeeded as one. Like any family there, they all had their internal problems, but to outcast one to such an extent was base treachery. Sure, there were the bad eggs like Malfoy who would backstab his own mother, but for an entire house to let one of its own suffer like that was just flat-out cruelty and not something easily forgiven. To him, it was purely unacceptable. One of the reasons he'd never forgotten how Gryffindor took to his being a Parselmouth. No one jumped to his defense then when he so desperately needed help, but this time was different. He refused to let it go on a moment longer. Just then the girl from earlier re-entered the great hall, completely out of breath, a familiar necklace clutched in her hand. "Sorry," she mumbled, aware that all eyes were now on her. She pushed the necklace into his hands and ran back into the group to hide. Harry merely turned and walked back to the doors, stopping before he crossed the threshold. "Every single thing that's been taken, return it tonight, or else. If this ever happens again, I'll personally remove Ravenclaw Tower from this castle. Damn the consequences. See if I won't." The doors closed behind him sharply, causing many to let go of the breaths they were holding. What on earth? And 5,000 points from Ravenclaw, which was followed by an explosion of metal, wood, and glass that could be felt through their seats. XX Professor Flitwick watched his house file out of the great hall with barely concealed anger. Never did he feel such a distinct aura of guilt radiating from an entire house before. Once the last one left, he sunk back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Not for your thoughts, Phileas. Well, Minerva, your student just broke the Ravenclaw table, shouted at my students, and also threatened to destroy the whole house on top of it all. Sounds like he broke something in the entrance hall, too. From his last outburst, I'd have to hazard a guess at it being the Ravenclaw hourglass, said Professor Dumbledore with a chuckle, continuing his meal as if that entire fiasco never happened. Just another day at Hogwarts. Probably anything else directly next to it as well. James he may resemble, but he is Lily's spirit to be sure. My. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat slightly. Yes, well, Mr. Potter was quite enraged. I've never seen him so upset before in my life, though the things he was shouting about. The woman let out a small sigh before continuing. I've probably taken a point from her every day I've seen the girl for either coming to class missing something important or not being properly clothed. I never thought that the things in question might have actually been stolen from her. She's never reported anything, Phileas. Not once. Professor Flitwick gave a small sigh, pushing himself off his seat. Well, I'd better go speak with my house. I imagine you've got a young man to look for as well. Yes, headmaster, if you will excuse us. Of course, Minerva. I trust you'll handle this appropriately. XX, I can't believe Ravenclaw was doing something like that, said Tracy, looking at the broken table in shock. The hall was now filled with wild muttering about what just occurred. Harry Potter just destroyed the Ravenclaw table and almost made the whole house run away from him in fear, and that's what you're focusing on, said Millicent, looking at her wide-eyed. The rest of Slytherin House was quietly re-evaluating their assessment of Harry Potter, though likely they just chalked him up as even more unstable than before. Clearly, he wasn't someone to cross like he used to be in their eyes. He was talking about Luna, wasn't he? Muttered Daphne to Tracy so that only she could hear. Tracy nodded. Had to be. We just saw her too. She thought back to Harry's face. Did she ever see him so angry before? It was hard to believe that they were somewhat flirting while watching clouds drift by not an hour earlier. She must have been really bad off when I left them. She suddenly chuckled. It's not surprising, though. He's really protective of people. You should see him when someone insults Hermione in front of him. They're not the only ones, Daphne added pointedly. Tracy couldn't help but smile at this, eyes back to where he'd left the hall. He was really sweet. Her mind went back to the question that came up just before they left the tower. What if he did ask her instead? She glanced over at her friend before letting her eyes wander further down the table. Daff, you really need to kill that habit of yours, she whispered to the girl. Crossing your arms like that, she elaborated when Daphne just gave her a confused eyebrow raise. You realize you're not 10 anymore, right? Realizing at once what Tracy was talking about, she dropped her arms to her lap immediately, doing her best not to redden. I hate you. Lies, you love me. Roman 20, Harry. Hey, Luna, how are you feeling? Harry was sitting on a chair beside her bed. Warm, she said slowly, moving deeper into the blankets around her. Only her head was poking out of the top. She was still feeling quite sleepy. Where am I? I took you to the hospital wing after you tried to save me, he explained. That was pretty brave of you. Reckless as hell, but brave. Thanks. She suddenly sat up in alarm, her memories of him in pain coming back all at once. Wait, are you all right? I'm fine, Luna, don't worry, he assured her, trying to get her to lay back down. She settled for sitting propped up on pillows. Just keep the energy down right now, otherwise Poppy will kick me out of here. Anyway, I got a clean bill of health. She doesn't even want me to spend the night. Not you, though. You're stuck here until tomorrow. Luna let out a sigh of relief. That's good. She hesitated a moment before asking, Harry, what was that thing? Was it really? Yeah, it was, he said with a nod. Ravenclaw's diadem. So that's why you asked me that one time, she said in understanding. Her excitement was poking through her regular, dreamy exterior. But how could it be when it hurt you so badly? That's not what it's supposed to do. Well, technically, you can never know what it can really do without testing it, but it's obvious that someone cursed it at some point. I've locked it away for now so that it won't hurt anyone else by accident. Shouldn't we tell someone? I will, don't worry, he said with a nod. Just do me a favor and don't tell anyone about it in the meantime. Luna just gave him a small smile. No one would believe me anyway. It wouldn't be the lost diadem if it was found. Good, he said, satisfied that that was taken care of. His expression shifted into something much more serious. In any case, we were interrupted during our last conversation. Her face instantly fell before kicking back into her floaty mask, and it was a mask, one that he hated with a passion. Was a dreamy kind of a person, with a wild imagination at that, but her personality truly showed in a happy excitement when they went exploring, talking about magical creatures or runes, or like just now when she was thinking about the diadem. Luna, he said, cutting her off sternly, you should have gone to someone about this. All of this stuff you keep losing, especially when it comes to something as personal as your necklace. They always turn up eventually, she insisted, but Harry overrode her. Why do you keep pushing it off? You can't possibly believe what you're saying. You're not really like that. She met his eyes briefly before looking away, shifting under her blankets. I'm not used to someone caring like you do, she muttered. Harry blinked rapidly. If I tell you all my problems, then you'll get annoyed, right? And you're... Her voice died off as she lost whatever confidence she'd gathered. Harry sighed and smiled at her gently. Luna, you won't be a bother to me, he said. Really? Please promise you'll come to me if you're ever having a problem. You don't think I'm weird, do you? She whispered, her voice sounding worried. She was looking at him almost afraid. Well, it made sense in a way, didn't it? Luna was a lot like him in certain ways. Maybe that was why he felt so protective of her, wanting to keep her safe from a misery he'd lived for so long. I think you're quirky, he said with a grin, but certainly not weird. By the way, Harry reached into his robe's pocket and pulled out the butterbeer cap necklace. As soon as she saw what he was holding, Luna's eyes went wide. Where did you find it? She said in shock. The person who took it felt compelled to return it, he said with a shrug. Pick your head up a bit and I'll put it on you. Luna leaned forwards and he clasped it behind her neck, letting it rest on her skin. She sighed in relief. Thank you so much, Harry. This means a lot to me, she said, stroking the cap lightly. Yeah, I know. Now you need to rest, he added, looking around. Madame Pomfrey didn't come after him yet for disturbing her patient, but who knew how long that luck would last. Roman 20, Roman 20. I must say, Harry is a credit to his learning. He was completely in control of his magic, despite being angrier than I think he's ever been during his years at Hogwarts. Especially with what happened in September. Dumbledore gave a satisfied nod, tugging at his beard. Not to mention rotting the entire Ravenclaw table. I don't believe that spell is one he learned in class. What do you think, Severus? Certainly a distinct change from the summer, he said with a nod. What will you be doing about the situation? Well, we must restore the house table, obviously, said Dumbledore, tugging at his beard slightly. Students need to eat. However, their hourglass will not be repaired until the summer holidays. They've been removed from the running for the House Cup this year. I meant with Potter, headmaster. Oh, I'm sure Minerva will think up an adequate punishment for him. It's nothing I need to get involved with anyway. Snape just let out the tiniest of sighs. Sometimes he couldn't tell if the old man was the best headmaster the school ever had or the absolute worst. Shouldn't the fact that he even found himself asking that very question mean the man was awful? That aside, we need to prepare the school for my absence. This immediately brought Snape up short. He glared at the headmaster with distinct irritation. You cannot possibly be considering going through with this fool plan of yours. I'm afraid it's necessary, Severus. Your duty is to this school, he snapped. You remember how things deteriorated when you weren't here 3 years ago. The minister and his power-hungry undersecretary are completely focused on Hogwarts, and that is where their attention must stay, said Dumbledore firmly, cutting the man off. Dolors is certainly someone who can cause us harm, but only to an extent. The minister is driving himself to ruin and will likely not last through the summer, particularly once Voldemort returns to the open. He is the true enemy here, which is why I must focus my attention accordingly. If he has indeed created Horcruxes, Snape let out a long breath and took the seat facing Dumbledore's desk. Do you really believe that this will help? Dumbledore leaned back in his seat, eyes on the ceiling. I have theories, Severus. More theories than I am comfortable with. I need proof, and it starts with proving that Voldemort used Horcruxes. As I've said before, that means I must actually find one, and they will not simply fall into my outstretched hand. That isn't to say I'm walking into this blind. I know more about Tom Riddle, Jr., than any save the man himself. Dumbledore smiled, eyes resting on his potions professor. Just another step towards never needing to listen to me again, Severus. How noble of you, Snape drawled. He suddenly looked down at his arm. Is he calling? Yes, though it's light, not an emergency. Well, regardless, you shouldn't keep him waiting. We will talk more when you return. There are a number of things that need to be done before I can leave here. Roman 20, Goyle, would you mind telling me why the minister's undersecretary is on my sitting room floor? Lucius Malfoy was, not angry per se, but actually somewhat impressed. They'd done something he'd never anticipated or prepared for. It was beyond stupidity. She saw us as we caught the keeper, came the gruff voice of Goyle. We couldn't have any witnesses, but Darlohov stopped me from taking care of it. Avada Kedavra. The green burst of light missed the prone woman by a foot to her right, blackening the floor where it hit, and the woman passed out from her fright. You fucking idiot, snapped Darlohov, only barely managing to push the man's hand aside. You can't just kill people, erase her memory and let's go. Hang on. He lit his wand to help illuminate the woman's face. The courtroom was fairly dark for the most part. This is Fudge's undersecretary. She's the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Darlohov gave the woman a speculative look. I'm always worth having another eye on the inside. Transfigure her and let's go. We're late as it is. Anyway, interrupted Darlohov before Gaul got himself killed, we figured she'd be good for an Imperius. Nothing wrong with another unwitting ally, right? It is not up to you to make these decisions, snapped Malfoy. Bring the Keeper to the Dark Lord now. I will join you all shortly. With the two finally out of his hair, he could think, or at least that was the idea. Something bothering you, brother-in-law. Lucius bit back a retort before he ended up regretting it. These days, the less he was reminded of Narcissa, the better. Of course, saying something unpleasant about his wife in front of her sister would only land him in an extremely bad situation. His sister-in-law was obsessed with the Dark Lord to an unnerving extent, yes, but she still loved her family dearly. Or at least, he hoped she did. It was one of the few normal qualities the woman still remaining. Though Azkaban did a great amount of damage to her, both physically and mentally, her recovery was by far the best among all of the escapees. She didn't look anything like she spent 14 years in the prison. The crazed moments were all but gone, and she was once again giving off an aura of deadliness, even around her allies, perhaps even more than before. That wasn't to say she was recovered. It was unlikely she would ever fully recover to where she once was, but she would definitely get damn close. No doubt this was greatly in part to Snape's incredible potion-making ability. It was a tragic waste of his talents to simply teach for that old goat, Dumbledore. Bellatrix, said the Malfoy head, giving her a small nod. I would have thought you'd want to be present for the interrogation. The woman gave a shrug, moving about the room as she looked at Umbridge in curiosity. It was interesting how, despite everything, she still moved about with that same grace she always had as a young woman. Perhaps some things never truly could be lost, even to a hell like that. Not that interested, she admitted, her eyes resting on him for a moment before returning to their captive. It's borderline mundane, with the Dark Lord able to tear information from a person's mind. Of course, there's always a certain amount of play before getting down to it, but like I said, I'm not interested. She finally came to a rest, leaning against the arm of a chair. I need something to get my blood moving. Duel me. Perhaps another time, he said, privately thinking that he would have to be ordered at wand point to ever do such a stupid thing. The only one who would duel with her was the Dark Lord himself, and that was because she'd end up killing anyone else within moments. In any case, I'm trying to decide what to do with this. He motioned down to Umbridge's prone form. She's an unexpected development from the recent operation. Is she worth keeping alive? We can't kill her, she'll be missed by both Fudge and Dumbledore as a matter of fact. Then torture her at least. There must be something worth learning from her. If you need to torture someone, then go find Goyle and Darlohov. They're the ones who saddled us with this mess. That'll work, she said, pulling her wand and twirling it slightly. She walked off, humming to herself absently. That woman will be the death of us all, Lucius muttered, suppressing a shudder. He pulled his own wand, having made a decision. Umbridge was certainly an enemy of all that she met, but as much as everyone hated her, no one would suspect her as an unwitting ally to Lord Voldemort. She was also in a good position in case they needed a backup plan for anything. It's a pleasure to be working with you, Dolors, Imperio. XX. Enough, Rookwood. The screaming tapered off as the ex-ministry worker lowered his wand. The old man slumped in his seat, his bindings the only things that were still holding him up. "Apologies, my lord," said Snape as he entered the room. He spared the unknown man a glance before walking over to Voldemort. "You called for me." "Severus, thank you for joining us on such short notice," said the man. "I have a couple of things I need you for tonight, but first I require this man dosed in Veritaserum. Lucius Stark is lacking. Of course, I'll see that it doesn't stay that way," he replied easily, pulling a small kit from within his robes and resizing it. A few seconds later, and their prisoner was looking ahead with an unfocused expression. "My lord, if I may," began Rookwood nervously. "I was wondering why we have been waiting for Veritaserum when you are so skilled in the mind arts. Wouldn't it be quicker to just pull the information from his mind?" "Rookwood, though I might be an impressive Legilimens, I could potentially ruin his mind and any chance we may have at getting the information we need. It is better to try our other options before using brute force. At least we enjoyed ourselves, yes. It's always more fun when they refuse to tell you anything." Voldemort turned to the bound man. "What is your name?" "Sven Duford," came the dull reply. His voice was quite raw from screaming. "Do you know of a prophecy regarding myself and Harry Potter?" "I do. As you stated earlier after our introductions, do you know what the prophecy is?" "I do not." Voldemort frowned for a moment before pulling his wand. "So you say, Legilimens." Rookwood and Snape watched as Sven slumped back in his seat from the force of the mental attack. Many seconds later, he sagged again. "His memory has been modified," said Voldemort, eyes narrowed in aggravation. "To what end I cannot tell, but the signs are there. Is it possible he erased it himself?" "Unlikely. It is done very well," explained Voldemort. "Severus, do you know who this man is?" "No, I've never seen him before in my life." "And if I told you that he was the keeper of the Hall of Prophecy?" the Dark Lord continued. "Dumbledore has nothing to do with him." "Not that I am aware of," confirmed Snape. Indeed, beyond the outside protection they were providing, the Order wasn't doing anything in the Department of Mysteries. He was still astonished that this kidnapping happened without them knowing about it. The guard must have been diverted somehow. Dumbledore would need to be informed. If that is the case, then it is even a greater mystery why he has knowledge of something he should not. "He must have had the department do it," said Rookwood. Both Snape and Voldemort turned to him, making the man flinch slightly. Perhaps he learned something that he thought he should forget permanently. The department is able to do that. Sometimes they don't even ask. Voldemort processed this information for a few seconds before turning back to Sven. He was now mostly recovered from the disorienting mental attack. "No matter, we're no worse off than before. Rookwood, have our friend here give you everything he knows about the Department of Mysteries, from its layout to its contents. No doubt things have changed since your last term of employment. And afterward, return him to where he was captured with his memory erased again. We still cannot give any indication to the ministry that something is amiss." "Yes, my lord." Voldemort immediately walked around Sven and headed to the door. "Severus, with me." The moment the door was opened, screaming reached their ears. The room was silenced for privacy. "Ah, Bellatrix is currently disciplining Goyle and Dolohov," explained Snape, his face impassive. "As long as she doesn't kill them," he said unconcernedly. "No doubt they did something to deserve it." "My lord, if I may ask, what did you require me for tonight? Was it just to assist you with the interrogation?" asked the potion's master. He was pretty sure it was more potion making, but he never rejected the idea it could be something far worse. Voldemort turned down another hallway. "In my research, I've come across a handful of interesting rituals that I believe will assist me greatly." He looked at his deathly pale hands. "I enjoy this form. I am realizing that it may do me more harm than good in the long run." Considering that it was immortality he was ultimately trying to achieve, the long run was fairly important to him. "I see," said Snape, curious as to what Voldemort could possibly be talking about. He was just as, if not more, powerful than when he attacked the Potters. After all, it was nearly a year since his revival. Whatever after effects the resurrection ritual might have had on him were long gone. "I see the curiosity in your eyes, Severus," said Voldemort with a knowing smile. "It is not a matter of power. No one can truly match me in the magical arts. It is more a matter of longevity." "I see. I assume there are potion components." A number of them. I trust their creation to no one but yourself, he replied. The specifications are listed in the study. You can look at them too. Voldemort suddenly pulled up short, his wand out and halfway through a spell before it stopped just short of striking down a petrified Narcissa Malfoy. She nearly collided with them, turning out of a side hallway. Narcissa, you should know that this part of the manor is off limits to all but my fold, the Dark Lord said lightly, lowering his wand slightly. Unless I should take this as a desire to join. The yew wand was barely an inch from the front of her evening dress. And no, my lord, she said quickly, her voice catching in fear at a near brush with death. Apologies, my lord. I was looking for Lucius. He hasn't been home for many days. He is doing work for his lord, said Voldemort dismissively. Return to your rooms. Of course, she said quickly, backing up and lowering her head. Please forgive my intrusion. Voldemort stowed his wand and continued down the hall. Snape took a moment to regard the woman before him. I will tell Lucius that you were looking for him, he said. Narcissa looked up at him for a second before turning her back. She was still shuddering slightly, her voice tight to prevent it from quivering. Thank you, Severus, but you needn't do that. If he hasn't come back already, then he likely won't at my behest. As you say, said Snape. He watched her retreating form for a second longer before hurrying after Voldemort. It would not do to keep the Dark Lord waiting. Roman 20, Roman 20. Man, why couldn't it last for longer? Said Ron in a wistful voice. We had 2 days of her being gone, 2 whole days, followed by 2 whole weeks of her being a menace, drawled Harry. Indeed, while she was conspicuously and blissfully absent Saturday and Sunday, when Monday rolled around, she was at the staff table with a look of determination on her face. Something energized her into making their lives even worse, and he was a bit worried as to what it was. April finally arrived, and with it the prospect of the spring holiday. An entire week of freedom before exam season kicked in, which would bring a new wave of panic, anxiety, and more to the 5th and 7th years. By the end of the second week of June, they would all be off to their families. Harry would no doubt be encouraged to return to number 4, not that he was really complaining. He wasn't specifically looking forward to getting back to his aunt and uncle's home, but this summer would be much more different than the one before it. Perhaps he'd look into getting some sort of magically expanded space to live in while he was there. Like the tent he'd stayed in with the Weasleys and Hermione during the Quidditch World Cup, or maybe even something in a trunk. The fake Moody had a decent-sized room inside one of the compartments. Perhaps he could get someone to stick a small flat in one. The possibility of not having to share a bathroom with his relatives was just too good to ignore. Well, they were just ideas for now. Anyway, what's the plan for the group? Ron continued in a low voice. Well, we finally finished the Owl spellbook a couple of days ago, so now we can do some fun stuff. Patronesses, special shields. I know a few cool illusions now too, said Harry with a grin, eliciting a similar one from Ron. The DA improved beyond all recognition. Anyone who'd any reservations about it long since lost them in favor of their progress under Harry's tutelage. Whatever you want, mate, I'm game for it, said the ginger, and he most certainly was. If Ron proved anything this year, it was that he was a hands-on kind of a guy. He was one of the best in the whole group of 5th years, second only to Hermione. You'll enjoy it, assured Harry. All right, I'm off. Lesson time. You're a better bloke than I'll ever be, Harry, said Ron with a mock salute. Harry just smirked and gave his friend a wave, heading off to the dungeons for occlumency. Ron long since expended his morbid jokes about having any type of private lessons with Snape and just pretty much took it in turn. He mellowed out a lot over the year, and Harry was pleased with the change. Hopefully, Ron was too, though God forbid when he finally got a girlfriend. He and Hermione already had bets on how bad of a catastrophe it would be. Good evening, Professor, said Harry as he entered the office. Potter, said Snape, writing on something as usual. Set to the side of the desk, Harry spied the familiar book of letters that he gave Snape nearly 2 months ago. If the bookmark was anything to go by, he was taking his time reading it, about 3/4 of the way through it, as of now. Harry wasn't really sure exactly what would happen when he was done reading all of the letters. How far did they go anyway? But the potions master's attitude to him changed perceptibly. There was a lot less subtle aggression in most of their conversations. Hell, they actually had conversations about occlumency and the occasional random topic when it came up. That in itself taken getting used to. If he had to sum it up in one sentence, Harry felt that Snape more or less stopped treating him like a miniature of his father and more just like a random student of his. So, yes, still with a certain amount of negativity and the occasional suggestion for him to forfeit his life to make the world a better place overall, but it wasn't personal like before. In all honesty, it was kind of endearing after all these years of it, especially now that there was no underlying hatred there. Was there anything you wanted to go through before we started? Harry asked, taking his usual seat. It wasn't really necessary for him to sit, as they would be leaving shortly, but he knew Snape didn't like to be given the impression he was being rushed. Just one, said the man, stowing his quill and student work he was working on. As I mentioned last time, you have reached a level of skill where you should begin to not only focus on expelling me from your mind, but to actively attempt to block me initially. Once your enemy has infiltrated your mind, you have already lost to some extent. Beyond that, I would like for you to also try to focus on containing the breach once it happens. If you fail to keep your enemy from your mind, you may still have a chance of preventing any type of vital information from being obtained by simply preventing them from moving about through your mind. I'm sure it's not as simple as you make it sound, said Harry dryly. This would take some thought before he began trying things out. Would it be better to halt the intrusion to prevent it from getting any further or redirect it to somewhere else? Could he fool a Legilimens that way? Snape seemed a little surprised when Harry voiced his thoughts to him. Yes, Potter, you are right. Unfortunately for you, the ability to fool a skilled Legilimens with false thoughts and memories is at the absolute pinnacle of occlumency, especially when it comes to passive legilimency. But I thought you said passive legilimency was something that was only good for reading surface thoughts, said Harry in confusion. No better than a kind of lie detector or something. How could you not tell if someone was faking an emotion? It seems like it would be really easy. Lies and deceit lace even the smallest of falsities, said Snape, getting to his feet. That intent is clear to a Legilimens with even only slightly above average skill. Of course, that isn't to say a mediocre Legilimens could ever perform passive legilimency, but there are other magics that we may bare our hearts to without thought. That almost sounded poetic, coming from you, said Harry with a snort, following him to the door. Months ago, Harry knew saying anything like that would be followed with nothing short of bodily harm from the man he was trailing. Snape just gave the boy a nonplussed look before continuing down the hall in silence. He reached for the door that led to the classroom they always used when a dim scream reverberated through the walls, coming from somewhere above them. Immediately, Harry and Snape had their wands out. It's coming from the entrance hall, I think, said Harry, looking up. Let's go, Potter. Stay close, Snape ordered, leading the way out of the dungeons, his robes billowing behind him in his haste. A minute later, they joined the rest of the students and professors who were drawn to the sound. Formed a wide circle around two people who were both one-acts in their own way. Why, you sea-cant, wailed Professor Trelawney, teetering at the base of the staircase. At her feet, there were two haphazardly packed luggage bags, evident by the errant corners of cloth sticking out at all angles. Hogwarts is my home. Correction. It was your home, said Umbridge defiantly. She was using the steps to make herself appear slightly taller as she bore down on her prey. That was back when you used to work here. As of today, you are discharged. Rid us of your incompetence and be quick about it. You are currently trespassing. Did you drag her out of the tower yourself? Harry growled in anger, though it was easily lost in the low rumble of muttering that was permeating the crowd of students. His eyes were fixed on the luggage. There was no way Trelawney did that herself. Umbridge really must have gone and forced her out. Did she kick her down the ladder for good measure? A subtle throat clearing drew his attention to the stern look Snape was giving him. It took Harry a second to realize he was still holding his wand in clenched fingers. She'll get it one day, and I honestly hope it's me, he said after a second. McGonagall finally arrived with Flitwick, the two immediately rushing to Trelawney's side. I'd imagine that is quite a long line to be queuing, Potter. The reply was low, but he definitely heard it. Moments later, they were all surprised by the arrival of none other than the headmaster. Harry just sighed. Dumbledore to the rescue as usual. He always seemed to know exactly when and where to show up in the castle. What he was doing outside on the grounds at this hour was anyone's guess too. The truth was revealed a second later when the sound of hooves reached their ears, and a newcomer walked into the hall out of the evening mist. After staring at him for a moment, Harry recognized that it was Forenza, one of the centaurs from the herd that lived in the Forbidden Forest, or owned the Forbidden Forest, depending on who you asked. Umbridge's sense of victory must have certainly fallen short of the mark if anyone were to go by the sputtering sounds she was making. Not only did Dumbledore prevent her from gaining another worthless Ministry loyalist for the Hogwarts staff, he'd done so by bringing the one thing she hated more than anything into the very place she worked. "I think he broke her," muttered Harry to a student near him, a Hufflepuff if his black and yellow colors were any indication, who just nodded, still with his eyes fixed on the centaur. A lot of the students in the entrance hall were watching him wide-eyed. The centaurs rarely came to the edge of the forest for anything, so most of the students present likely never saw one outside of pictures before. The up-close and personal encounter Harry had with them during his first year was rather uncommon. But where will she stay?" said Umbridge, still unable to keep her rage from distorting her speech. "Dolors, you can't possibly expect Forenza to climb up that ladder, do you?" said Dumbledore in an amused voice, as if she were one of his younger students asking something silly. "No, Sybil will be able to live where she always has, and Forenza will be staying on the ground floor in a classroom that is being prepared specially for him. I believe we are finished here then." The dismissal was clear to the students, who began dispersing at once, some returning to dinner and others heading back to their common rooms, all talking about what just happened. Now that Trelawney was being taken care of by some of the professors as well, the others went back to their business too. Snape walked back to the entrance to the dungeons, only to pull up short as he found Harry waiting for him, Slytherins passing him with extremely wary looks. He waited until they were alone before he spoke. "Ready to continue?" he asked. Snape considered him for a moment before nodding his agreement, and they headed back to get started. Perhaps they could spend a bit more time during each session. He never wasted any of it after all. Roman 20, Dumbledore isn't here again. That's the fourth day in a row. You think something is up? Might be, but he's done stuff like this before, hasn't he? Who knows? Harry turned away from the group of Gryffindors he was listening to and let his eyes wander to the high table. As the fourth year pointed out, Dumbledore was gone for days, and apparently no one saw him at all. He'd never fallen ill before, but there were times that the headmaster would shut himself away in his office for a day and take his meals there, likely doing some sort of research. Still, being gone for this long without any type of word was, "Budge up, Harry, you're looking a bit lonely," came a voice to his side. George was looking down at him with a grin while Fred scanned the table quickly. "So, where is our wonderful younger brother and his lost cause?" Harry barely managed to bring his napkin to his face as he practically choked on the food he was chewing. Carefully swallowing and taking a large gulp of water, Harry looked at the twins incredulously. "His what?" The two seventh-years sat on either side of him, beginning to fill their plates with food. "Didn't you know?" said George in amusement at Harry's complete shock. "Ron's fancied Hermione for a while, at least since early last year. Didn't you see how riled he was at his hero, Victor Crumb, for taking her to the ball?" "Well, yeah, but—" Harry just stared out across the hall while running a large number of events and conversations he had with his friend over the last year or so through his mind. Suddenly, a lot of things were making more sense than they did a few seconds ago. "Blimey, that's mad Hermione would kill him in 2 days if they dated." "Hours, mate, not days," corrected Fred. "And that's what we told him." "I mean, she clearly fancies you so." "She does not," said Harry forcefully, his plate rattling a bit as he put his hands on the table. Both Fred and George gave a small start to his sudden movement. "She's my best friend, and I'm hers, that's all. You can't possibly have not suspected anything all this time," said George in slight disbelief. "I said she doesn't," he snapped. Only his eyes being locked forwards prevented him from seeing the taken-aback expressions both twins were wearing. He and Hermione, well, there was a lot behind that thought. Throughout his life, Harry never had anyone even remotely close to him, emotionally or otherwise. Certainly no girls. To suddenly have someone as devoted to him as Hermione was, well, he kind of fell for her. Really, how could he not? Yet in years of knowing each other, their relationship never went further, and after all this time he'd moved past it. Hermione's friendship was priceless to him, and he would not risk it for anything. Well, I'll admit I was hoping for a bit of a better reaction, said Fred, withering slightly under the glare that his twin was giving him. Last time we tried to set up two of our best mates at any rate. He raised his eyebrow in suspicion. You really don't fancy her then? Harry just gave him an exasperated look. It goes a lot deeper than that, Fred, but no, not like that, said Harry with a sigh. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. He rubbed his temples slightly. Anyway, what did Hermione liking me have to do with Ron anyway? Fred and George exchanged a look. Well, Ron's, insecure about stuff. Being the last boy after 5 brothers is a bit much. I didn't notice, said Harry sarcastically. It's been better recently, though. I think the DA has helped a lot with that, to be honest. True, he might be growing up yet, said George. He just gets frustrated that he doesn't have anything that you can't, something to set him apart. I know it's stupid, but it is what it is. Harry just looked at him, a small frown on his face. But he already does. At the confused looks they were giving him, he just motioned to the pair. He's got you all. As Harry returned to his food, he didn't see Fred throw his brother a nice job, dumbass, look over his back. Time to change the subject. By the way, Harry, George winked at his brother before leaning in close to Harry's ear. We got premises. At once Harry sat up, clear surprise on his face. Really? Just last week. We're all set to open in July. We could open a lot earlier, but we're a little stuck in school. Fred rolled his eyes before leaning on his elbow in annoyance. Honestly, these stupid newts are a waste of bloody time. I'm sure your mother would pick you to pieces if you left early, Harry pointed out, picturing an extremely unhappy Mrs. Weasley with her wand in one hand and a frying pan in the other. Besides, people will take you a bit more seriously if you have a couple newts. I suppose so, said George with a shrug. Mum's not exactly our favorite right now because she doesn't support what we're doing. We don't fit her image of successful individuals. I'm sure that'll change when you start raking in the galleons. So where exactly is the place? It's on the main strip of Diagon Alley. Couldn't get a more perfect spot if we tried. It's even got a decent flat on the second level for us to live in. Really, must be a fortune, he mused. You're not wrong, said Fred with a nod. That's actually where the big majority of your startup went, as well as a bunch of what we've saved. We're pretty much banking on sales to keep us there, but I think it'll work out well enough. You'll do fine, said Harry at once. Besides, I've got your back no matter what. Just let me know if you need anything. You're a right crazy nut for throwing in with us, Harry, said George, giving him a light punch on the arm, but we appreciate it. Attention. If I could have everyone's attention for a moment, please. The three, as well as the rest of the students in the Great Hall, looked up at Professor McGonagall, who was now standing at her seat. She eyed Dumbledore's empty chair for a moment before continuing, the sound having died off in seconds. As you surely have noticed, Professor Dumbledore has been absent for the past few days, she said. Though I was hoping that he would return by now, I have received notice from him that he will be away from the castle for some time. As such, while he is gone, I will be taking over in my position as deputy headmistress, which will, hem. Dolors. McGonagall's voice could have carved steel. Clearly, she altered her methods for dealing with Umbridge from the beginning of the school year. Unless you have something critical to add, I suggest you remain silent. Oh, I think you'll find I do, she simpered, pulling a rolled-up piece of heavy parchment from her robes. Was she preparing for this the whole time? I've actually been saving this one for the appropriate moment, which has finally come. She cleared her throat lightly. In accordance with Educational Decree number 33, in the event that the current headmaster or headmistress of Hogwarts leaves the castle for any amount of time that may affect his or her ability to properly govern the school, the High Inquisitor will then take over said position until the headmaster or headmistress returns in full capacity. She handed the decree over to McGonagall, who just glanced at it before returning it to the short woman. Forgive me, Dolors, I was unaware, said McGonagall, much to the surprise of everyone in the hall. She wasn't going to argue it. Instead, the Gryffindor head just turned back to the students. Well, you've heard her. Professor Umbridge will be the headmistress of the school until Professor Dumbledore returns. Please treat her well. As the great hall filled with a buzz of talking at the latest Umbridge development, Fred and George were giving McGonagall the most odd looks. Or did she just give us an invitation? They chorused at each other, now grinning maniacally. Sounds like prime time for some quality advertising, yeah, said Harry with a grin of his own. Say, Harry, said Fred, putting an arm around his shoulders to bring him in closer. George leaned in as well, the picture of mischief. Want to see Hogwarts get attacked by dragons? Author's note. Chapter complete. I was curious about something. Why is Luna almost always written batshit crazy, or with mystical mumbo-wumbo powers? I tried for a middle ground here. I mean, it makes sense. Nice family, quirky to be sure, but not outright bonkers. Mother dies in a freak accident, in front of Luna by her Thistral admission. She's young too, and nobody's really ever the same again. The father deals with his depression by delving deeper and deeper into crazy, likely imaginary creatures, and coming up with conspiracies in the ministry and other crap, writing it all in the Quibbler, and taking Luna on outrageous adventures, while Luna picks it up completely and feeds off of it because he's the only thing she has left, and the dude still has to take care of her, not to mention it helps keep away thoughts of her deceased mother. Of course, Zeno loves his daughter very much, but Hogwarts is always a different story for kids. Let's not forget that she gets sorted into the house that's practically based in fact and logic, though it should be more about the search for knowledge and enlightenment or something similar. She's outright weird to pretty much everyone, and an instant outcast once the strange theories and creatures rear their heads, never mind her own personal quirks she's picked up. Eventually, she begins to get bullied, and it just never stops. Others pick up on it a bit to be a part of the norm, and it just spreads in general. So Luna deals with her problems in the only way she knows how, moving past them with a floaty sort of indifference. Life is life, after all. The years go on, and the entire thing only sets in heavier. She barely contemplates her own situation and just accepts things until she happens to be in the same train compartment as one Harry Potter. He finds that he can't leave her be, and so it begins. FFS, though, it's not romantic, and it doesn't need to be. It's different, and I like writing different. I certainly love reading different. Drop a line if you've got the time. I'll keep writing at this pace of mine.